All right, welcome to the 2013 NCAA Wrestling Championships. I'm Steve Foster. We'd like to thank you for listening today and throughout the tournament. Hopefully you have as much fun as we are, because I know we're going to have fun. And when I speak about we, I'm referring to Mr. Jeff Murphy and Caleb Nimmers. How you guys doing?
Good, Steve. Oh, my God, my microphone.
Yep.
Loud. All right, you got that in the right spot now? Good, Steve.
It's always a test at the beginning. These things are touchy.
Well, you're about 1,000 decibels in my ears right now. So.
How about now? How you coming, Caleb Nimmers? You doing okay?
I kind of need that down too.
Okay.
But, we can turn
that
down just a little bit. There we go.
All right. Well, we're here. Jeff Murphy, I want to thank you for joining us again. You're becoming a regular, and I love working with you. You do a good job. And then, of course, Caleb Nimmers, we go way back. We go a couple days back as well, I know. So we've done a couple tournaments today together too. So, but, wow, we see a lot before a plate. Like to set the scenes, we're at the Wells Fargo Arena, downtown Des Moines, just slightly north of downtown along the Des Moines River. And it's been fun already, a lot of excitement in the air, and there'll be a lot of matches to call, but I know we have a blast doing it. And Caleb, you made it all the way from Boston, Massachusetts.
You know what, man? To be honest with you, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on the planet.
Same here. Yep, that's right, man.
It's great, man. It's great. It's good to have it in God's country.
Yeah,
here, back in the heartland, to have it right back in Iowa.
Yep.
You know, where it needs to be every once in a while.
Wrestling, wrestling, to say it's passionate in Iowa is probably giving it an understatement, but there's only so many words in the English language. So what do you say?
And, Iowa State's the host school.
Sure, right.
And I thought that they did a really good job here in Wells Fargo Arena here in downtown Des Moines, because you got the cardinal and gold and all the banners. But, hey, they ripped out all the seats and put red seats in for this event.
That's right. For this event. The Cardinal red and gold. Iowa State's hosting it. Of course, Iowa, or as some refer to them as the Big Gorilla, I think, Caleb. Yeah. Somebody told me that down the road. The Hawkeyes have won a lot of titles, and they're just down the road. But we'd like to embrace all the colleges, all the wrestlers, because if it's just two teams duking it out, that'd get boring after a while. And we love the pageantry of this great tournament. All the different, you talk about coast to coast and border to border, and then some. We got the Dakotas, New York, and California, and everything in between. And it's going to be fun. You know
what makes it great, though, are the people that are here all the time. Wrestling people, you can't get any better.
It's the best fraternity in the world.
Yeah, they're amazing. I mean, they're the hardest workers on the planet.
It is, man.
And they're just always fun to be around. Great, loyal people, and this tournament's no different. So
well, I think the one thing too that was really interesting this morning was, so the doors opened here I think at 10 or maybe just a few minutes before 10, but I came wandering up about 9 o'clock this morning, and when I came up at 9 o'clock this morning, the people out in the hallway, there was a huge throng of people waiting, just waiting and talking and standing around for the doors to open.
Yeah.
An hour before the event, so.
Yeah, they're passionate. There's a lot of passion when it comes to wrestling. I mean, you think a lot of these states, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, and Iowa, and I just left out about 47 of them, obviously, but we got limited time here. A lot of these states obviously have amazing history. When you go back to Wild Bill Cole from Fort Dodge, Iowa, you go back to Bill Smith out around Algona. You go back to Frank Gotch from Humboldt. I got to go watch and put the statue of Frank Gotch up this year when Mike Chapman pulled the canopy off of it. There's so much history in the sport of wrestling in a lot of these states that are good at it. It just really goes back. You check out where the roots were. Anything that is good in life has a good foundation. And the sport of wrestling has such an amazing foundation in so many of these states, like Iowa and many others. And that's where the passion grows, I mean, it starts at the high school, actually the Pee-wee level, junior high, then high school spills out into the college ranks. Before you know it, we're all keeping track of who's on the Olympic team, even the 2020 Olympic team, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, I mean, it is amazing to be here in Iowa and everything, and it's great. But what we always say every year is you could have this tournament in Anchorage, Alaska, and they'd sell it out.
Yeah,
so
you would. Yeah,
wrestling fans they're going to go. It doesn't matter where it's at.
Yep. So I heard Jim Gibbons say that once. He knew a little town called, I think he said it was Trappers Creek. I'll have to look it up. He said there is such a place. Trappers Creek, Alaska. You could have it up there, and he said, I bet you'd sell 10 or 12,000 tickets. People would make it up there, even if it was snowmobiles or whatever.
Yeah.
Speaking of the weather, it was in the 60s a couple times last week in Iowa, but of course we got a little chilly up here, but that's what makes us tough, I guess. And, it'll be a lot of good hot wrestling action in here, and it's going to be fun. I mean, the team race is going to be good. I think there's some balance. Penn State obviously is the favorite. Penn State, had a Big Ten championship again this year with Coach Kel Sanderson and company, but a couple losses here, a couple wins there, a couple bonus points here or there, and Jeff Murphy, it could be a different story real fast.
Yeah, Steve, we've got Penn State, Missouri, Minnesota. I'm missing two. Oklahoma State, and there's one other one.
The Gophers?
Virginia Tech.
VTech.
That all brought 10 wrestlers here to the tournament. So that's where it's all got to start. I mean, 10 wrestlers, that means you got 10 guys to score points. The Iowa Hawkeyes only have 9 wrestlers here, and so we're quite certain they're not going to score any points at 149 pounds.
It won't happen.
So, it's all about that. It's obviously about your place winners at the end of the day, and more points obviously for first and then second than third, et cetera. But the more guys you have in the tournament, more opportunities you have for advancement points, and the more opportunities you have for bonus points, and that's what's going to be the difference in this tournament.
Yeah, you're right. And when you talk about guys and how they finished, and obviously Penn State here won the Big Tens again, and they're the favorite here. But honestly, I mean, I don't think there's any better motivation. And Iowa's proven time and time again that when they don't finish very well at the Big Tens, you give them 2 weeks to prepare. And Tom Brands will have these guys ready to go. And then you get guys that are, 10, 8, 9 seeds that are in the finals before you know it. And that's what Iowa's done in and out. And that's what they're going to have to do in this tournament again, to really contest with
they're going to have to hope the other teams, a couple of teams hiccup a little bit and they wrestle above their seeds, or at least to their seeds. Well, they're going to have to wrestle above their seeds, but we talked about bonus points, and when you think of bonus points in this tournament, I think of the team Penn State, because you got the trifecta. You got Wright, you got Ruth, and you got Taylor.
Murderers Row.
Yeah, they're going to they're not only going to win, but obviously they're going to try to put out some big bonus points too. And then, of course, the national finals. We got this has been talked about a lot, but we'll rehash on it a little bit too before we get the action started here. It's going to start at 74, and then the broadcast on television and everything, obviously us as well, will end up at 65, hoping that Taylor and Dake will be in the finals. They are hoping. We're totally neutral here. Our take is the best
totally
man
neutral.
wins.
I'd like to see that match.
Yeah,
so maybe I'm hoping a little bit of it myself.
You know what I think though? That it gives the other kids some incentive. If you can't be the giant, hey, how do you get famous in this sport? If you can't be the giant, you're the giant slayer.
You got to quit doing that.
I'm sure some of these other people, I'm sure some of these other people are thinking the same thing. Some of these wrestlers, they want to get in there, and they want to be the guys that knock out Dake or David Taylor from Penn State.
Well, think about that. I mean, if you're down there in the tunnel, you're talking to these guys, and you're the 3, 4 seed. You're telling them, hey, look, they expect the number 1 and number 2 guys. They rearranged the whole tournament for them.
Yep.
What do you think about that?
Yeah.
Huh? Are you not good enough?
They're not giving you much respect, are they? So, go out and win it.
I think it'll throw some fuel on some guys' fire. What's your take, Jeff Murphy?
Well, absolutely. I mean, and I understand why they did it the way they did it, but I also agree with at least one coach. I can't remember who made the comments, but I think that it would have been good to be prepared to make that move, but I think they should have waited until after the semifinals and then made the move, because it is a little bit of a slap in the face right now to all the other guys. There's 31 other guys in that bracket that I'll guarantee you every one of them is coming here to the tournament with the idea that they're going to win it. So so I think it's good. I like the idea that we move around and start at a different weight class. I like the idea we're potentially holding the marquee matchup of the night to the end, and this year it's probably, if that all takes place, it's not as arguable as some years might have been. But, but at the end of the day, maybe it will be a little incentive for some of these other guys to step up and pull the upset.
Yeah. I think the coach actually, like you mentioned, Jeff, was Rob Cole, which involves Kyle Dake, one of his own wrestlers.
Yep.
And Takedown Radio show in the studio. I think it was Rob that actually brought it up, and I thought that was pretty honorable for one of the athletes' coaches that's involved in that decision for him to come out and suggest that they should wait to the semifinals. But
So I have a question. I'm going to shift gears just a little bit, but one of the teams that nobody's talked about, at least in circles that I run with, is Oklahoma State. They're bringing the full contingent. They've got Oliver, they've got Perry,
Caldwell,
and they've got the big Russian at heavyweight. That all three have a real potential to take home a title. They got a good supporting cast. I'd say as good a supporting cast as you see at other places, but yet there's not a lot of talk about Oklahoma State.
Yeah, they're tough. They're solid. I think what they may lack is bonus point scores. It seems like a lot of their guys obviously win tons of matches. I mean, they're an excellent team this year. They were undefeated in duels, obviously, until they ran into Minnesota up in Minneapolis. And so they're a tough team, but I don't see a lot of, besides Jordan Oliver. J.O. scores lots of points. Jordan Oliver is going to score you bonus points. But a lot of their other real good wrestlers, they're doing 8-1s, 7-2s, and 5-3s if you keep track. Of course, they have some majors from time to time, but they're going to have to score some bonus points. Now, Galagayev is a pinner. He can pin some people. He pinned Levi Cooper this year in 23 seconds. He also got pinned. He got caught in the Tony Half-Nelson, they call it. He got pinned in the Tony Half-Nelson up there in the duels. But he likes to start strong. He'll give you a single leg. He'll give you a single leg, and he'll go after it. So,
these guys got to be consistent, though, too. I mean, they've been way too inconsistent, so they don't really deserve to be as talked about as what these other guys have all throughout, the season here. But, I mean, I think you're absolutely right, though, Jeff. I mean, I think Oklahoma State has a shot to be right in there with the rest of them.
Especially if you talk about Iowa and the potential for Iowa to come back and win this, because they've been the epitome of inconsistency. Look at that Big Ten tournament. A stellar first round, 9 to 10 matches in the first round, a horrible second round, come back in the consolations on Sunday morning, win them all, 2 pins, lots of bonus points within a half a point of Penn State for the team lead. And then the finals coming is just back down the backside of the roller coaster hill. So, they're going to have to find some consistency here as well if they want to win this tournament.
And it's coming from guys that have been consistent all throughout their career. You look at a guy like McDonough, who was, 104 before this season, okay?
Yeah, right.
Comes in 104 and has 3 losses just this year.
And his bonus points are down this year, too.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know what factors that is. I'm not going to speculate and stuff on that. I mean, you're at 125 pounds for 4 years in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy doesn't weigh 125 pounds, I'll tell you that.
No, he's gotten some weight.
Yeah.
He is.
So,
and with the weigh-ins the way they are and the new rules and stuff, they don't give you much leeway. You got to come in and get weighed in, and then before you know it, you're done weighing in. You got your singlet on. You're out on the mat and you're participating.
Correct. But, I mean, talk about consistency. He's the epitome of that. I mean, he exemplifies a lot of that. And, for Iowa and Oklahoma State, I mean, I think it's a lot of the same. I mean, these guys got to be consistent, and they got to start off early.
Kelmer's got to go do good for Oklahoma State. Caldwell's got to get some bonus points. I think he'll win a lot of matches, but he squeaks them out. Galagayev needs a pin. Perry is the #1 seed, I believe. So we'll see how he pans out. They've had a couple rough years, though. Their last 2 years, actually, guys, they have come in here with some high seeds, and they've digressed as the tournament went on. So, but I'm sure they want to turn it around. 34 team titles the Cowboys have won.
Well, there's one other school that we haven't said much about. We talked about Iowa. We talked about Penn State. We talked about Oklahoma State. The other one that we have to talk about is Minnesota.
Balance.
There's a good, solid squad. Again, a little bit of inconsistency as the years went on, but been really strong here later in the year with maybe the exception of the Big Ten tournament. Didn't have a very good Big Ten tournament. Logan Storley, top seed at 174, and he goes down early and actually goes 1-2 at the tournament. So, so Minnesota, another team that if everybody's on top of things, and they've got the potential with Storley and with Tony Nilsson in particular. Ness is always dangerous, and then you get in all those heavyweights with Schiller and I mean just the whole
Steinhaus
157 on pretty much for them. Really tough crowd. So if they're wrestling right, they could take this thing as well.
I think Ness is coming on, too. He's kind of peaking right towards the end of the year, which is great, which is what you guys want. But
he had a back injury situation. I talked to J-Rob about it. He had a back injury situation most of the year that came from last year, and he just wanted to win enough matches during the dual season and whatnot to qualify for the big dance. And once the Big Ten started, he took off, and he's been a pinner. Jeff Murphy and I saw him score some pins in the Big Tens. Dylan Ness is dangerous, and then Steinhaus wrestled Ruth a good match. He was in on Ruth's leg 3 or 4 times, but he just couldn't quite finish those takedowns. But I've figured out that Steinhaus is actually, when you thought nobody was in the league of Ed Ruth, Steinhaus kept up with him in Champaign, Illinois.
Yeah. And that kind of surprised him, actually.
It's a close match. I mean, 1 or 2 takedowns or whatnot, Steinhaus would upset the #1 ranked undefeated wrestler there. So
So if you're out there and you hear a lot of oomphs and uhs here, and
very tight quarters.
It's very tight quarters. They've got aisles behind the seats that are about. They thought we were having a ballerina competition here today, and we've had several guys that probably wouldn't make the heavyweight category because they couldn't get down to 285. They tried to go down the aisles, and every time they move everything.
Yeah.
So pardon us if we've got a few little glitches here or there.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I was just going to go back one more comment. So we talked about Logan Storley and what a disappointing round that he had at the Big Ten tournament, and so with a 6 seed coming in here, he really messes up. He really messes up the bracket at 174 because they've got him down as a 6 seed now in the bottom half. So now you get in that bottom half of the bracket, and you've got Evans from Iowa as a 3 seed. You've got Storley as a 6 seed. You drop down, obviously, and you've got Matt Brown in that bracket as well as a 2 seed. And so, I mean, three of what I would say arguably the top 4 wrestlers in the country most of the year are all sitting there in the same side of the bracket. Chris Perry on the top half, and you certainly can't take anything away from Robert Kokesh from Nebraska, who's a 4 seed. But I guess I haven't quite got Kokesh in that race for the championship like I probably have those 3 guys in the bottom half of the bracket. So.
Yeah, so true. Heflin every once in a while from Ohio State. He's up there on Perry's side, and Asper. They can bring it. Heflin's tough, but he's had some disappointing losses, too, in some big duels. It just seems at times he kind of gives up. I've seen him on his back a couple times. So maybe somebody could make a little bit of noise is Iowa State's Tanner Weatherman. I know Tanner Weatherman, he's down there in the bottom side of the bracket, too, at 74.
Yep.
And when his offense is on, when he attacks, he's dangerous. When he stands around, he gets in trouble. But if Tanner Weatherman attacks, he's been a real good-looking freshman for the Iowa State Cyclones this year.
Well, and the other thing I'd say about the 74-pound bracket, we talked a little bit about this on Takedown Radio last Saturday, is that opening round match.
Yeah.
Number 2 seed Matt Brown from Penn State and Todd Porter from Missouri. Now, Todd Porter's been the epitome of the giant killer this year.
Yeah.
He's had several really big matches. He beat Perry earlier in the year, beat him by a major decision.
Yep.
And so Porter's done very well. So that match could be a really interesting first-round match because if for some reason Porter would come out on top of that, that really kind of throws some things into a tizzy because Penn State is, I'm certain, counting on Matt Brown to place high in this tournament. And as we all know, trying to wrestle back from a first-round loss through that whole backside to place, in third, which is the best you could do at that point, that's a long road.
It's tough. Yeah. I've seen people do it. I remember when Zach Robertson did it down in Kansas City at Kemper Arena. And, boy, I tell you, I talked to him afterwards. He was so tired. He said, Steve, I can't even hardly open my hands right now.
Yep.
My forearms are just all locked up. It's murderer's row. You got to win a lot of them. The only upside to that, you can score a lot of points if you can handle it.
Yeah.
You're picking up a lot of points. At one time, until they corrected the scoring, there was about a decade there that if you lost the first round and you got bonus points all the way to the finals and the champion won 5 in a row, just regular decisions, you actually could score more points by going into the wrestlebacks than the guy that marched his way to the championship match. Now, that's been corrected, and that can't happen mathematically anymore. But it was that way for a while, and I saw it happen a couple times too. So,
Yeah. Talk about another Missouri Tiger that could really, have a thorn in their flesh, but that's going to happen a lot sooner.
Right up.
Is Alan Waters, the number 1 seed, at 125 pounds, and, he's got to wrestle a kid in David Thorne from Minnesota.
And that really season.
His record doesn't really say how tough he is, he's 13-10, and he's wrestling Alan Waters, the number 1 seed who's undefeated. But David Thorne will wrestle. I'd expect a close match.
It'll be good. Waters, some people don't put him up where on the pedestal maybe he deserves, but he has been undefeated this year, and he's the number 1 seed. But you're right, Caleb Nimmers. David Thorne is probably not the best. The match maybe he had handpicked, but you got to beat everybody to be the champ. And 125 up there too. Jeff Murphy and I got to see Trent Sprinkle at Hilton Coliseum this year. He's a good-looking 125-pounder for North Dakota State. He's up there at the top. Garnett, got to watch him in the Midlands from VTech. He's tough too. He could be dangerous.
Well, that's just it, Steve. If you look at that whole weight class, with Thorne and Waters and Sprinkle and Megaludis and McDonough and rolling down, and Garrett from Cornell.
Yep.
And Garnett from
VTech.
VTech and Jesse Delgado. I think it's the toughest 125-pound class that we've seen in years. And Caleb and I were having a discussion about that in the tunnel before we went on the air, and I'm in full agreement with Caleb that it is. And with what we've seen this year at the Big Ten tournament, with Delgado beating McDonough, with Megaludis losing to Delgado, or losing to McDonough, but beating Delgado.
Right.
You've just got to. Anything could happen in that whole thing, and so I'm just real excited about the 125-pound class this year.
Yeah, I got to talk to Michael Chandler yesterday, and he said he was at the in between his Bellator fights, he was at the match where Waters beat McDonough, and believe it or not, Waters was upset even though he won because he didn't dominate. And so he said Michael Chandler said he likes Alan Waters' frame of mind right now. He likes where he's at mentally.
Yeah, and, not to take anything away from Alan Waters, I got a lot of respect for him. The kid's worked hard, and he's undefeated. He deserves that number 1 seed. But to be quite honest with you, the only top wrestler that he's beat, in the top 5 is Matt McDonough. And McDonough's the returning NCAA champ, so I'm not taking anything away from him.
Exactly.
But as we all know,
strength of schedule hasn't been there.
He's lost 3 times this year, so McDonough's not the same McDonough that he was, last year and 2 years ago. Not to say that he's not going to come back and do what he did again in this tournament.
Yeah.
But to be quite honest with you, I'm going to be surprised if I see Alan Waters in the finals.
Some people pick him, some people haven't. I know I got some people staying at my place, rooming out to the Foster Ranch, and two of those people say Waters will win it. And when they said that, I said, well, anything can happen, but he's going to have to go through Murder's Row. So 25 is going to be good. What do you guys see at 33? Well, of course, you got Steven Ramos. Some say it's Steven Ramos, and then the rest of them. Tyler Graff's a veteran. He's a senior, 5th or 6th year senior for Wisconsin. He's down there on the same side of Ramos. They could be in a collision course. Scotty Sintas, I talked to Tom Borelli yesterday from the Chippewas, the coach. He actually had, I'll tell you what's happened to Scotty Sintas, because people are saying, man, that's just not the same guy we saw as a freshman. He had to have major back surgery this summer. He messed up his back so much that they were afraid he was going to have complication walking, let alone wrestling. Mm-hmm. But he said, you watch Scotty, because he's going to throw it all against the fan here today, and he's going to really bring it. And he is 6 feet tall, by the way. Tom told me Scotty Sintas is 6 feet tall.
So one of the matches that I want to see, if it all plays out that way, is in the quarters, and that's where Tyler Graff has a potential to face Nathan McCormick from Missouri. Nathan McCormick's a kid that I've watched for 4 years now. Just one of the hardest working kids you're going to see, and he's somebody who could be right in there. He could beat the upset, at least as the seeds go, with Graff, and he could potentially face Ramos. I think Ramos probably has a pretty good shot to get to the semis, and so that'd be a great semifinal match to watch, I think.
Well, and he dodged him during the duel. McCormick, if you remember, he forfeited out during the Missouri-Iowa duel. Yeah, he's one of the McCormick brothers. There's been a number of McCormicks that come out of the state of Kansas they're multiple state champs out of the state of Kansas. And Nathan's good-looking 133-pounders. Jump up to 141. What do you guys think about 141? Give me your thoughts,
watch
please.
Stuff there, Steve.
Yeah.
Yep. 41, the thing that I think is interesting is when the seeds came down that Hunter Stieber got a 1 seed over Kendrick Maple, who Maple was undefeated all year and came into this thing in many polls ranked number 1 in the country. So I thought it was a little interesting that Stieber got the 1 seed over Maple. Not that I think that's going to make a huge difference in this weight class, because I do think those two young men are the class of the weight class, and obviously seeded 1 and 2. So,
and you got Mitchell Port from Edinburgh's 4, Michael Mangrum from Oregon State Beavers. The Beavers always bring it. Oregon State coach Jim Zaleski and Steiner do a good job for them.
Yeah.
And
look out for Evan Henderson, though. A lot of people don't talk about him because he's way out east and everything. But he's somebody that could do some work there at that 5 seed there too.
Yep, absolutely.
UNC,
and then Steve's favorite wrestler from the Citadel's wrestling. He's a 6 seed. And Steve's gonna pronounce the name for us.
I'll do it tomorrow.
I'm
going to call him Oogie today.
Yeah. 7,000 letters in that
name. Guys, one more thing on 41 though. What we talked about, those lower seeds that need to do something. Guys like Ballwig are going to be key for Iowa there at the 7th seed.
Ballwig or Pearsall down there at the bottom half of the bracket.
Pearsall's dangerous. He's long and lean from the Penn State Nittany Lions. And Penn State needs people like that to score points. You got to get some points out of them. 149, Jeff?
Yeah, 149. I mean, in the top half of the bracket, I think it's Jordan Oliver's to lose. He's obviously seeded number 1, but I don't see anybody in there that I think is going to challenge him too hard. And in the bottom half of the bracket, Jason Chamberlain's the number 2 seed, but you got Dylan Ness in there at a 6 seed. And as we talked about earlier, I think Ness is someone who you're going to have to watch out for. I think he is, as Caleb had indicated earlier, he's at the top of his game and looking really good. And then you can't count out Donnie Vincent from Binghamton. He's a 3 seed and just good, solid performer who's, been there all season. So, but again, I guess if looking out, trying to put a crystal ball around it, I would contend that Jordan's got a pretty clear path on the top half, and
that's a log jam down at the bottom. Sakaguchi, we saw how dangerous Lupichansky was. Sakaguchi, you remember Jamal Parks, the number 2 seed?
Yep.
By the way, Sakaguchi's the one that beat Jamal Parks, and they took Frank the Tank to a 1-point match last year from Penn State. He took Frank Molinaro to a 1-point match, Sakaguchi, so he's dangerous. I call that a log jam of talent down there. At that bottom half of 149, I think is a world of difference from the top half.
Chamberlain's been around for a while, though. He's still my pick to get out of that. But, you're right.
Yeah, Lupichansky's dangerous, though. We watched him do a lot of gator rolls. He does that. Isn't that quite a style he has? That scram, and it's an odd style because he likes to go shoelace to shoelace, or a lot of ankle grabbing going on there, as Chad Kriz calls it.
Yep.
So 157.
In my opinion, 157 is maybe one of the more open weight classes because, you had St. John, who was obviously ranked number 1 all year, but stumbled a little bit here in the recent times. You got Jason Welch, who's only got 1 loss on the season, who's seeded number 1, but I don't know. To me, I don't know if it's real clear cut. I think that's pretty open, and there's several other wrestlers in the class who could factor into that. Green had a great Big Ten tournament.
Yeah.
So your thoughts, gentlemen?
James Green can beat anybody in that weight class at the 4th seed. Okay, but another guy who's a wild card in there who took 3rd last year is Alton over there, who's at number 8 seed.
Yep.
And I think that's going to be, if he does well, and he places in the top 3 again this year, then those are one of the factors that's going to really put Penn State in front.
Welch is entertaining.
Something like that.
Welch is entertaining. Jeff and I saw him set up people. He does some stuff. He loves to set you up, doesn't he, Jeff, where you think you got him, and all of a sudden, boy, you're counting the lights. So he's got some funk. He's out of California, and he's fun to watch, and he does a great job. So he'll be fun to watch. St. John will be in there. He's got to score some points. We're going to jump up to 65 real quick. Dake and Taylor, everybody believes that's a collision course. Caldwell's tough. He's hard to score on. He's lost to 10-0. I remember to Taylor. A good interstate rivalry at 65. First match will be Marino and Moore.
Yeah, Marino from Iowa State and Nick Moore from Iowa.
You hear a lot of noise in their microphones on that one to get going because there's a lot of Cyclone, the host team, and a lot of Hawkeyes here. So it'll be a Hawkeye-Cyclone show down there at 165. That'll have a lot of personal, local interest in it. And and Steve Monk, I always want to bring him up, the Cradle Machine from North Dakota State.
Yep.
The guy that wrestles only during season is Steve Monk, and he's dangerous at 165. So stay away from his cradles, you'll be fine. Otherwise, you're in trouble.
We talked about 74. I'm going to skip that, gentlemen, so we go because we get everything done. Let's go on into 84, and obviously the number 1 seed's Ed Ruth.
Yep.
And then there's everybody else, and I'm not trying to diminish everybody else.
Sure.
Ben Bennett's had an outstanding season. He's undefeated this year, so you can't count him out. And
strength of schedule there, I don't know. Hamlin, the Vermonster, he's been injured some.
Yep.
He's had some injuries. Bozak's a returning national champ, guys.
Yep.
Think of that, huh?
Yep.
You got your returning national champ at 4, and then Steinhaus is the kid that's impressed me because he hung with Ruth in the 10s, and I was pretty impressed. Got in, 4 or 5 shots probably, Jeff, in on that leg. I mean, you got to finish it to completely impress us, but he was in there. He's got the capabilities to penetrate Ruth's leg and get in there and maybe get a takedown. But it's Ruth's to win, I think, but people are he's got a target on your back when you're the number 1 guy.
You've got some guys that have been there, done that, though. A lot of veterans that are in there, so this is going to be fun, a fun weight class to look at.
All right.
97.
97. So 97, again, in my book, a little bit more open because you got some wrestlers that are just pretty interesting to watch. So Kilgore's seeded number 1, Dustin Kilgore, 39-0, undefeated on the season. But you got Quentin Wright at the bottom half. He's 27-0, and he's undefeated on the season as well. And then I think that Matt Welps from Pitt, 19-2 on the season, he's probably going to have something to say about this whole thing as well. So
he's pinned Wright. He pinned him this year in the All-Star duel. That doesn't count on Wright's record, so Wright does go undefeated, as Jeff Murphy said. But they have wrestled, and Matt Welps stuck Quentin Wright in that classic, but that doesn't count on your record, and the wrestlers know that when they go in there. But Welps is dangerous. Alfonso Hernandez, of course, from Wyoming, is tough. I think we all know the Kyvan Gatson story. I think Kyvan Gatson's going to be wrestling, obviously, with his heart in memory of his great dad and our real good friend Willie Gatson. So I know he's got some fire burning in him. Taylor Meeks has beat Gatson. Welps beat Gatson as well with 5 seconds to go at the Midlands, but 97's up for grabs. Dustin Kilgore's real tough. He's real strong. He's a returning national champ from 2 years ago when he pinned Clayton Foster in the finals. Foster was manhandling him, got caught in a scramble, and Kilgore pinned Foster and became the national champ. So Dustin's tough for Kent State. But that's like Jeff Murphy said. That's anybody's. It's going to be tough to see how that comes out. Burak's been wrestling pretty good here for Iowa.
Yeah,
too, as of recent.
Burak has been. He had a really good Big Ten tournament. Unfortunately, he gets to wrestle Dustin Kilgore the first round.
Yeah, right.
So I guess we'll see how good he's been here recently.
Right.
Yeah. So we're kind of getting ready to look at the pigtails here. So.
Yeah.
We'll do some pigtails and heavyweights. A lot of good ones, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just tough. Who's going to end up with one more point than the other guy?
Well,
that's going to be.
That's just it, because between Dom Bradley, Tony Nilsson, Galagayev, and Chad Hankey from Oregon State, I think you can shake them all up in a tumbler and throw them out, and you'd have somebody different every time.
And never discount Trice. Trice is dangerous.
And
I've seen him come
it'll
alive.
only be it'd be a 1-point match no matter how you did it.
Yeah, that's true. It would. It'd come down 2-1, 3-2, or 1-0. So it's going to be fun. We're going to have our pigtailers going here. Get this thing rolling.
Yeah, we didn't sing the national anthem, did we?
Yeah,
sing the national anthem, or we?
You didn't get your email. You're singing.
I'm singing. Well, hang on.
Yeah, come on.
I'll tell everybody it won't be good, but if you all sing along, you'll drown me out.
Yeah. So, but it's going to be fun, you guys. We're going to have a lot of matches to call today, and as long as we don't weaken or lose our voices.
Yep.
But it's fun. Who will go down first? Maybe some of the big seeds. That's what gets this tournament so interesting.
Now, again, the reason for these pigtail matches is because of the odd number of wrestlers that we have in the bracket. So, I mean, it's like this every year, and a number 1 seed could do a pigtail, So, I mean, that's happened a lot.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so let's set up the real quick before we have to stop, or before the national anthem goes off. But you got Mark Rappo from Penn State versus Max Soria from Buffalo at 125 pounds. Jeffrey Alexander from Maryland versus Devon Latito from Cal Poly at 33. You've got Connor Hannafy from Army versus Joey Lazor from UNI, University of Northern Iowa, local here, at 141. 49, you've got Ian Paddock, had a real good Big Ten tournament from Ohio State University. He's wrestling number 3 seed Donnie Vinson
for Binghamton.
From Binghamton. 157, you've got Jack O'Hara from Columbia versus Dylan Alton from Penn State. So Penn State with an early match.
They want those points.
Yep. 165, you got Mike Ottinger from Central Michigan versus Ryan LeBlanc from Indiana. 74, you've got Lee Hebig from Wyoming versus Austin Gable from Virginia Tech. 84, you've got Stephen Dothey from University of Virginia versus Boaz Beard from Iowa State. 97, you got Jace Bennett from Cornell and Mario Gonzalez from Illinois. And at heavyweight, you've got another Iowa Stater, Matt Gibson versus Adam Fager from Utah Valley. So that sets the stage. The referees have blown the whistle, and we're off and wrestling, folks.
Fager is he is a conference champion too. Fager is. He won that over in Laramie, Wyoming, I noticed, and good-looking heavyweight there from Utah Valley.
Yep, you got Boaz Beard in from Iowa State on an early takedown, and he leads Mario Gonzalez in that 184-pound class 1-0 early in the competition.
And some of this calling, we're at one end, so we'll try to keep track of everything as it goes, but a lot of it sometimes with all these mats, you got 8 mats, it's in a different time zone, but we'll be able to keep track up on the ticker tape. Help us out a lot. We keep track of that stuff, and we'll try to bring all the action we can. Like you said, Baird was in quick, got 2 points, and I think they got a blood timeout already over there.
Right off the bat.
At number 8. I think I can see the scores. Do we got a scoreboard that's kind of hid this year?
No, well, the number 8, that's everything else is pretty open.
If I lean back, I should be able to keep track.
You get the riding time on it?
Yeah, that's going to be tough, the riding time.
The highest seed that's out there right now here, though, is the number 4 seed and Megliitis for Penn State.
Donnie Vincent,
Donnie
Vincent.
3. Donnie Vincent's out there, too.
Yep.
So,
in fact, Vincent's up with an early lead, 5-0 over Ian Paddock from Ohio State.
Put him right to his back, so takedown and then right on his back.
And Ian Paddock, we watched him in the Big Tens, and he's tough, and I thought that might be a tough round, but Vincent, we watched him in the Midlands this year. He's a scoring machine. He keeps busy.
Megliitis with the takedown right there, and now he's up 2-0.
And you've got in the Beard Gonzalez match, Gonzalez with the escape. So Beard now up 2-1. Both wrestlers on their feet, middle of the first period.
Vincent still leads 5-0. Just 42 seconds to go in the first period.
And
he's got a lot of riding time.
Joey Lazor from Northern Iowa. He's up 2-0 over Hannafy from Army.
Soares had a good season. Got to watch him some here, being a local kid from Northern Iowa out of Cedar Falls.
And Dylan Alton up 2-0 over O'Hara from Columbia. Again, most of these matches are winding down the last 30 to 40 seconds of the first period.
Kel was at the Fan Fest yesterday, and he said he needed the Alton brothers to really score points for them to win. He said, I know I got the superstar kids on the team, but these other guys have got to score a lot of points and go deep into this tournament or win it.
And they can. Those guys can. They're dynamos.
Yeah, Andrew and Dylan, they're good kids.
And that was
so hard.
We talked about that inconsistency, and again, the Big Ten tournament, those guys were a little inconsistent. They were scoring a lot of bonus points, and then I think they each got pinned once.
Yeah, Lupin Chansky had a pin against one of the Altons. And they were in a fantastic scramble at the time, Jeff.
Boaz Beard from Iowa State in on another takedown late in the first period. He's up 4-1 now.
4-1, so he's in the driver's seat. Donnie Vincent from Binghamton still leads Paddock 5-0.
Megliitis still up 2-0 in his match.
And our Wyoming wrestlers down here in front of us. Beard will start on top. Vincent does have 2 minutes 14 seconds of riding time. Donnie Vincent does. So.
Yeah. Steve, you're really the only guy who's going to be able to update us on that
and
date.
It's
so.
4-1, and I'm not going to be able to read riding time from here.
No.
I just can't see riding time.
And in the match, it maybe is the toughest for us to see. We can see the clock, but it's kind of tucked back in, so you have to lean forward and see all the way down on mat 1 at the far end of the building. Mark Rappo from Penn is up 8-1 over Soria from Buffalo right now. A minute left in the second period. And I think, Steve, we're trying to get our bearings here. You got, I think, up on the ribbon board, I think that 54 seconds up there for Beard, I think that's riding time.
It's keeping track of his riding time.
So
That'll help me.
So we can see riding time on the board now. So
yeah, because he lacks a 1 down here here, so he's got to be under 1 minute.
So that's going to make life a little easier with the riding time up on the big board.
Kind of a cool thing of what Wells Fargo Arena did here is they're putting it around in that circle that they have. They've got all the
ticker tape's great. Helped us out last year, didn't it, Jeff, once we discovered it?
Yeah, it took us a whole session to figure it out, but we did.
Once he discovered it, say, hey, you know what? That match is down there in the other time zone. Those far matches we call the other time zone match. We can keep track of those right up on the board.
So Rappo from Penn down on mat 1 is up 10-1 now with 20 seconds left in the second period. Got almost 2 minutes of riding time as well.
Vincent's up 8-2, 2:33 of riding time for Vincent.
Yep. And Megliadis is up 3-0 now in the second period, and both guys are on their feet. So
where are you looking?
Alden?
That's Alden.
Yeah, Alden.
That next one down, I'm sorry?
Yeah, the next one down.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's see, who haven't we talked about recently? So Donnie Vincent from Binghamton now up 8-3. With a lot of riding time as the second period winds down. And Lazor from Northern Iowa now up 6-2 over Hannafy from Army. Again, winding down the end of the second period.
7. I think Beard is still up 4-2. He does just have riding time, but he just got taken down. So I think it's tied up here between Boaz Beard, and this is Lee Helbig from Wyoming against Austin Gable, Virginia Tech.
Right here in front of us.
Right in front of us. And I believe the Wyoming wrestler, Helbig, is leading 3-1.
Yep, 3-1
is the score there.
At the end of the second period.
So Helbig leads Gable.
Alton in on a big takedown. He now leads 8-3.
Another takedown, so yeah. Or 5.
I'm sorry,
5-0.
Yep. Sorry, looking at the wrong clock.
Donnie Vincent's up 8-3. Just a minute and 47 seconds of riding time there for Vincent.
Steve,
about 3 minutes of riding time. Caleb?
You got that Boaz Beard match?
Yeah, it's 4-4, I think, and the riding time was in favor of Beard, but he's trying for a reversal here. Yep. He's trying to get a reversal here.
Beard almost got up and out and then was countered. Then he came around again for a reversal. And he's in on Gonzalez's ankle, and I think I don't know if he's going to get it because time's going to run out. Referee does give him a 1 point for an escape, so Beard now leads 5-4.
Yep. So that's really the closest match that I'm seeing here. I mean, we've got a
good match.
Yep.
Stephen Dolly's kept it closer from
the other
Virginia.
One, yeah, the other one's that Latito match from Cal Poly versus Alexander from Maryland, and that's a 3-3 match. Just starting the third period.
Vincent's still up 8-0. And
yeah, and the one we haven't talked much about as well is Ottinger from Central Michigan versus LeBlanc from Indiana. That match is 2-2 with a minute left in the third period. Riding time not a factor.
Helbig now still leads Gable. Helbig from Wyoming here, 3-2, 47 seconds to go in the third and final period. They're both on their feet.
Yep, Beard from Iowa State started down the third period, immediately got up and got an escape, so Boaz Beard up 6-4 over Doty from West Virginia now.
Doty looking tough. He's keeping it close down here. And Azor still leads, I believe. Is that right, from UNI? He's in jeopardy giving up a takedown here, though.
Yeah, he's up 6-2 still. Got a minute and 53 seconds of riding time as well.
Big scramble going on there. Big scramble.
Yeah.
On mat number 3. Beard trying to get another takedown. I think Paddock and Vincent's in a blood timeout down on mat number 4.
Yep.
That's still 8-3.
And on mat number 2, Alexander from Maryland now gets out to a 6-3 lead over Latito from Cal Poly.
Cal Poly kids come a long ways to wrestle here. We're tied up here between Helbig and Gamble.
Yep, and
Gable.
And the Cal Poly young man from Cal Poly is their only wrestler in the tournament this year.
Yeah, so they need him to score some points.
Yeah, so it stinks when your only wrestler gets beat in the pigtails of the first round.
V-Tech, Virginia Tech, and Wyoming's in an overtime here.
Yeah, we've got overtime here. That's the first one.
3-3.
We've got
sudden victory
right in front of us here too. So, so 2 matches that are. Takedown there.
And Wyoming.
Wyoming gets the takedown, and Pendleton and Branch are up on their feet.
Yep, so that's LeBlanc. That's not LeBlanc. That's mat 6.
So,
I'm sorry, that's Helbig from Wyoming is who that is. That's mat 7. Got to get the mats right. Yeah, Helbig with the takedown in overtime beat Gable from Virginia Tech. And over on mat number 6, mat number 8, Boaz Beard with the early win, 6-4 over Doty from University of Virginia. So Beard from Iowa State with an early pigtail win. And the Iowa State coaches hustled down to the other end of the match, auditorium, because they're heavyweights wrestling at the other end right now.
They're the host team this year.
Yep, so I believe Lazor won his match from Northern Iowa. Alton just won his match 10-2, major decision over O'Hara from Columbia. We talked about Ottinger and LeBlanc. They're tied up 2-2 right now with 23 seconds left in the third period.
Vincent won, I believe. Yep, Vincent won.
Yep, and we're off into round 1 here of the, we've got two pigtails at 97 and heavyweight at the far end, and then we're down at the 25-pound matches. They're started on all the matches right now.
It's and Gibson going back there. Yep, Gibson might be the last.
Adam Fager.
And then we've got
Utah Valley.
The match over here in match 6. It's an overtime though here. So.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, there's
you got LeBlanc in. They must be in the ride-out periods here.
Correct. Here,
LeBlanc riding him tough. About 7 seconds left in that period.
We saw LeBlanc in the Big Tens, and boy, I tell you.
Oh, it's close.
Chippewa almost got a
Absolutely. So LeBlanc rides him out. LeBlanc from Indiana for the entire period, so they'll switch, and we'll put the Central Michigan wrestler up on top, Ottinger from Central Michigan.
Ottinger's looking good. He's wrestled 36 matches this year, so he's been busy. He hasn't ducked anybody or had many forfeits, obviously. That's a lot of total matches, but LeBlanc starts on the bottom.
Yeah. So Fager from West Virginia down at the other end takes the Iowa State heavyweight Matt Gibson down, but Gibson switches him and reverses him, so that's 2-2 in the first period.
Fager had a good tournament. I was just talking to Mike Smith from Matt Schatz, and he said that heavyweight match out in Laramie was pretty amazing, and for Utah Valley. Up to his feet is LeBlanc. A lot of head control here, really going after it is Ottinger.
Yeah, LeBlanc gets out and gets the escape, so takes a 3-2 lead with 17 seconds left.
Boy, trying to get the takedown, does he? Almost gets thrown, but wow.
That's really big
for LeBlanc.
That criteria. Now he's up 5-2 with 8 seconds to go.
Ottinger really has his work cut out for him, but boy, he gets up, and they go out of bounds, and any points, escape maybe, Caleb?
I can't believe he didn't. Yeah, he gave him, looks like we're going to go neutral, so it's 5-3 now. So
with 2 seconds left.
Yep.
And that's a match. So
big win for LeBlanc.
Yep, LeBlanc from Indiana,
moves
5-3. You've got Thorne and Waters, a match we talked about earlier today, down on mat number 3, fellas. That's 0-0 in the first period.
So you've got a number 1 seed out there.
Yep.
A 125, and I'll try to keep my eyes on that here, guys, and go back and forth.
Yep. You got Trent Sprinkle out there from North Dakota State University as well. Sprinkle wrestling Iwamura from Cal State Bakersfield.
Yep.
And that scores 2-0 in the first period.
That's number 15. I'm trying to get here with, that's where the overtime was. So you're going to have Garnett and Parisi from Appalachian State.
Yep.
Coming up here pretty quick.
So Thorne and Waters went back and forth in the first period, but nobody scored, and it's 0-0 to start the second. And Waters is going to go down.
Yep. At the end of at the beginning of the second period, just getting ready to start there, Matt Gibson from Iowa State goes out to a 5-2 lead over Fager from Virginia.
We're kind of talking about
that.
It's
Utah Valley.
Important.
That's not Virginia. It's Utah Valley.
Yeah,
He's in
Utah
green.
Valley. It's important for Gibson to kind of get out and start hot, he's that kind of wrestler.
Yep. Well, it's interesting that Iowa State's the host team, and coincidentally, Iowa State's the one team that puts 2 in the pigtails at the beginning.
It's the pigtails, so maybe trying to pick up some extra points there. Cox leads now here 4-2 over Soto from Chattanooga.
Alan Waters got
Cox
a
from
reversal
Wyoming.
there when he started off on the bottom in the second period. Now he's up 2-0.
Yep.
So the number 1 seed is up 2-0 here now over David Thorne of Minnesota.
Parisi and Garnett have started. On mat number 6, they're scoreless. Garnett, I think, is a guy that could sneak into for some further rounds. He's got a nice seed, a number 5 seed, but he's dangerous. Comes in here with a record of 27-2.
Looks like we got a blood timeout down there between Waters and Thorne.
2-0. Who leads that match? Is it Waters, I believe, right?
Yeah,
he's
Waters,
up 2-0 over Thorne.
Waters is up 2-0. He had
He's
a
in the
reversal.
red.
So, Garnett's a fun guy to watch, though.
He's real exciting. Boy, his match, I think of, is against Tyler Clark, or Corey Clark, pardon me. Corey Clark against Iowa redshirt at the Midlands this year. That thing was a barn burner.
Yeah.
That was good. Corey Clark's a good-looking redshirt freshman for the Hawks, and Garnett came out on top. But
from my high school, man.
yeah, Southeast Polk Rams. Go Rams, huh? State champion, Southeast Polk Rams.
It's
state
time.
champs.
So
Dominated.
Jason Christensen.
Yeah, that's right. Doing a good job.
He deserves that, man. He's a good,
he does,
good
yep.
guy.
Yep, good high school program here in the state. Cox has Parisi from Appalachian State on his back here. 6-2 for Wyoming is the lead there. 27 seconds to go in the second period. Picking up a little bit of riding time is Tyler Cox from Wyoming. Riding tough.
And Gibson from Iowa State at the end of the second period, now up 7-2 with 2 minutes of riding time. So Matt Gibson in a pretty good spot. He starts the third period down.
Tough to wrestle. He's ever been a 6'5", I think. Real tall for a heavyweight. And
got some blood time over there on mat 3
gets a reversal.
for Alan Waters, so he's still up 2-0.
Still got some blood time going on. Yeah, that's going to be an issue here. So that usually slows down the pace of a match, so cardio. Sometimes the guy with the better cardio doesn't like blood time every once in a while because it kind of slows it up and gives his opponent a chance to come up and breathe a little bit.
That's why they make them tape their shoes. We always said the guys who were tired would never tape their shoes.
Absolutely.
They tie them loosely back in the day. Some guys tied them a little loosely.
Had a guy in high school that could hit himself in the nose and make himself bleed.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Anytime he wanted to.
Yeah, he always said if you pick your nose enough, you know. But
he used it frequently.
So now we're back at it here on mat number 3 for the number 1 seed, Alan Waters and David Thorne, with 52 seconds to go. He's still up 2-0.
Tyler Cox just picked up some more back points here down here for the Wyoming Cowboys. Leads now 10-2, so he has a major decision going on, and the Wyoming Cowboys could quickly be 2-0 in this tournament, possibly.
Yeah, in a match we haven't talked much about, Jace Bennett from Cornell is losing to Mario Gonzalez from Illinois. Now Gonzalez, okay, who wrestled? Beard wrestled Doty from Virginia. Okay, Mario Gonzalez. Now up 11-3 over Jace Bennett from Cornell in the 197-pound pigtail match.
Still going on. The pigtails are still happening. So.
Yep. And Matt Gibson from Iowa State now up 9-2 with 3 minutes of riding time. 35 seconds left in that match, and Gibson is on top.
So with the riding time, he would have a major. Is that correct right now? If it would stop. And what period is that, Jeff? That's coming to a close, maybe?
Third period. You can see the three squares.
Yep. Just 21 seconds. to go. So.
Yep, so that'd be a good start for Iowa State with some bonus points there.
Cox is initially starting up optional here against Parisi of Appalachian State, trying to pick up a major, maybe a Tech fall. It's third period, though, just 20 seconds to go. Minute and 55 seconds of riding time here.
Waters and Thorne
Tyler
there,
Cox.
we're starting the third period, and it's 2-1.
Thorne's got a point.
Alan Waters is up 1 point there, 2-1 over David Thorne.
Yeah, and
David Thorne's on the bottom, so.
Yeah. He's in a better scoring position possibly, but we all called that. I know you guys did, that could be a tough first-round match and for the number 1 seed, and it definitely is living up to its bill.
Well, and Waters now has 40 seconds of riding time, so can help to put a little bigger cushion in that thing if he can get riding time.
50 seconds of riding time, and right now up and out is Thorne.
That's a big,
tied
big
it up,
escape because
2-2.
just like you said there, Jeff, he got out, with 10 seconds to go before the bonus points would have been earned. So these guys are tied up on their feet. There's a minute, 14 seconds to go here for the number 1 seed. So this doesn't surprise me at all.
Wow, that's huge. Dave Thorne, a lot of Minnesota Gopher fans up on their feet, and they're wanting Waters. Now we got another blood or not? Some more blood time here for
Yep. Alan
for
Waters
Waters.
is
So
going back there.
Waters going to have to wrestle that smart. David Thorne, the son of former All-American John Thorne.
And Trent Sprinkle from North Dakota State wins his match 4-1 over Iwamura from Cal State Bakersfield.
Sprinkle is victorious.
And down here on mat number 8, we've got Cullinan from Central Michigan. He wins 7-2 over D'Angelo from North Carolina State. So the Chippewas have a victor here early. Who's down on the far? Who's on mat 1 now?
Is that Megaludis?
Megaludis, yeah.
Megaludis, I think.
Megaludis and Powell. Megaludis is from Penn State up 2-1 over Powell from Ohio.
Just got a they got another takedown, Megaludis did, so.
Yeah. So 4-1 now.
4-1 with that takedown from Megaludis.
Early.
45 seconds to go
now
here, and Waters is in on a takedown here, attempt. And now he just got it. With 35 seconds to go, he goes up 4-2 over David Thorne for the number 1 seed.
That's huge.
Alan Waters, yeah. So now he's working on riding time, so in essence, he's up 5-3 right now, 5-2.
Yep. That one rattling down. And we talked a little bit about Jason Garnett from Virginia Tech, and he is now up. He is now.
It's up 6-4, I believe.
6-4. Green.
Or he trails.
No, he trails 6-4. That's what I was going to say.
6-4, he trails.
Yeah. And that's winding down the second period, so we had a little blood timeout over there too.
Alan Waters goes 5-2. He moves on, your number 1 seed. Thorne gave him a match. So he stays undefeated on the season. He's officially 30 wins and no losses.
Yep, up on mat number 2 right now, we've got Matt McDonough in his first round match from Iowa. He's wrestling Williford from, I'm not sure where he's from.
So Alan Waters does advance there, and he wins 5-2.
Cal State, maybe?
So the number 1 seed doesn't get upset at 125.
No.
CL State, Cal State, I believe, and then we got Nico Trigas coming up here. 2 for Ohio State Buckeyes.
Cleveland State.
Cleveland State. Out east, back where the national duels were not too many years ago. Right on the shores of Lake Erie, Pennsylvania. Garnett's tied it up now, 6-6 for Virginia Tech Hokies. Minute 35 seconds going third period.
Yep, and Megaludis is up 7-2 with just starting the second period.
Megaludis trying, he runs back to the middle of the mat, so he's last year's NCAA finalist. The runner-up was Megaludis. Nicholas for Penn State. Coach Kell and company. Just a minute, 27 seconds to go in the second period down there with Megaludis.
We've got I got to catch up with where I'm at.
Kevin Powell's his opponent from Ohio, Megalunas, is at trails now, 7-2.
Yep, we've got Nashawn Garrett from Cornell. He's out here wrestling Eric Montoya right now.
Freshman.
That match is 0-0. Montoya from Campbell.
Garrett, good-looking freshman there for Coach Rob Cole, and out east there, Caleb, not far from your stomping grounds.
Yeah, he's a really talented young guy. Really good for
season.
Rob to be able to get that talent, you know, continue to kind of flow that through Cornell. But right now we've got kind of an upset here with the number 5, Jared Garnett. He's down 7-6 with 55 seconds to go here. So this would be really big here. I mean, this is kind of a wild card that I put at 125. I mean,
Appalachian State.
Let me jump in for a minute. Megalutis has got his man on his back down there in the far mat. Referee's counting. Megalutis trying to go for the fall.
Kevon Powell from Ohio is in trouble down there against Megalunas.
But he's fighting hard. He may get out of it. And then the time looks like the time's probably going to run out. So Megalutis, if he gets the 3 back, will be up 12-2.
Garnett's got to take a shot, guys, here. He's in trouble right now against
25 seconds to go.
From Appalachian State. He's got 24 seconds to go.
He's been backing up, and now he got warned. So there's 19 seconds to go. These guys are on their feet.
Garnett, he gives up the leg, Garnett does, so he's in trouble now. He's got to score off of this. 10 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Could see the number 5 seed go down here first round.
But Parisi, he's just going to hang on that leg. He's got no reason to go anywhere. And he's going to advance.
Parisi wins a big win there for Appalachian State.
Big upset right there. I mean, for a guy who real talented, the number 5 seed goes down.
Yep. So 7-6 in that match.
So there's an upset. Parisi looked good. He just wrestled so smart from start to finish. So,
yep. So with the minute left in the third period, Nico Megalutis from Penn State's on top of Powell from Ohio, 14-2 now. And as the second period winds to a close, McDonough from Iowa up 4-1 over Williford from Cleveland State. McDonough with about 2 minutes and 40 seconds of riding time.
A lot of riding time there for Matt McDonough, 2-time national champion, going for his 3rd title. He's a 3-time finalist so far. If he would make it to the finals, that'd be a 4-time finalist. There's not a lot of those guys around.
He's really tough on top.
He is a bear on top. And Garrett from Cornell, I believe, leads 5-0 now. 20 seconds to go. So he scored a lot of points fast here.
Yep. Megalutis winds up winning 17-2, so a tech fall bonus points for Penn State right out of the chute.
Well, that's big, and we got the Nittany Lion fans sitting right behind us, so you're going to hear their noise during the day.
From Alton there in the pigtail match too, so you know, with the major decision, so good start there for Penn State.
Yeah, and if we look at mat number 3, and you've got Oklahoma State, their 25-pounder, Clamara. He's wrestling Steve Mitchell from Kent State. Mitchell up 2-1 with a minute and 40 seconds left in the second period. 2-2 now. Just Clamara got the escape, and so both men on their feet. A minute and 30 seconds left in that, tied 2-2.
And they're wearing their black singlets right now too, Oklahoma State. So
well, that's why I didn't.
Makes it a little difficult. They're usually that bright orange.
I didn't spot him right away, so.
So we'll see. Clamara's starting it with the black singlet.
Yep. Nico Trigas on mat 4. He's behind right now. Trigas from Ohio State. He's wrestling Silver from Stanford. Silver up 1-0 with just getting started in that third period. So not a lot of score there. And looks like just an escape, so maybe that score's gone to 1-1.
Kind of another minor upset here with a seeded wrestler here. 8-2 right in front of us. Josh Martinez is getting beat by Steve Bananas. And, I mean, he's the number 10 seed, Martinez is here, and he's really getting dominated.
Oh, 8-2, yeah, and so, I tend to look at that clock and I look at it. Yeah.
Bonanno's tough, though, for Hofstra.
Correct, yeah.
For the Pride. He's wrestled real good. He's been around a few years. I know I've watched his scores over the years. So.
And Matt McDonough scores a 10-2 win, so he gets bonus points as well. over Williford from Cleveland State, so the Iowa Hawkeye advances.
And Martinez there loses, so the number 10 seed and the number 5 seed have already gone down at 125.
Hofstra gets a wrestler that moves on, Bonello.
Yep. And we haven't mentioned on mat 6, so Kraser from North Carolina versus Taro from American. Taro up 2-1, middle of the first period. Oh, Trigas gets thrown to his back.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Yep.
Well, he's kind of coming out, bellying out on it.
Yep.
He got tossed.
Yep, but that's 2 back points for Silver, and so Silver from Stanford now up 3-1 over Trigas from Ohio State.
5-1.
That's Evan Silver from Stanford. He's got a 25-13 record.
A lot of matches, 38 matches he wrestled this year, so a lot of experience. Doesn't duck anybody, obviously.
I was just
it's paying off, actually. Trigas does get the escape, so it's 5-2,
but time's running out.
That's
in the third
it.
period, and that's the end.
Wow. Silver moves on then. So Nico Trigas goes down.
That puts a kind of a that's not how Ohio State wanted to start.
No, that's not a good start for the Buckeyes.
You know, wasn't a lot of talk about them in the team title race because I don't know that they'll contend. But if both the Stever brothers would live up to their seeds and you'd see a few of these other wrestlers do well, Ohio State will certainly be up in the hunt.
They needed somebody like Trigas, though, to keep it going. Now, he still can wrestle back and place high. He can get as high as 3rd still in the tournament.
Well,
boy, that's murder's row. That's a lot of.
Technically, a guy who is below an 8 seed isn't expected to be an All-American anyways.
Right.
So,
yep. But it's just getting that advancement point at the beginning.
Yeah, at the beginning, yeah.
Try to get some bonus points.
Yep.
So right now on mat number 1, we've got Jade Rouser from Utah Valley versus Jesse Delgado, the number 2 seed from Illinois. Yep, Delgado up 4-1 with 1:17 seconds of riding time. That's in the first period.
Garrett, the 6th seed, is actually up 7-0 now on mat number 5 from Cornell. So
Garrett really having a real good first period. Then he just took off, and he hasn't scored a lot of points as of recent because I think he got most of those points right off the start. But he's riding tough. 2:15 of riding time here for the freshman from Cornell.
And early in the third period, Steve Mitchell from Kent State up 3-2 over Eddie Clamera from Oklahoma State. Again, this is one that I think that the Oklahoma State Cowboys would like to win.
Yeah, they would. It's trailing 3-2, so Cowboys need those points. They're a team that's in the hunt.
That's kind of a toss-up match that Oklahoma State, what we talked about earlier, is consistency. What they need. I mean, if they're gonna in the team race, I mean, they at least need something like that to advance with. So.
Yep. And the wrestler from Brown, I was going to see how many they had. They've got 2. No, they've got 2 here at the match. Watterson from Brown just won over Joe Duca from Indiana. And I didn't catch the score, but
yeah, I couldn't see it from the side here. It's been removed, so.
Yep. So you're going to see Chris Dardanes from the University of Minnesota come out and wrestle against Hyder from Air Force.
So we're jumping into 133.
Hyder from, I think that's Air Force. They've got all these abbreviations for the folks at home, and we haven't learned them all.
They're just letters out of the alphabet, some of them.
So, Air Force. Yep. All right.
Cleveland State almost looked like it could have been a Cal State. But 4-1, Delgado still
what do you think
leads
about
with
Oklahoma
49
State
seconds
with
of riding.
The black singlets
yeah.
out here.
Oh, keep us on our toes.
Yep. But we don't have to see the Oklahoma State 25-pounder anymore because he went down. Steve Misha from Kent State defeated him 6-2. So
Kelmer goes down, and he's got a chance to come back in the wrestlebacks. Mitchell did a good job there for Kent. State probably trying to score some more points. They're going to get some from Dustin Kilgore, I got to believe, the Kent will before it's all over.
We've got Shelton Mack from Pitt out there versus Jamie Franco from Hofstra. Shelton Matt up 2-1 with 1 minute and 47 seconds left in the second period.
Got Wolfensberger here from UNI right in front of us, the number 9 seed at 133, and that's just getting underway here.
Levi Wolfensberger, match number 29.
Did I pronounce that right, Steve?
Yeah, Wolfensberger.
Yep,
that's right.
And you've got Logan Stieber versus Brandon Gambucci. Stieber from Ohio State, Gambucci from Duke. They're going to be out on mat number 3.
Match number 27.
And Stieber with a 2-0 lead early in the first period.
And then Jordan Conway here, another Penn State wrestler at 133. The number 12 seed is just getting...
Wolfensberger throws his opponent to the mat, Anthony Ellis. And Wolfensberger trying to maybe pick up some bonus points.
Have we seen a fall yet in the tournament?
No.
Well, I tell you, that was a close call, wasn't it, guys?
Yeah. And we haven't seen one yet either.
What that kind of looked like was a cement mixer, kind of like that, you know, where he comes in on a shot and right to his back. So.
Yep. Trying to look and see.
There's a change in the rules this year. There's no points awarded in the bye round. There is any at the beginning, so.
No bonus points?
No points at all if you get a bye.
Oh, with,
so,
but yeah.
Oh, if you get a bye.
Because of the pigtail. Wolfensberger gets a pin, is that correct?
Yes, he
big
so
pin
he's
there.
Able to turn him now. Wow.
Man, 1 minute and 21 seconds to go in the first period.
So
Levi Wolfensberger gets the pin.
First pin of the tournament.
Big start there for UNI.
Yep.
That is big for Levi.
So we've got Dardanes from Minnesota with a 4-1 lead. That's Chris Dardanes from Minnesota with a 4-1 lead over Hyder from Air Force. That match is winding down the first period.
Wolfensberg at the beginning of the year wasn't going to start because Cologne was in there.
Got another pin.
Wow, another big pin there.
Pin out on mat 6. I got to see who it was.
Green pinned the American wrestler. It was the American wrestler that was pinned. Match number 23.
Ontario was pinned. So Crazer from North Carolina.
Yeah.
With the fall.
Fraser, the 7th seed over there in 125. So
he gets the pin. So another pin there. Go back to Wolfensberger. Cologne was ranked as high as 3rd in the nation this year and had some academical issues, and Wolfensberger stepped in, and Joe Cologne didn't come back second semester for the Northern Iowa Panthers, and Wolfensberger picking up some steam here for the Panthers out of Cedar Falls.
Yep, another match out there, the 8 seed, Cody Brewer from Oklahoma. He's wrestling Matt Beistel from Columbia, and Brewer up 7-1 with 44 seconds left in the second period. All right, and nope, that hasn't changed.
Delgado now leads. He's got a major 1 minute and 44 seconds. That's riding time, 22 seconds go over Rouser. So Delgado not just winning, he's trying to pick up some bonus points for Illinois, fighting Illini.
Got another wrestler on his back down here. Oh, and there's a fall on mat number 3. On mat number 3.
It's match number 27. I think that Stieber got a pin.
Yep, that was Stieber. And that was with 1 second left in the first period.
Wow, pinned Gambucci.
Yep.
He was already up 10-1.
Yep.
So
Stieber's got a lot of pins on the year.
He's an animal dog.
For that Hodge trophy.
Yeah.
So
sure he's wanting the Hodge.
Conaway from Penn State gets an escape early in the second period and takes a 1-0 lead over Delafave from Rutgers.
And down here we got a Minnesota Grover, is that right? Dardanes, I believe.
Yeah, Dardanes is on mat number 8. Yep, he's up 4-1.
I think it's the Air Force is wrestling. And Dardanes, what's the score, did you say?
4-1.
4-1, 29 seconds of riding time, 30 seconds to go in the second period here.
Then Conway of Penn State here is up 1-0, the 12 seed, 133. So that's mat number 5.
And we talked about all the way down on mat number 2, Shelton Mack from Pittsburgh, still with a 3-2 lead over Franco from Hofstra. 41 seconds left in the match.
That's a tough match there. Wow, in on a shot is Franco. Mack backing up, going out of bounds.
Oh, we got a match right here in front of us.
Another
Mat
pin
8.
possibly.
Yep.
Match number 37.
Got a
Mat number 7, I'm sorry. That's
BU
DiCamillo of Virginia versus Harlow of BU, and BU on top. I thought he got back 5-0 at this point.
Well, it looked like he almost put him in a Saturday night ride there.
Well,
on top.
it was a slow motion throw is what it was. It just all happened so.
Yeah.
Gave his opponent time to bridge and get out and kind of recover, really. So
5-point move, though, so he's up 5-0 for Carl Adams over there.
it's a big move there for Coach Carl Adams. Right in your backyard there, Caleb Nimmers, being from Boston, Massachusetts.
I was just telling Jeff, you know, he's done a really good job getting some local talent actually around the area that
had a nice tournament.
So he's got 3 guys in here. So
the BU wrestler Harlow is actually the nephew of one of the gentlemen that I work with.
That's
And
nice.
so he was telling me all about him yesterday. So I guess I can't cheer, but I'll think about it inwardly, huh?
You got the inside scoop, huh?
Absolutely.
All
so
the
good
details.
stuff, because DiCamillo from
He's seeded.
is seeded from Virginia. He's an 11 seed.
Ardo's
It's
not.
probably
but
Camillo.
Ardo
It's
leads.
probably Camillo, I'm going to guess.
Yeah.
Carlo's 9-5, you know, so he hasn't wrestled a whole lot.
No, that is not a lot of matches. This is 14 matches total, so maybe he's not wore out, huh? Dardane's still leading 6-2.
If he had to win,
starting the third period.
if he had to win 3 matches to win the
Tournament,
conference
yeah,
tournament,
he must have went in there about even.
He didn't have very many going in.
6 and 5 would have been his
Barely
Now-
over 500 coming in, but
All right, we got a 3-3 match going on over there. Mat 6. Looking to see who that is. Steely and Spino. Steely from Binghamton is up 7-3 over Spino from North Carolina State.
Scotty Sentence leads Morris 5-0.
And Chris Dardane's up 6-3 over Hyder from Air Force.
Dardane's in on a leg there, wrestling tough for Minnesota, trying to get some points up there for the Gophers.
Conaway here, it's 1-1 in the third period. So with about 50 seconds to go, these guys are on their feet. That's going to be no riding time a factor on mat number 5, so an 11 seed for Penn State.
It's going to be Sploot against McCormick down on mat number 4. So Missouri gets their number 6 seed out there. I think McCormick will be in this green. Sploot from Virginia Tech. Kevin Dresser being the red. Just getting started. I believe Cinta still leads. Morris did get an escape.
Yep, 5 to 1 now.
5-1 is the score there. Dardane still leads 6-3. So
Yep, you got Brian Owen from Boise. He's wrestling Randy Cruz from Lehigh. They're out on mat number 2 right now, 0-0 at the beginning of the first period. And Chris Dardane's with another takedown. He's up 8-3 with 30 seconds left in that match.
Ardo still leads DiCamillo 5-1. 33 seconds to go, or 36 seconds of riding time. 1:35 to go in the
He's going to put him to his back again. Not quite.
He's got a tough ride right now there.
He's done a really good job on top.
Shop leading Bruno right now 2-0. Just starting the second period. 35 seconds of riding time.
So we're in the
favor Shop already.
We're in sudden victory with that match between Conaway and Conaway was in deep on a double leg, and the Rutgers wrestler able to shuck him off.
Nice reshot there by Rutgers.
Yep.
Little shot, but he's got a whizzer in, so no points have been awarded. Now he gets the 2.
Thornton got him and won. Wow, that's huge then.
And Delafay from Rutgers wins it 3-1 in sudden victory. So Penn State takes a loss in the first round.
That's an 11 seed,
so
kind of a minor upset.
Yep. And Dardane's from from Minnesota with the win. So the Minnesota Golden Gophers with the win in the second in the 133-pound class.
So Dardanes gets a victory for the Golden Gophers.
All right, so
again, I mean, it's kind of that advancement point. I mean, not a big upset. He's an 11 seed, but for Penn State.
Yeah, that's Penn State needs it. They want every point they can get. They're obviously the team in the hunt. So,
yeah.
Or they're the hunted. Maybe they got a target on them. Actually, I'd word it that way. I think comfortably I could say they got kind of a target on them. And Rutgers draws first blood. Good job by Rutgers.
We got Morrison and McGuire over here on mat number 8 in front of us.
I think Bruno's still trailing Shop. Shop leads 2-0, second period, 20 seconds to go. 2 minutes, 18 seconds of riding time in favor of Shop right now.
Got a big tilt going on down there on mat 1.
Trying to see if Tyler Graff is out here yet. Maybe is it mat number 1? Maybe is that
No,
Graff?
no, that's Shop down on mat 1 from Edinburgh.
He's up 2-0.
Well,
I don't know if he got another one.
He got back points,
he
so he's up 5-0 now.
Picked up 3, got a 5 count there.
And if we come back to this mat number 8, Harlow's up 6-3 over DiCamillo.
Oh, that's
mat number 7.
Yeah, 6-3 on mat 7.
Oh, okay.
Beginning of the third period.
Mat 8's McGuire and Morrison, right?
And Morrison from Oklahoma State.
Yep.
That's a 2-0 lead for Morrison right now. Minute 33 seconds left in the first period.
McCormick right now leads Splut. I think I'm pronouncing that right. S-P-L-U-T.
You either are or you aren't. One of the two.
Up on his feet is McCormick now. McCormick leads 3-0 over Splut.
Now Harlow, after going up 5-0, he's allowed him to come back here.
Yeah, he's kind of fading here.
7-5 now is
14 total matches this year.
Yeah, with a minute left in regulation, but he does have a 2:23 riding time.
Right.
So it's kind of like a 3-point lead right now.
DiCamilo's got to score those points there for
You kind of
Virginia.
wonder what kind of conditioning you can have if you haven't wrestled
14
that much.
matches, yeah. Have you been pushing it into practice or not? We're about ready to find out.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why he hasn't been out there.
Sure,
so.
it could be an injury. Could be a number of reasons, but just 51 seconds to go.
Front headlock, it's kind of a nice way to stall when you're on your feet.
45 seconds left in the match.
It'd be a nice win for BU if he could do it for Boston University.
Got Daryl Thomas out here from Illinois. He's facing Joseph Ward from North Carolina State. Ward up 2-0 in the first period.
Daryl Thomas wrestles real exciting style of match. Jeff Murphy, myself, Steve Foster got to watch him in the Big Tens. And win or lose, he usually has some big scores. It's kind of a mover and a shaker. 7-5 now. In on a Shop is DiCamillo. Big shot. He needs this takedown. Riding time cinched up for BU.
Got 20 seconds to go here now. So
Harlow's got the riding time. They're kind of in opposite directions here. Scramble situation.
Head to toe. You know, when that happens, the guy who gets his head up, is really the guy that he's really.
Yeah, you want to keep your elevation up.
So DiCamillo gets a takedown, but he releases him.
Right
1 second.
But big win for BU.
Yeah, BU. Harlow from BU wins 9-7.
Defeats the seeded wrestler, DiCamillo from Virginia. So.
All right, so there'll be cheering going on back at work today.
Yeah, there will. Yeah, that's right. Back at Kimmin. That's good. Good job. You got a story to tell now.
Absolutely.
Good for Carl Adams there to get his wrestler advance. And
BU bringing 3 wrestlers here to the tournament this year.
We got the number 2 seed here, Tony Ramos and Nick Wilcox. Wrestling of Bloomberg.
Shop was victorious. I didn't see the score, but I know Edinburgh's Shop won.
Correct. And Tony Ramos gets in on a takedown real early there with just 40 seconds into the first period. He's up 2-0.
Yep, and Scotty Sentes wins 13-2 over Morris from Ryder.
6 foot tall Scotty Sentes. Will be shooting in on a double, and he sprawls. Good luck getting it, huh?
What is that? McCormick's up 3-0.
3-0, yeah.
Over there, Steve.
Yep. 3-0 is McCormick's lead over Splut and Virginia Tech.
Morrison from Oklahoma State up 3-0 as well over McGuire from Kent State. 45 seconds left in the second period.
Yeah. Cowboys trying to get a win.
Fire.
Yeah.
For because we can't see that scoreboard.
Yep.
On number
Yeah.
8.
Yeah, just going to have to go up to the ticker tape.
I just run right straight up from it to the ticker
there
tape
you could
right
do that
there.
too.
Yeah.
Smarter than I am.
Ramos in, really riding tough. He just got that quick takedown. 1:39 of riding time now. 50 seconds to go in the first period there.
Yes, my optically challenge is this mat 7 because I never turn my head that far to see it, and I always think that's the score to that match.
Yeah.
Always.
We've had 3 Wyoming.
Oh, Ramos has his man on his back,
Pick
but
up some back points.
well, Ramos is going to turn him back over. He's got him cradled up.
Problem is he's got to get chest to chest here, and he's trying to cinch him back.
Yeah.
And he's doing a good job there. Wilcox is of kind of basing out. Now he gets him a turn,
he's
and
in trouble
he's
now. Yeah. And boy, that referee didn't waste any time calling that fall, did he? He rolled him over, and boom, there it was. So the Hawkeyes with 2 bonus points.
That cradle was tight there, Ramos had it.
Yeah, he just kept cinching it tighter and tighter, got his head in the side, and rolled him right on over.
Big win, big bonus points.
Yep. All right.
McCormick is victorious. It's over, 3-0. So Missouri's McCormick moves on.
So we've got Hunter Stieber out. Clear down on mat 1, fellas. He's wrestling Spisak from Virginia, and that match is Stieber just went out to a 4-2 lead with about a minute left in the first period.
2 of the Stieber brothers, one already picking up a pin at the very end. I think Jeff Murphy said at the first period there, Logan Stieber just gets the pin.
Look at this match on mat 2, fellas. On mat 2, we got Brian Owen from Boise versus Randy Cruz from Lehigh. Cruz is out to a 10-0 lead.
That's
with
big.
45 seconds left in the match, and that one surprises me a little bit.
I didn't see if Jonathan Morris, he's still wrestling down here, correct? He leads now 7-0, so he's trying to pick up some bonus points here for the Oklahoma State Cowboys against McGuire of Kent.
Got an Iowa State Cyclone getting ready to go out on the mat. Luke Gettle, he's going to face Nick Dardanes, the heavier of the 2 Dardanes brothers from Minnesota.
2 states wrestling, 2 states touching one another.
Yeah.
A lot of brother combos, twin brothers. I mean, it's fun in wrestling to have a lot of that.
Keep it in the family. Thorne, like I previously mentioned, he's the son of John Thorne, a former All-American for Iowa State back in the day.
Yep.
Jeff and I are of that age. We watched Dad wrestle, didn't we, Jeff?
Absolutely. We've got
David Thorne's dad.
We've got Michael Mangrum out here right now from Oregon State versus Nicholas Huckey from Minnesota. That score is tied 2-2 in the first period.
First period just underway on mat number 4.
And Daryl Thompson still trails, I believe, right? 6-3, I believe, on match number 41.
Yep.
Against Ward.
Yeah, Joseph Ward from North Carolina. Ward's wrestled a really tough match. Thomas can be a dangerous wrestler to wrestle, but
yeah, he can. Boy, look at the totals of their matches. 33 and 39 matches. They've wrestled a lot of matches this year.
Ward up 6-3 with 40 seconds left in the match. Also has 2 minutes of riding time as well.
Thomas needs to attack and needs to attack now. He's in trouble. Ward wrestling real good here for North Carolina.
So Morrison wound up winning that match for Oklahoma State.
Cowboys gets a victory there from their number 7 seed. Had a real good. He came out on my radar screen when he had like a 1 or 2 point match against Tony Ramos in Stillwater this year. I think he's an Illinois kid from the suburban part of Chicago, Morris is. So remember, him and Ramos are both from the good state of Illinois. And let's see down here in front of us a match number. Just starting to get into 141 full time almost. I think Dardanes takes Ghetto down and leads 2-0.
Yep, you've got Greco versus Henderson at 141. Now I'm trying to get, there it is. Evan Henderson from North Carolina versus Pasquale Greco. Greco
Wildcat.
From Northwestern, absolutely.
So Thomas goes down to Ward, I mean, that.
Yeah, Thomas gets defeated.
I mean, You know, another one of those guys that we haven't seen a whole lot, Joseph Ward from North Carolina.
Right.
You know,
Thomas really been on the bubble. I mean, he's had some good matches this year for Illinois.
Yep.
Big win there for North Carolina from Ward.
Dardanes with a takedown, now up 4-1 over Gettle in the first period. And Fiquette from Oklahoma State is out on mat 2. He's wrestling, I believe, Steve Keith from Harvard.
Do we know if Cruz or Owen won, of Lehigh or Boise?
Lehigh won.
Lehigh came out. Cruz, I'm
Yep.
filling out my bracket as we go. Thank you, Jeff Murphy.
With a big win.
Kind of in a commanding fashion. We're about right into all 141s. That helps when you don't have to turn your pages quite so much.
Yep.
Hunter Stieber still up down there, 6-3, I believe is his score.
His brother had a fall, I believe.
Yeah, Logan. Yep, one of the two Stiebers. A dynamic duel for Ohio State, out of the state of Ohio.
Tony Ramos kind of said, "What you can do, I can do better." So he gets a fall there.
Yeah, they could be on a collision course, but so far techniques kind of. Ramos has a real brawling, tough style, and I'll tell you, Logan just is real good with that technique. We saw it in the finals. Jeff and I did at the Big Tens this year. And as soon as he got into technical parts of that match, Stieber came out on top and got that winning takedown.
Now here's another match. If we go down to mat 2, I realize it's a long way away, fellas, but Fickert from Oklahoma State and Steve Keith from Harvard. I started to say that earlier. And Harvard, Keith is up 5-4 with 4 seconds left in the first period. So really tough match.
Yeah, for Fickert.
And Fickert got in the tournament on a wild card.
Yeah, he did. And he's actually starting, I've heard from him, because Kindig refused to cut weight and go to 41. Kindig had two one-point matches against Jordan Oliver in wrestle-off. So once Oliver graduates, I've heard Kindig comes in at 49, and then Fickert will be at 41. But they wanted Kindig at 41 here. I guess he gives Jordan Oliver all he can handle in the practice room. Got that information from a good friend, J. Carl Guyman.
There you go.
So, but Fickert is a high school kid out of the state of Iowa. I believe Keokuk High School.
Yep, Keokuk, Iowa. Nick Dardanes from Minnesota still up 4-1 on top of Luke Gettle from Iowa State. A minute left in the second period, a little over a minute. And Keith from Harvard has Fickert on his back.
And he's in trouble.
Got an 8-4 lead right now, and Fickert is
pinned. He got him. He got him.
So,
big pin there.
Yep, Keith from Harvard pins Fickert from Oklahoma State. So another Cowboy goes down in the first round.
You know, we've kind of seen that the last couple of years.
Yep.
They just haven't done very well.
Calmera lost,
like
Morrison won, and Fickert lost. So Jordan Oliver's next, and if he loses, there'll be some noise, guys. That one won't go down quietly.
No.
And on paper, I'll admit that wouldn't make any sense, obviously. Yeah. So, but we'll see. He's their bonus point scorer if they can, obviously, Jordan Oliver. If he can score those bonus points, they're going to want him to do so. Yeah, that's number 45, DeRusso, FM. Franklin and Mary leads Ford from Wyoming, 5-1. We've had 3 Wyoming wrestlers right in front of us so far.
Well, we've also got Nathan Penalty from West Virginia versus Luke Vaith out there from Hofstra. Right now, Vaith leads 6-3 over Penalty.
Well, they both have a lot of matches this year.
Dardanes, who is the number 8 seed, I believe, right? Yep, Dardanes, who's number 8 seed, he's up 5-1 here.
Against Gatto of Iowa State?
Yeah, forgot all of Iowa State here, so.
Greco trails Henderson 3-0. Minute and 27 seconds go in the second period. Just 2 seconds of riding time in favor of Gatto, actually, or Greco, pardon me, Greco.
And the Hofstra wrestler on mat number 3. Vaith, he has the win. Vaith with the win over Penasee from West Virginia.
You got to see an Oregon State Beaver for the first time. Michael Mangrum up here getting ready on mat number 6, match number 51 against Nicholas Huckey of Missouri.
Yep.
Huckey can make some noise. He's good, but Mangrum,
Yeah, but Huckey's up 2-1 right now.
Yeah.
yeah, 2-1's the score. That's right.
I'm not really sure
he
what they're
leads.
doing
Yeah,
over
I'm
there
not
at the
sure what
table.
that. Yeah,
I think they were doing I don't know, somebody's on the cell phone calling somebody.
They might be doing a review or something. I'm not. We didn't.
well, there's
see
a
that
cell
exactly.
phone involved. I think they're calling to see if. Hope
Maybe.
they aren't calling Jimmy Johns.
Well,
They'll be here fast.
maybe something's wrong with the scores table or something there,
Yeah.
because they're all looking at the computer that they're using at the scores table.
Well, here comes a guy on a bicycle. Sure enough, it's a sandwich.
I think not.
So Dardanes are there over Gottel 7-2. So
Yep, minute and 24 seconds left in that match.
Greco gets 2 points, closes the gap against Henderson from North Carolina.
do you remember the
4-2.
score of that match earlier in the year? When they
Which
wrestled?
one?
Dardanes and
In,
Gottel.
No, I don't.
Ghetto?
Did they wrestle this year?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we had the
thought they did.
Minnesota,
No,
if the
they didn't.
Cyclones.
They didn't
yeah,
have
I'm not sure if Iowa
Cyclones
State
didn't
did.
have a duel.
No, not in the duel, but I thought they.
I don't remember.
I'm not sure if they've met or not
No,
this year.
because Minnesota was in the scuffle, so they wouldn't have met.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have met at the Midlands. So I'm not sure the two faced each other this year. Last year, but then again, who
You're
knows?
right. Yeah, you're right. I was thinking of.
Henderson gets a, well,
was
no, it's still
closer then, I
4-2
think.
down here. Greco needs to get a takedown here. 2 seconds to go. There's the end of the second
right.
period, so they're going to go into third period down here on mat number 8.
Yep, Hunter Stieber from Ohio State, the #1 seed, with an 8-5 win over Spisak from Virginia.
Spisak kept up with him.
A little bit closer than I
Yeah.
thought.
Oh, yeah.
You
You
know.
expect.
But then again, not everybody thought that he'd be the #1 seed there. So
Yeah, it's going to be speed against technique if they do end up against Kendrick Maple of Oklahoma and Hunter Stieber, Ohio State Buckeyes. That could happen possibly. Has Mangrum's match with Huckey started yet or not?
Tell you what, I felt an earthquake here.
Yeah, every once in a while. We got some earthquakes in Des Moines right now. Don't put that officially on the news or
No,
anything.
I don't
but-
think so.
But the tables are shaking anyway, the platform.
So we've got Frank Clamato from Drexel versus Mitchell Port from Edinburgh right here in front of us.
Port leads, is that right?
The Edinburgh
3-2?
wrestlers up 3-2. Port is the #4 seed here in this weight class, 141.
I haven't been able to watch Mitchell Port a lot this year, so it's going to be fun to see what he's got. I know Edinburgh turns out some really excellent wrestlers over the years. They've had some good ones. Greco gets beat 4-2 against Henderson, so North Carolina gets another win here.
Yep, and Dardanes with a 12-3 win over Luke Gettle from Iowa State.
really kind of controlled him the whole match.
Yep. I don't think, yeah, exactly.
4-2.
Never really in it.
So
And we're still out here with the Huckey and Mangrum match. The
he's going to
referees,
be the highest seed, I think, out there right now.
Yeah,
I'm not sure exactly. Well, looks like we've got everything fixed. Whatever was wrong, we got fixed, and now we're going to wrestle.
It looked like it was a clock issue. They were trying to figure out how much time was left,
and there's no
Because they
points
had-
on the scoreboard. They went from 2-1 to 0-0. So apparently some review.
Well, each coach this year, each team gets three reviews
total,
for the whole
isn't it?
tournament.
Yeah,
So you'd have to think you'd want to be real judicial with these in the early round.
you better be
because-
wise.
tournament that, yeah.
Better use some wisdom.
You know, I was talking to somebody about that the other day, and I think it should kind of work out like how it does in the NFL. So if you don't get it right, then yeah, sure, you
Yep.
should. But if you win them, then you shouldn't lose them.
You don't
You
lose
know?
them. If you,
You
win
don't.
it, you don't.
Yeah, you don't.
Okay.
Yeah, you won't.
All right,
But
good.
the challenge with that is, unless it was like your #1 guy early in the tournament or something, you'd wouldn't. You'd want to hang on to him till the end.
But if you think about it that way, I don't think you're challenging something if you don't think you're going to be right.
right,
So,
right.
you
You mean we're not just going to throw the blue brick for the sake of throwing the blue
Yeah,
brick like
right,
international
yeah. Those
style?
blocks. Yeah, throw the
Oh,
blocks
my
out
goodness.
there.
Every
Devin-
match.
Devinger and Niebert still scoreless, way down there in that far mat #1 between Cornell and Virginia Tech. So, seen a lot of Hokies wrestling. They qualified a lot of people, didn't they, guys?
Yep. So Mangrum now up 2-1 over Huckey from Missouri.
All 10 Virginia Tech Hokies showed up and made the team. So,
And mat #4.
Jim Zaleski over there.
from the Oregon State.
Rich Kiley from Nebraska and Cobb from Penn on mat number 4. Just getting started out there. Charles Cobb. And that's a 0-0 score yet. Still at 141 pounds.
Oregon State taking 7 wrestlers here to the tournament. So
Yeah, the Beavers had a good tournament.
Yeah.
Out west, making a lot of noise. They got some good kids, Hankey and Sakaguchi and Mangrum.
Oh, so I told you wrong. That's mat 8 with Riley and Cobb. That's Ballwig's out there now from Iowa. Mark Ballwig. Mark Ballwig.
Huckle trying to get here on a takedown attempt here. He's down 2 to 1.
Huckey comes around.
He's going to get 2, so now he's up 3 to 2.
Throws Mangrum down into a Granby roll as Mangrum then tries to headlock Huckey.
But Huckey slips out, but Mangrum spins around well and no points out of it. So it is 3 to 3 because there was an escape that came out of there.
Right, for Mangrum.
Yep, so it is 3 to 3 right now, and Mangrum's in on a leg, kind of tucked underneath with Huckey draped over the top, and the referee calls a stalemate.
Man, you better know for sure that you're going to get your hips across if you're going to throw
headlock,
that headlock
yeah.
like that. Otherwise, I mean, at this level, you're not going to throw someone to their back. I'm sorry.
Chris Bone always told me at college, you're right. It's the most dangerous move you can throw is a headlock.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't work like, high school, maybe
junior high,
school level, third grade tournament,
That's right.
You can win tournaments with that.
That's right. You teach a third grader a good headlock, and he'll win a lot of matches.
That and a half Nelson, he'll win a lot of tournaments.
You'll get scored on more often than you're going to score on them at this level. So, but
okay, we got Kendrick Maple.
So we're going to start the second period.
It's a good match.
And a lot of excitement over there.
Yep. So we've got Ballwig and Neff out there. David Neff from Lockhaven. That's all tied up 0-0 into the first period.
Maple trying to pick up on mat number 5, match number 58, trying to pick up a fall, maybe some bonus points for the Oklahoma Sooners. The number 2 seed has Frank Goodwin in trouble here. Goodwin's on his back, and Maple's in there tough on top.
Mangrum was trying to get that banana split in there, which it's awesome to see these guys kind of put their technical aspect, and now he's got both legs in.
I think he'd be good. Boy, Steiner in his corner was Troy and Terry were some of the toughest riders that ever came through college. This young man's ability to survive Goodwin with Maple, what Maple's been doing to him, is just hats off to him.
Yeah, Maple's got them all cranked up, but Goodwin's got that one shoulder up, and he's bound determined. He's got the hips thrown over, and he says, I'm not going down to a fall in the first match of the day.
Even being young, I can't believe he won't be sore tomorrow.
Well, he's got 1 minute and 40 seconds to crank on him. But I'll tell you what, he's fought awful hard.
It's amazing.
You know what he's got to do? He's got to grab that wrist and post it, to be honest with you.
There you go.
So that's what you want to do. I mean, I'm sure they're yelling at him right there.
Wow, he gets out of it.
That's his momentum that you want to do.
That's a really good point, Caleb, because he did. If he grabbed that wrist, that hand's out there, and then you're fine. But
push off the chin to get hand control.
Well, so Frank Goodwin from Maryland survives, gets out from underneath, but Kendrick Maple now with a 5-0 lead, 1 minute left in the first period.
Mangrum had a really nice shot there.
Yeah, he did.
Really good high crotch, and he hasn't been awarded the 2 yet. But
no, Huckey does a good job coming over the top of Mangrum.
Looks like Ray Lewis taking on a man, he hit him hard, but
I'll tell you what, Huckey's wrestling him tough,
Gets in that shoelace to shoelace.
Wrestling
see that so much anymore.
The number 3 seed. I mean, just hanging tough.
5 seconds to go in the second period in that match. Match number 51, mat 6.
Yep, the officials do a good job of letting them kind of hang on for a little bit and scramble. I think they did an excellent job right there. I don't like it when they call it right away and kind of let them see if they could finagle their way through that, but we're going to get a stalemate, and now it's 4-3 still. We're going to start the third period now between Mangrum and Huckey.
Yep. Underock Bara Kishra Ganyam from Citadel. I was going for it, guys.
That's easy for you to say.
Yeah, he was victorious, so the number 2 seed. He was victorious for Citadel. Just don't ask me to say it fast.
All right, and down all the way down on mat number 4, Mark Ballwood from Iowa with a 1-0 lead over Neff from Lockhaven with 4 seconds left in the period, in on a takedown, but no, doesn't happen. And the period comes to a close. So Ballwig will start the third period up 1-0. Ballwig will start the third, both wrestlers on their feet. The Lockhaven wrestler chooses neutral.
You know, Ballwig was one of those guys that we talked about that needs to do well for Iowa. He's got that right knee taped.
Boy,
really
it's almost
heavily,
taped solid almost.
Yeah.
So go ahead. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Didn't mean to jump in.
No, it's okay.
I was just going to state the Mangrum, really nice Granby, kind of rolled into another move and just kept continuing and with the escape. So now 4-4 between Huckey and Mangrum.
Huckey's wrestled good this year, too. He's had some big wins, so it's a tough draw here, I think, for Mangrum first round.
You know, all those Missouri Tigers are going to be tough. And
He's just
really
batting
good.
500 as far as his record goes, but
Hey, Missouri brought 10 wrestlers, so that's the one we didn't talk about either. And
yeah,
good shot in there by Huckey, and he's trying to get in there on Mangrum, and Mangrum did a good job of getting his hips back and fighting off it. Now he's got the front headlock in with 40 seconds to go, still tied up at 4-4.
Missouri needs these wins in these weight classes, too, because they're bookend real good with Waters, #1,
Yep.
Dom Bradley, #1 at heavyweight.
This would be a big upset, though.
It would be huge because Mangrum, #3 seed, that'd be a big win
that'd be
there.
a big upset. And Ballwig in on the takedown, so he now has a 3-0 lead over Neff from Lockhaven. 1 minute left in that match.
Maple's still leading big here, 9-1 against Goodwin of Maryland. So
Got 15
Oklahoma
seconds
Sooner.
to go here for the #3 seed, Mangrum. Now he's in on a nice little high crotch. He's been able to get that all day here.
Oh, but Huckey in on the ankle still.
good in the scrambles here.
Oh, boy. This could be interesting if he could turn.
Who's going to get their head up here?
Yep.
Huckey.
No, time runs out.
So we got a sudden victory between
Big
the #3
finish.
seed. So
You know, Mangrum's been able to get in on that shot really
Quite a few
deep, but he
times,
can't
yeah.
finish.
Yep.
Like,
Huckey's got a good defense. Just grabs those legs and tries to turn it into a gator roll. Does an Ivan Lubinchansky move.
Yep. So
I
we're
still
gets
call
the
it
roll.
sudden death, guys.
Yeah,
You can
that's
still
what
I
call
it
like
too.
sudden
Yeah,
death.
SB.
we're in overtime.
Yeah.
Yeah, so tied 4-4, and the overtime period starts, and both wrestlers on their feet, obviously.
They don't want us to say anything negative, remember? So they're going to call it sudden victory.
Yeah.
So
Oh, Huckey in on a single leg. Mangrum tries to peel him off. Huckey down low on a single leg. Mangrum
that'd
tries
be
to
big.
kick out and
Oh,
go out.
man.
Oh, and
Stalling
referee-
on Mangrum.
Yep. I'll tell you what, Huckey had him right on the edge of the mat and almost got that other ankle and just missed it.
Mangrum got warned because he's
walks-
lucky he didn't get a fling.
Yeah.
Mat
He
called.
walks slowly back to the middle with his hands under
Yep.
his knees, and Huckey runs back to the middle. So
Huckey shoots a single leg, but Mangrum counters him. They both get back to their feet, and Mangrum sort of in a front headlock. 16 seconds left in that match.
Did you guys see the final of that ball wig?
no,
Um, it was 3-0, and there's Mangrum in on a
2
Yep, he cradles him up and gets a 2, and Mangrum survives.
comes out on top. The
6-4.
#3 seed by the skin of his teeth.
I think Ballwig won 3-0, I think. Might have been 4-0 with riding time.
Ballwig.
You know what's fun about having that? What I would always tell my guys coaching is, you know, hey, look, you're 13-13 on the year. You're going against the #3 seed. You're not supposed to win this match, okay?
Right.
Go out there and
Yep.
just go balls to the wall.
Yeah.
You know, who cares, man? Like, go out there and give it everything you got. If you lose, you lose. I mean, you're not supposed to win the match. You know,
That's
so
kind of like this Max
it's kinda-
Mayfield Grahalis match
Yeah.
coming up, I believe.
Yeah,
Right, Grahalis.
now there's a couple interesting stories from the Grahalis side of things. He was seeded #1 in the Big Ten
Boy, he
tournament.
went down fast.
Went down, lost twice. And Max Mayfield from Iowa State, young man who is a senior this year, didn't wrestle much last year, broke into the starting lineup first match of the season. Two of them with two heads collide.
Yeah, he's had
Mayfield out with a concussion the rest of the year. Kind of been in and out of the lineup this year with some injuries, again dinged up. But makes the NCAA tournament with an upset at the Big 12 tournament, and good for him as a senior.
Yeah, it is out of Davenport, Iowa, I believe.
Yeah. Sister was Miss Iowa, actually.
Yeah.
Well, she was. Is
Absolutely.
that right? Good for him. I don't know if he would be Mr. Iowa. He's got all his head all wrapped up. I don't know if they could judge his appearance very much. He's got a pretty good head wrap going on there.
Kind of a tough draw for him when you think about it.
Yeah, it is. But interesting to see how that comes out.
We got Jordan Oliver right out here in front of us on mat number mat number 6. Oliver, the top seed from Oklahoma State. He's wrestling David Habat from Edinburgh.
And Habat's in on the first shot there. Nice reshot there by Oliver, though. Trying to finish. He gets his own, too. Boy, he's sneaky, isn't he?
Yep.
That Oliver, he's just so cagey.
Yep. And Kendrick Maple, the number 2 seed at 141 from
There you
Oklahoma. He wins 13-1 with 4 minutes and 31 seconds of riding time.
Picked
I
up
think
some bonus
Oliver
points.
looks a lot more comfortable at this weight here.
I agree 100%.
cut a
A
lot.
lot. You
Being
know,
at
so
33, jumped up 2 weight classes this year, Jordan Oliver did. And real controversial call in the finals last year against Stieber, but would have been his second title.
We could review it this year, guys.
Yeah, so this year it'd make a
burn all
difference.
their points or all their challenges.
Reviews, yep, that's true, so true, man.
But he gets that escape there, so.
You said it right, Jeff, though. You got to be real diplomatic. You got to really keep track of that stuff.
You sure wouldn't want to have a controversial call in the finals and not
And
have
you've already
one left.
used, yeah, you go to your
That'd
basket
be
and everything's
bad.
gone.
What happens if you call it Chris Webber and you call for a challenge and you don't have one?
Yeah.
Is there a penalty?
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry to bring basketball.
Yeah.
into that.
But Oliver, hey, there is some basketball going on. I think
I don't know what you're talking
it's a
about.
junior high tournament this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, we know the true wrestling fans because if someone just heard those words come out of my mouth, they're listening to us and not watching the basketball tournament.
Richardson and Van Olen from Air Force are still scoreless, Old Dominion. Down here, 0-0, minute 13 seconds go in the first period.
Yep, Max Mayfield still 0-0 with Greer Hollis from Michigan.
Mayfield likes doing that front headlock down there.
And
I mean, he likes to do some upper body. Wow. And that can hurt him as he tries to get
Habat gets a
Thrown.
takedown.
Headlock.
He's gonna off the mat. I thought he was going to pop that head out. And
Habat just got 2 points on Oliver. Now trails 4-2. Now Mayfield in the regular season was one of the very few, if only, wrestlers that kept Jordan Oliver to a regular decision.
You know, Habat
He
didn't really
major
get
himself.
2 points. Oliver let him have
Yeah,
it.
he kind of grabbed my leg, and I'll show you what happened, but he didn't quite show him, did he?
No, he
So.
has 2 escapes in there, so
Yep.
it's 4-2.
4-2.
yep. And Cole Von Olen from Air Force versus Alexander Richardson from Old Dominion. They're out here now. 30 seconds left in the first period, 0-0.
So
They're
Mayfield
right over here.
and
Yep,
Grajales
number
are
8.
still tied up
0-0.
0-0
Stall against
Oh.
Mayfield. He gets thrown.
right to his back.
But he pops out. I don't think he gave him any back
Yeah, he
points.
did.
No, just-
No, he didn't give him any back points.
2-point takedown.
He was out of bounds.
Yep.
So
Yeah. His shoulders are out, but
Yeah.
but the points of contact for Grajales
Yeah.
were still in. So
he got a stall warning, too. So
Yeah.
apparently he was backing up.
2-0 at the end of the first period. Mat 2.
Kevin
Matt,
Jackson
too.
gets a little lit up there on the.
Osterman from Michigan State and Corby from Central Michigan. Battle of the state of Michigan down on mat 2. They're still tied up 1-1 going into just a minute 19 seconds to go. And Osterman made some noise, I remember, in the Big Tens
Yeah, he did a good job at the Big Ten tournament
for the
this
Spartans. He's all tied up there with a crossed state rival. Got the Chippewas against the Spartans. 1-1's that score. I think Cornell has a wrestler maybe down match 60.
6-2 now. Oliver here over Habat.
year. Derek Valenti from University of Virginia versus Chris Villalonga from Cornell. Valenti up 2-0 in the middle of the second period.
Have we seen the number 2 seed come out here yet, or he should be
no,
coming
we're-
up here pretty soon
we're not
with Jason
quite.
Chamberlain?
We got a little ways to go. I think we're right about
Yep.
halfway through the bracket. Got somebody on his back down there at the end. That looks like Valenti's got Villalonga on his back. Definitely does, scoring back points. The referee's got the 3 points down, but hasn't rewarded him yet because, and there is 42 seconds left, so Valenti's going to have to adjust if he wants to pin Villalonga, but there's a lot of time. There's the adjustment, and I think he's going to slide out of it. Yes, so the referee gives the 3 back points, and Valenti now at 5-0.
Grajales working on over a minute of riding time here on Max Mayfield, the senior from Iowa State. One of the only holdovers actually from Cale.
From Cal, yeah, from one of the Cal recruits back in the day. So, yeah.
So that's 2-0. Again, you know what, the number 1 seed coming in.
And Van
to the
Olen,
Big Ten tournament. Now he's number 6 in the.
tough. Kind of pulled a Logan Storley. That's
Yeah.
about exactly what happened to Storley from
Correct.
Minnesota. Went from the number 1 seed and number 1 ranked. Storley was in the nation at the time. So.
Yep, someone we haven't talked about, but Jake Souflon right here in front of us with
Nebraska.
the Tech fall.
We called his name a few times.
Not quite the Tech fall. 16-3 victory.
Big win for Nebraska
Yeah.
Cornhuskers. Schuflon
Now,
called it. Jeff?
Grijalles has Mayfield on his, tilts him. So gets 3
Osterman
more.
wins for Michigan
Oliver.
State.
Oliver.
Sudden victory.
Big takedown right there, 8-3.
Oliver
Powerful.
was baiting him. You could
Yes.
see, just trying to get him to come up, and when he did,
So Michigan State's Osterman wins over his cross-state opponent there for the Chippewas over Donnie Corby.
yep, we're going to see
Sudden victory.
Dylan Ness from Minnesota and Daniel Young from Army right here in front of us, fellas.
Nels is dangerous. I know it sometimes looks like he's in trouble. He gave up takedowns and back points a time or two. Remember at the Big Tens right away. Remember Jeff? And then he comes back and pins the guy.
Yep.
So
And you've got on Matt, way down on Matt too, you got Andrew Alton out against Drake Howdeschelt from Missouri. That is a 0-0 score at the beginning of the match.
Howdeschelt's had a good year this year. And they're just getting started, correct, Jeff?
So now Mayfield now down 5-0 to Grijalles there. The number 6
Mayfield
seed
on
from
top.
Michigan.
Or starting. Ness in on a shot.
Yep.
Ness trying to start. I know he's been fighting a back injury. He's had some back issues through his career here, and he's so young.
Young counters him though, but Ness tries to reshoot and Young counters him again. So both wrestlers kind of long and lanky.
Yeah, they do, and Ness usually doesn't run into that much guys of a similar build. So Habit doing a good job hanging tight with Oliver, but he gets another escape, Oliver does. So it's a point 11-4, and heel picks him. Ankle picks him, and
Now he's got him, 13
down. Wow,
13-4.
13-4. Oliver, so good. He's
Out
just so
on-
smooth.
Out on mat 3, just getting started, you got Scott Sakaguchi from Oregon State versus Rulo from Buffalo. Blake
Sakaguchi,
Rulo.
Chamberlain, and Lupinchowski down there in that lower part. That's the one I think's a log jam of talent. Down there, they all got seated down there, and Ness is on that. And then Donnie Vincent, too, is going to be on that bottom side of 49. So that's kind of outside of Oliver. It's kind of the who's who down there.
Yeah.
It's tough draws for that bottom side of that bracket.
Oliver now with over 3 minutes of riding time.
Definitely
He's
in
working
charge.
on a 13-5 lead right now.
Yeah.
Habat in there on a shot, but 46 seconds. We had a stalemate and a fresh start there for Oliver and Habat.
Max Mayfield, 40 seconds left in the third period, and he is down 6-0. Grijalles is up 6-0.
Hollis really wrestling tough here for the Michigan Wolverines. This is his school. Young in here keeping it close with Ness right now, 0-0. 58 seconds to go in the first period between these two.
Yep, and the third period just underway on mat 8. Cole Von Allen up 4-0 over Richardson from Old Dominion.
Van Olen looking good here, and he just got 2 more. Is that correct? I
Yeah, he
think
just reversed him.
reversal. So
Yep, should be 6-0.
6-0, 1:39 to go in the third period. Just getting riding time too, maybe. Yeah, riding time jumped from 58 to 102, so they kind of jumped it fast there. But
Yeah, the ribbon board jumps it up about 3-4 seconds.
You've noticed that too? Yeah, all of a sudden it's like, hey, he's riding there. Oh, and then they give him 4 or 5 seconds, 3 or 4, right?
So Valente from Virginia with an 8-4 win over Villalonga from Cornell.
Oliver wins by 10, 16-6 with 3:11 of riding time. So
So major decision there for the Cowboys.
Yep.
And then right in front of us with Ness going at it, Dylan, and against Daniel Young of Army.
Yep.
So we've got Heskin in one corner, and then the brother of Dylan Ness, Jason Ness, in the corner here for the Gophers.
Yep. And Grijalles from Michigan did win that match with Mayfield from Iowa State. He won 11-0.
Grijalles wins.
And
let's
Sakaguchi
see.
out to a 2-1 lead over Rulo from Buffalo. And Andrew Alton and Drake Howdeshelt all tied up 0-0 as the first period winds down.
So another one of those guys that, you know, if Penn State's going to run away with it, then you'll see those guys being All-Americans, you know, the Alton brothers.
The Altons,
yep. I mean,
yep. And Ivan Lupachansky from Purdue down against Rusa from, must be Bloomsburg.
Yeah. Yep, from Bloomsburg.
Yeah, Josh Rusha from Bloomsburg.
That's match number 72. He's got an entertaining style, that Lupachansky. He's tall and lean and loves a roll.
You know, Daniel Young from Army wrestling a real good match here.
He has with Ness.
Yeah, 0-0 with a
Ness
minute and
gets
22
escaped.
seconds. Well, 1-0 now, yep.
Right, but you're right. A good observation there, Jeff. It is a close match there. Young wrestling good.
You know,
Nice
Ness has got to get the
strategy
offense going on his feet.
He's got to attack, because when he does good.
Yeah. It was kind of the same thing with his brother when you think about it. You know, when he opened up, you know, he was tough to stop.
Yep.
But
so Howdeshelt with a takedown in the second period overall,
big.
up 2-0.
And that's second period, so that's big for Howdeshelt in Missouri. Missouri's come out tough. We saw Huckey give Mangrum all he can handle, so something's in the Tiger Gatorade today.
Yeah, you know what's interesting this year, fellas, is that you don't really see one big giant section of black and gold as much as other years. They're kind of smattered this year. Smattered here and smattered there. And
they've been sticking the Missouri and Iowa people next to each other. If you haven't recognized, there's a lot of similarity in their school colors. So I noticed there's some Missouri people cheering, and you think it's the Iowa Hawkeye people.
You know, I'm glad we've got our perch we've got. We could be up there in the press box up high, and that's a long way up.
Be a long ways to keep track.
I'll tell you, this Wells Fargo arena is an interesting arena because there's about 8 different levels as you work your way up.
It's steep. It's got a lot of steepness to it. So
we got the number 2 seed coming out here at
Chamberlain?
149 pounds between Jason Chamberlain and the guy that I like his first name, you know, Caleb Irwin.
Yeah, there you go. Good old Caleb.
Couldn't be wrong.
Yeah, good old Caleb in on a tussle here, just getting started, like you said.
So we go to the third period in this match between Ness and Daniel Young from Army. Ness up 1-0 with, and he starts on top. So Young has a chance to get away here, tie this thing up.
It's just been a escape, like you say. Chamberlain in on, I think
and Young with the reversal.
That's big.
Ness tried to turn him to his back, and Young slipped out of it, and with the reversal, and
this is where Ness is dangerous.
Ness is fighting but Young comes around him. The referee does not give any back points. Ness was on his back long enough there. I'm not too sure that
Ness loves that setting position though with that underhook. That's where he throws you to your back.
And he was there, but then he hung and scooted across the mat on his back just enough. I thought the referee might have gave him some back points, but
Young wrestled him smart, didn't he? And settled right in there and didn't allow him to get thrown.
That's right.
You don't got to question these Army guys with their conditioning and their mental capacity here.
Absolutely.
So any of these guys,
tough.
Air Force,
Army,
any of them.
And Joe Heskett, the coach from Army, he's agreeing with me. He's out asking the referee, come on, man, why didn't we get some back points there? Joe was a pretty decent wrestler in his day, too, wasn't he?
Yeah, Joe Heskett, cradler. One of the all-time cradlers. At one time, I think he was 16-0 with 13 pins, maybe, or 12. It was pretty amazing. Freshman year, even.
Yeah.
He came in on fire. At the beginning, many people thought it'd be the Joe Heskett story.
Boy, I'm telling you what, Young is riding. Ness keeps rolling and rolling, and Young rides him. And again, Ness exposes his back.
And no back points.
And it's really slow and no back points. Because Ness just keeps trying to throw switches and Granbys and rolls, and Army just keeps sliding them by him. Now takes him off the, well, not quite off the mat, but close.
Something for, Penn State over here with Alton and Howdeshelt. Howdeshelt up 3-0 now, and these guys are really getting after it on their feet.
Young throwing Ness down out of bounds.
Yeah. 49 seconds left in this match right in front of us between Dylan Ness and
Seems
Daniel
like he's
Young.
in pain.
Daniel Young from, I think something's wrong with Daniel Young from Army.
You could see Ness's face.
Young has a 2-1 lead with 1 minute and 8 seconds of riding time. So as long as he doesn't get reversed and Ness gets up, he's got, now see Ness tries to.
That's his go-to move.
Yep.
Where he likes to throw you. But.
And Ness slides out of it, so now it's 2-2, but the riding time, 1 minute and 18 seconds in favor of Young. 30 seconds left in the match, and Ness in on a double leg. But, 2 at the edge of the mat.
Takes the lead, 4-2, 23 seconds to go.
All right, so.
Boy, he dug deep, didn't he?
4-2, and there's 1 minute and 14 seconds of riding time, so this if Young can get out in the 22 seconds, Young can tie this thing up and then go to overtime.
It's good observation by you, Jeff Murphy. That's right. Gets out, then with the riding time ties it up. Of course, Ness wants to ride him for
Chamberlain
7-8 seconds.
7-1 Chamberlain.
So Young's got to go. He's got to get out of there if he's going to tie this thing up. And Ness crawls down to an ankle and is hanging on an ankle and hanging on an ankle and
not quite
hanging on an ankle.
No
the ref
stall
doesn't
call.
Let him do anything.
No stall.
Finally,
that should
he
be a
makes
stall warning.
Yeah. Finally, a little slow on that stall call in my book.
Stall warning against Ness, but all he's got to do is get rid of 1 second here.
Alton down there, so Andrew Alton goes down.
Out of Schultz. So that's going to hurt Penn State.
Missouri came to wrestle.
Yeah, they did. They looked good.
Oh, and Young almost reverses him. Almost. Ness slides out the side and hangs on, and he's going to win the match. But Daniel Young from Army had a great first-round match. And Dylan Ness hangs in there with a 4-2 victory.
Well, great doesn't count, just horseshoes and hand grenades.
Right? Yeah, there you go.
But, he didn't get thrown to his back and pinned early in the match.
Yeah.
Made it entertaining.
Yeah,
a lot of times that happens with that first match because you've watched some film, you know what your guy's done. It gets a little tougher to do that as it goes just because you don't know what your guy's good at and who your next opponent is.
Yeah,
but I'm sure he looked at Dylan Ness and he knows he gets on his butt. He likes to underhook you and throw you to your back. He went to it 4 times and never got it once.
Yeah, well, as he goes on and on, and like you said, Steve, Ness is going to get himself in trouble if he keeps doing that.
Yeah, he did. We saw him on his back a time or two, didn't we, Jeff, in the Big Tens?
So we've got Donnie Vincent right here in front of us versus Kevin
number 3
Tao
seed
from American. And all the way down on the far mat, we've got Joey Lazor from UNI, University of Northern Iowa, versus Brian Pearsall from Penn State. So, again, another Penn State wrestler out there, and our pigtails are starting to wind their way in here.
Got the number 2 seed Jason Chamberlain up 11-2 over Caleb Irwin of Illinois. So
Lupinchansky 1-0. He leads, and that's about the least amount of points we've seen Lupinchansky score for a while. But this Rosa from Bloomington Bloomsburg doing a good job here of really slowing that match down, not turning into scrambles.
And Lazor from Northern Iowa takes Pearsall down. Looks like he's going to put him to his back, but he doesn't. Still gets the 2 points.
So he's up. Pearsall now trying to get his own points here, Jeff.
Yep. Pearsall kind of sits out, head between the legs, and I tell you what, he's pretty close to getting a fall there.
Pearsall was.
As he rolled through. Now Lazor tries to turn him, but Pearsall throws him to his back, and they're, shoelace to shoelace.
Boy, I tell you, big scrambles. We saw Pearsall in a lot of scrambles like that at the Big Tens as well.
A lot of scrambles.
He likes to get in those situations. Well, I don't know if he likes to, but he ends up in them. Lupinchansky still leads now. They're 1-0, just 14 seconds to go. Third period.
Tyler Graff is out here now as well.
For the first time?
Yep, I'm trying to figure out where he's at.
Be 33. So 133, Tyler Graff's opponent is the winner of Alexandra and Loto.
Now Lazor's got Pearsall on his back. Oh, and he pinned him, I think. Nope. Referee brought his hand up, but it was the other hand.
I tell you, wow.
Pretty close.
No pin there. Whoa, man.
And everybody else in the auditorium,
thinks Pearsall was pinned, maybe. But we're calling him Lazor. They're calling him a laser all over the intercom. But he's wrestling like a laser.
I'm sure you guys can hear the crowd out there, but I mean, what's crazy is it's almost like Penn State's turned into, what
The
Iowa
Hawkeyes,
is.
yeah.
I was
Everybody
just
wants
about
them to go down.
Just about to say that.
It's that type of sport where you're either the giant or you're a hero if you're the giant slayer.
Correct.
It's just kind of the personality of wrestling.
Yeah.
If you can't be the guy, you want to be the guy that beats the guy. So
Yeah, I mean, Alton went down. You could hear a big cheer.
yeah,
after that.
big time.
So you've got I started to say before all the action,
Tyler
Tyler
Graff.
Graff at 133.
Yeah.
He's got a 2-1 lead over Alexander from Maryland, who came in through the pigtails.
That almost seems like a half an hour ago.
Yeah.
There's a lot that happened there, wasn't it, Jeff? Lupichansky was victorious, I'm almost certain. down
Yeah,
there
I think he was.
for Purdue, so he moves on.
And you've got Nick Lester from Oklahoma with a 4-2 lead over Wilson from Virginia.
Number 2, see Jason Chamberlain big, 15-3 over Caleb Irvin right now of Illinois. So Chamberlain looking good and trying to pick up some bonus points for the Broncos of Boise State.
Yeah,
And have we seen Sakaguchi out
Yeah,
there?
he was out there and he's done. He's gone. And I can't tell you what the
He was
match was. He was
victorious.
ahead, but
Sakaguchi, he's been a giant slayer in the day.
yep,
He almost beat Frank the Tank last year, and then he beat Jamal Parks, the number 2 seed, Sakaguchi.
Yep, I did misspeak in that Nick Lester match. That's Josh Wilson from
Okay.
Utah Valley.
All righty.
Utah Valley, you get the abbreviations and it's hard to tell.
Right. Yep. Nick Bracetta from wrestling Brandon Richards of Wyoming, match number 62. That's already taken place. I didn't see how that turned out, so still
Well,
Lazor
and you got
and
the
Alton.
Yep. You got
Lazor up
you got
7-4. You got both Altons.
You got Pearsall down here.
Pearsall and Alton
then you
down
got
here.
Alton
Yep.
down
yeah,
here.
Pearsall, right. Yep.
Alton, which was a pigtail earlier, so like you said,
Chamberlain
Jeff,
did win.
coming in.
Yep. Yeah.
18-4. So
Wow.
win with riding time. Actually, he had a tech fall.
You know,
Jason Chamberlain did.
Speaking of pigtails, Donnie Vinson right in front of us, the winner in the pigtails at 149 pounds, and he only leads Kevin Teo from American.
And he had to win that
1-0.
big tail. Yeah, so, wow.
That's in the middle of the second period.
These are trying to get another 2. Is that what they're
Yep.
hollering about, I think, down there?
But Pearsall's got him by the leg. I don't think the ref's going to call that. I think as long as he keeps that leg in the front, the ref won't give him the points. Because
Pearsall's in there tough,
Yep.
deep, but Laser's draping over the top, so.
Yeah, but I don't know, Pearsall, if he puts his head up, he'll have the advantage here and get the takedown. And there it is.
Pearsall gets 2.
So
Still.
maybe it wasn't a takedown.
Yeah,
Maybe he's on
He
top.
was a referee's position.
Yeah, and it just looked like he was going to get the reversal, but he didn't. So
It's
right
like
in time.
7-4 right
Big
there.
tussle down there. I'll tell you, the Panthers have come to wrestle, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, already
Northern
with the fall
Iowa.
earlier.
Yeah, Wolfensberger. Levi Wolfensberger, so.
Good last name there.
Yeah, strong German name. I think. You think that's German or not, huh? Wolfensberger.
Yeah, and Dylan Alton out here versus Tasser from Pitt.
Okay, yeah.
That's another pigtail versus Donnie Tasser from Pitt. That's a 0-0 score, by the way. And mat number 4. Tyler Graff with mat number 4. Lester, yep.
There.
Nick Lester with a 4-3 win over Wilson from Utah Valley.
Lester from Oklahoma.
Yes. And speaking of Tyler Graff, he's up 4-1 over Alexander from Maryland. With about 20 seconds left in the second period.
Badgers are trying to get a win there.
Second period comes to a close down here in the 149-pound match where the number 3 seed Donnie Vinson has a 1-0 lead. And again, the crowd's all cheering because now Joey Lazor has Pearsall on his back.
Boy, did he pick up any more, did he? Did he give it? He gave him
2 and 2.
Gave him the 2, so he got the count. So,
yep, so it's 9-4 it's 9-4 now in favor of Lazor or Laser or however we want to pronounce it.
Lazor, yeah. Lazor. I've heard it both ways, to be
have
honest
too.
with you. About 50-50 too.
Now
so.
they're having a discussion now. That I think they're going to look at the. So maybe Cale's burning one of his reviews
I don't know
right
if I would
here.
One
burn
of
it
three?
on
Yeah.
this match right now.
Tough. I know it. Yeah.
But that's what
Okay,
they're doing.
so
They're
Yeah.
going to. So wow, that's
All right.
big.
So he gambles with one early. It's
So
9-4, but if he doesn't get the back points, he may not get any of the points. And
Sabula trying to get a pin down here against Hickman of Bloomsburg. Man, Sabula looking tough here for Ryder.
all right, now this Vincent and Tao match is all 1-1 now in the
Is that
third period.
crazy?
A minute and 16 seconds left.
Amazing, Jeff. Well, you think Donnie Vincent's usually a scoring machine. Donnie Vincent usually scores for Binghamton lots of points, but to keep him to 1-1.
And Dylan Alton here are out of mat number 6. So we're kind of going back and forth in that 1 to
Yeah, right.
1-0 now.
Yep, second
Alton.
period.
Coach Schwab and Randy Pugh up on their feet there for the Northern Iowa Panthers, and Cale Sanderson. And who else is in the corner there? Cody maybe down there or not?
Who's
Is
on
it?
map 4 now? Jason
Cody's
Welch.
not in the corner for.
Yeah,
it's gotta
Casey
be-
Cunningham over here for Alton, I think,
now,
for Penn State.
All right, so Jason Welch is out on mat 4, and he's wrestling Taffer. And the crowd
Back
cheers
points for Northern Iowa.
because absolutely the referees said, nope, that's the way it is now. 11-4 in favor of Northern Iowa, and Penn State loses a review.
Yeah,
So,
there goes a review for the Nittany Lions. So
what I started to say was Jason Welch, your number 1 seed
Yes.
at 157, is out there versus Nestor Taffer from Boston University. And Taffer is up 4-0 early in the match. He put Welch to his back.
Put him right on his back, yeah, which I.
it's probably
Crazy.
those first matches of the tournament. Boy, you
Nice.
get to watch some film, but it's hard to scout a guy like Jason Welch. He's
Well,
just so
funky.
dangerous.
He's very funky, yeah.
He is the Funkmeister.
So we've got 12 seconds right here in front of us with Donnie Vincent. The score is 1-1. Vincent and Teo. 8 seconds left in the match. Looks like it's going to go to sudden death, and it does.
That
James.
match between Welch and Taffer is getting real physical over there, though.
And the number 5 seed, James Fleming, was victorious over Tommy Churchard of Purdue. So Fleming, the number 5 seed for Clarion, he moves on.
Dylan Alton still up 1-0 here on mat number 6.
Yep. Alton in on another shot. Boy, he's keeping it close, but wow, big 2-point takedown there for Alton.
Oh, and
Good job
Vincent
getting his
snaps.
hips through.
No, out of bounds. I was going to say
Boy, this
Vincent
is crazy.
snaps Teo by. Yeah,
Number
this is a
3
good match.
seed.
So 42
Sudden
seconds left in
victory.
the sudden death period. Both wrestlers on their feet, obviously.
Man, good match here in
I'll
sudden
tell you
victory.
what, wrestling an excellent match.
It's tough. Vincent's had his hands full here
Yep, Teo's just been
for Binghamton.
been the stalker here in the overtime. Vincent's pretty much been backing up with the exception of the one throw by that he almost got the takedown but went out of bounds.
Kevin Tao's good. We've seen him wrestle in the Midlands
Oh,
before.
Tao comes in almost too aggressive, and Vincent
Boy,
shoots a double leg.
Nice
but
sprawl there with a crossface.
Tao fights him off, and 4 seconds left, and it looks like the first overtime period will come to an end. Score still tied 1-1, so we'll go into the rideouts.
Jason Welch came back and got a takedown now. He still trails 4-3 now, though. For the number
The thing
1
with
seed.
Jason Welch so dangerous, he can pin you in any second. I think that's a win for Laser from UNI over Pearsall.
12-4.
So a big win with a major even.
Yep, another Penn State wrestler goes down in the first round.
And Northern Iowa bonus points, man.
Yep.
Wrestling good. The
Yep.
Panthers have come to wrestle here.
Okay, Donnie Vincent starts out on top in the first 30-second rideout period.
Laser gets the privilege now wrestling Kendrick Maple. next round.
Teo's out. Not yet. Still calls him, still says he's tied up, even though both wrestlers on their feet. And Teo, he's got to give him something. There's a reversal, 2-point
2
reversal
points,
for Teo
bro.
with
That's huge.
5 seconds left in the first period over
That's
Vincent.
tough for Donnie Vincent. He's
Yeah.
going to have to try to recover.
All
He
right.
gets to go down.
And that's the end of the first period, so we're going to flip him around and start again. Yeah,
So-
and the riding time is not right.
I mean, Vincent's got to score 2 points here. else
Yeah,
he
he
loses
on
the match.
rideouts, he starts down.
Yeah, the riding time
Vincent
can't be
starts.
right because he rode him for
Yeah.
25 seconds and then 5 went off at the end because of the reversal.
Right.
It should be 20 seconds of riding time. But the bigger than that, it's the 3-1 lead that Teo has. Teo's going to start on top if he rides him, or if Vincent escapes and Teo fights off the takedown, Teo's going to advance over the number 3 seed.
Jason Welch still trailing 4-3. He's in a scramble situation. More times than not, he comes out on top. And he does. He gets his 2-point reversal for Jason Welch.
All right, here's the beginning of the second ride-out period with Teo on top. Donnie Vincent immediately gets up to his feet and escapes with 24 seconds left in the third
He's got to
period.
get a takedown, though.
So he's got to be aggressive, and Teo, he's fighting him off. Just
I don't think he has a stall warning or anything
No.
right now. So.
Teo got the reversal instead of an escape,
Yep.
so puts
Vincent
Vincent
tries to throw in a
inside trip.
Yep, doesn't quite get it done. Vincent now kind of a duck under, and Teo just hanging heavy. And Vincent tries to throw him
Big
to the
move
mat, but
there.
Teo
Wow.
rides it through, and
Another
Teo's going to win.
try.
Teo wins it.
Wow. The number
3-2.
seed goes
Knocks
down.
off the number 3 seed.
Biggest upset so far here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's right up there. It is, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the number 3 seed, Donnie Vincent, goes down from Binghamton. So I don't know. We'll be doing some play-by-play with Billy Baldwin. That'll be hard on Billy.
Yeah.
He's a Binghamton
He's
man.
a Binghamton Bear fan.
Yeah, he is, isn't he?
If we go all the way down to the other end on mat number 2, just underway, Kyle Bradley from Missouri versus Green. What's Green's first name? Get on the right weight class.
Who's that? Is
James
that
Green?
Yeah,
James
James from
Sorry.
Nebraska.
I
yeah,
wanted to say
James.
John, and I knew that wasn't right.
Yeah.
but 2 wrongs wouldn't have made a right. So
Alton still leads 8-4, just 9 seconds to go. So it looks like Penn State should get a win here.
He kind of started out slow, but he's done a really good job here in the third
Yeah,
period.
he has.
Yep.
Jason Welch up now, the number 1 seed, 8-4.
Yep.
5 seconds to go.
So we got the Penn State fans behind us again, Steve. Last week or 2 weeks ago at the Big Ten tournament, they had our
Same
seats right in the
thing.
middle of them. So.
Yeah, Penn State, and yeah, sure did. So Alton wins.
So Welch with the 8-4 lead right now, 4 seconds left in the second period. He's sort of taking command of that. Got another Oklahoma State wrestler out here on mat number 5, Alex Deringer from Oklahoma State versus Ryan Watts from Michigan State University. Deringer up 8-1 right now with 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the second period.
That's the match that I thought SHP's computer was going goofy. He picks his computer picks Deringer as the national champion here, but he's a good-looking freshman.
I think his computer's got some problems.
Yeah, his hard drive needs to be cleaned out. I think so. But Deringer is tough. He's dangerous. He's just a freshman, too, if I remember right.
Yeah.
He's just a freshman.
So, Walter Pepperman from Harvard is also wrestling Spartak Chino from Ohio. Peppelman and Chino just getting started out here. David Bonin from
big throw.
Right here, Peppelman actually he got thrown.
Match 85,
by Chino here from Ohio. Got right to his back. That's going to be a 5-point move right there, so it's
big lead.
5-0.
The number 11
I thought it
seeds
was gonna
behind.
stick him there, Steve.
Boy, I tell you, nice throw. Double underhook, hip tossed him right to his back. Big move there by Chino.
And David Bonin from UNI versus Bobby Barnheisel from Navy. And that match is 0-0 at the beginning.
You look up.
Ohio had a big upset earlier back in the day against Zadok up in Albany. I think you remember that. It was Ohio wrestler.
Jake
James
Percival.
Green and Kyle Bradley, match is going to be. These Missouri Tigers came to wrestle.
Peppelman gets pinned.
Peppelman got thrown to his back
Chino
and stuck.
The number
Again, you would think that he would have learned them.
seeded wrestler goes down, man.
He didn't. So much for that one.
Big win there by Chino. Big pin. Threw him to his back twice. This time he got it done for Ohio.
Yeah, you were saying, Caleb, about Missouri coming to wrestle, and you are exactly right.
Tigers are really on fire.
James Green here gets a takedown. Now he's up 2-0. He's the number 4 seed and kind of what we thought was a guy that, you know, can beat anybody in that weight class.
Yeah, he's got that Jordan Burroughs double leg that he really can blow right through you there.
We got Jesse Dong from Virginia Tech down here on mat 8. He's got a 7-0 lead over Luke Smith of Central Michigan. That match is in a minute and 20 seconds left in the match.
Jason Welch still up 8-5 at 157, the number 1 seed against Tafur, I believe it is, Tafur from Buffalo.
Is that Buffalo or Boston? I think he's from BU. I think he's from Boston
Boston
University.
Terrier.
Yep.
Wow. Oh, he just tried to throw Welch.
Yeah.
And he got Terrier to the mat.
Yeah. Well, it was a good attempt at the
yeah,
end.
he knew what he had to do.
Just didn't work. So
Welch comes out on top.
Your number
Welch
1
went
seed.
down 4-0, you know, so nice little.
Yeah, he just kind of quietly doing things very well, Jason Welch.
Kept coming back and coming back. Here comes
he?
Dake. I was going to say Kyle Dake is supposed to be out here on mat 6, but he hadn't shown up yet. But now he's here, and he'll face Mark Martin from Ohio State University.
So what that means is we should be seeing
Buckeye.
David Taylor pretty soon out here. So.
Yep.
David Taylor, and then the Iowa State showdown, guys.
Yeah.
Got Marino and Moore coming eventually.
Okay.
Got the Michigan wrestler out here on mat number 4, about 84. Danny Silverberg versus Georgi Ivanov from Boise State.
Green
just getting started.
Sorry. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Green still up, just 2-1 down there on mat number 2, match number 82.
Yep.
For Nebraska Cornhuskers.
And with 45 seconds left in the third period, Deringer from from Oklahoma State, still up 8-1 over Ryan Watts from Michigan State.
So with the riding time, he's looking to pick up a major maybe here for the Cowboys out of Stillwater.
All right, we got our number 1 seed at 165 pounds underway with Kyle Dake versus Mark Martin.
Yeah, he's been the cover guy for a lot of magazines, a lot of sports pages.
He deserves it, man.
And Jesse Dong from Virginia Tech picks up the win.
For those that are listening, those few that might not know what Dake's up to, he's trying to attempt to win his 4th title at 4 different weight classes. First to ever do that. There's only been 2 4-timers before, obviously. Pat Smith and Kel Sanderson. And now Kyle Dake trying to do something that Pat Smith and Kel didn't do.
So James Green and Kyle Bradley, though, it's 2-2.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. 4th seed, and you know, the Missouri Tiger coming ready to go. These guys are on their feet. It's going to be decided.
Yep. Every once in a while, we have our own little personal earthquake
that's
here.
Right.
You know
Alex Deringer from Oklahoma State does win his match.
So the freshman comes out on top.
Now, I believe it's mat number 2, so.
Yeah, it's 2-2 with a minute left and 43 seconds of riding time in favor of the guy in red, which would be Green.
It doesn't really matter right now. It's going to be decided on our feet, it looks like.
In favor of Green, who's in red. That's confusing.
Yeah, usually they do that better.
Well, he's got a red singlet, so he's got to wear red ankle bands, but that doesn't make it easy for the announcers, though.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Green here on a single leg, but Bradley able to kind of fight that off. He's got the wizard. He's got his hips down. So we're going to go back to the center of the mat. 36 seconds to go. Both guys on their feet. So,
like Jeff Murphy mentioned earlier, these Missouri Tigers, even when they aren't seeded, boy, they're giving these seeded guys everything they can handle. I mean, they're bringing it.
We spoke about Bonin from Northern Iowa.
Right.
It's now in the third period with the score still tied 0-0.
Is that crazy? He's wrestling, Navy wrestler.
A minute 40.
Yeah. Bonin rode him the whole second period.
So he's got a minute 40 of riding time.
Bamasol is his opponent from Navy, Bobby Bamasol.
The way he's got him broken down, though, it looks like he's gonna have to hold on for at least
'cause
30
riding
more
time,
seconds if he's gonna.
The riding time and the real time are just about matching each other as they count down. What do you see, Jeff Murphy?
Well, so Green and
Bradley
going into sudden death.
Wow. Here we go, guys.
So
On victory mat number 82. Bradley's tough.
Oh, and Green immediately
Green
in
tries
on
to tap him with the double.
double, and
It's his power double.
wow, he did too. But you know what? Bradley's hanging on tight, but Green's going to get the.
He's got to turn it into a roll situation.
Bradley's got him between one leg and
Hang
maybe
on
can
to
roll
that
through it.
leg. Can he get
Nothing
a
yet.
defensive fall here maybe or nothing?
30
Who's gonna
seconds
get
left.
their
Shoelace-
head up?
Well, Bradley's,
That was smart by
Bradley's
Bradley
coming
right
out the
there.
back.
That was real good getting into that low roll. Those are Lupinchansky moves right
Yeah,
there.
there you go. And
Get the shoelace to shoelace roll.
Bradley's still not in beautiful position, but I
Gotta
think
get
he's
his
in good
head
enough
up.
shape to. They're either going to call a stalemate. There he is. Referee calls
Yep.
a stalemate.
You're right, Steve. He's got to get his head up. in
Yeah,
that
what do you
position or
think
else
there,
he's
Coach
not gonna do
Caleb?
anything. If he
Can't plant
doesn't-
your head, can you?
Yeah, in that kind of scramble position, whoever has their head up, is usually gonna win that.
Got to keep
But
your elevation high.
Really good job by Bradley of being able to
Oh, that was because and Green has that power double. It's
freight train double. Yeah.
yep, looks like a Jordan Burroughs double.
But
And regulation, the first overtime period ends with no score or no wrestler scoring. So we'll go to the
Right out.
first of the two 30-second ride-out periods.
well, Dake and Mark
Bradley.
Martin over here at 0-0 in the
Nope.
second period. So the number 1 seed is all tied up.
Yep.
Martin doing a good job here for the Ohio State Buckeyes, keeping it close for against Kyle Dake.
Oh my goodness.
Bradley has Green on his back.
Yep. And the referee
2 and
gives
2.
2 back points.
2 tough points there for Bradley because he was started on top. Am I correct,
Yeah,
Jeff?
I think he did. So it should be 4-2. There it is.
So and if he doesn't get out, he's going to ride him out here for the.
Yeah.
Then
first
Green
criteria.
goes down.
Yep. So that's the end
Or
of the
Bradley.
period. So there's 30 seconds left. So we'll see what happens in this second half.
Right out.
You
Man.
gotta think that Green's gonna. I don't know what Green's gonna do. Cut him and try to throw him right away or something. He's down by 2 points.
David Bonin right in front of us is going to hold on for another Northern Iowa victory.
Yeah.
So
here.
Panthers,
Yeah.
I think they've ran the table today. I'm pretty sure they've ran the table.
Got to be happy about that.
So Northern Iowa picks up another win. I think Northern Iowa's undefeated today.
Dougie Fresh is getting all
big
excited
for
over
him.
that.
I think they're undefeated. Am I correct?
Yeah.
All right, now
Yeah, all of them.
Kyle Dake, number 1 seed, 3-time national champion, goes to the third period, 0-0 with Mark Martin.
Yeah.
Dake is on the bottom now. He did ride Martin the whole second period, so he does have riding time, but it's counting down as we speak.
Let's see here. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Dake, here, look at this, guys. 0-0. Should they have kept that TV situation to the semifinals?
So-
Everybody warned them.
So if Dake or Taylor loses today, do they
change?
rethink that?
So let's start at 125, you guys. How about Bradley and Green? What's going on, fellas?
Oh, but Dake's out. He's out for his point, and he retains. No, he
It's the
doesn't.
lead.
There's no riding time. So
Yeah.
Down there with Bradley and Green, though, it's 4-2 still. Bradley's on top. There's 25 seconds to go in the second
Boy,
criteria.
That first ride out with those back points was huge for Bradley, Missouri.
Yep, I think Mark Manning blew his first review
Yeah,
too.
think
Because
you're right, Jeff
They're all
Murphy.
standing around looking at the TV set.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, so Dake in on a takedown.
Ooh, he's
so
up
now
3-0.
he's up 3-0 over Martin in the third period.
He said, when you scouted me, Martin, did you see what that one was? Because these
Yeah.
first round matches, you can really scout your first guy, but then after that, it's
Yeah.
off to the races.
And we got Derek St. John down there on mat number
Okay.
3, and I believe the referee just called St. John for a
Illegal
penalty for locking
locking
hands, some kind
hands.
of now that the match is 3-3 with 39 seconds
Because
left
of
in the
that.
first period.
I think, yeah, because St. John led at that time, didn't he? He was
Yep.
up 3-2, I believe.
He's wrestling Matthew Frisch from Citadel.
Okay.
Makes you wonder when guys at this level kind of get called for locking hands. I mean, a lot
Yeah.
of times, even if you're rolling through and you touch hands,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter, though. You're going to get called for that. So it looks like we're still in video review over there on match
Yeah.
number 2 between Bradley and Green. 4-2 still.
Here's
and they're going to – nothing's going to get awarded. So it looks like
So Bradley
Mark Manning must have
down,
lost that video review.
or he
so it
get,
would've been
so they're up on
4-2.
their feet.
Yeah, he
victory takedown
chose to start up on his feet.
on his feet, being down by 2. That's probably smart by him. He's good. You know he's going to go to that double. Well, he's kind of cut in the corner there. Nice underhook, but Bradley can't get called for stall. Boy, he's going to, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's 3-2, and hold on, let's see what.
So what must
I don't know what
So,
happened.
That review
yeah,
over there
hold
was
it,
for
4-2.
that
How do you not get
And so
how do you not get back points?
Excuse me just a second. Well, but Kyle Dake did win his match. That
Yeah.
is kind of important to the whole
Right.
weekend. So
Yes.
3-0 for Dake.
Squeaks that out, literally. Squeaks
Yeah.
that one out. So.
Another one that's interesting is Georgie Ivanov from Boise State just beat Danny Zilverberg from Minnesota 11-5. Not a big upset, but certainly impacts a team race.
Minnesota's definitely one of those teams that could be in the race there for the team. So.
All right, now let's see. It's still 4-3.
4-3.
But
So
now they're still complaining
because of the stall. Now I know Bradley got hit with a stall warning. Maybe he'd been warned.
It's
Now it's
5-3
5-3.
now. I'm not sure what.
Boy, am I thoroughly confused because it was 4-2 at one time, guys.
Okay, everyone seems to have it figured out. 5-3. I don't think he can start on his feet, can he? He has to give him
He
the
can
escape.
if he gives up the point.
Yeah, that's what he
Okay,
did. So Green in on a single leg, and Bradley trying to fight him off. He's got 13 seconds to finish this.
Boy, I tell you
Green's
what,
got him locked up, Green gets a takedown.
gets
But it
tied
doesn't
up.
matter because of the riding time over here, guys.
But it's 5-5, so
Okay.
it'll go to a second set of overtime.
Correct. Okay, that was really big there, but with riding time, he's still got 33 seconds.
Right, but what he needs
So-
to do is but it's going to go to the second sudden
Yeah, that
victory,
was big.
and now he
Yep.
just needs to take him down here. If Green wants to win
Yeah,
this,
because they got to go through two of them before they go to the.
But you're right, Caleb. The riding time will be huge if we get
It's-
through this.
So many times that's a difference maker.
Green just needs to decide to take him down again like he decided the last time. And Bradley, he just needs a little offense here. He was playing a little too defensively that last go-around.
Well, he's probably lucky to get out of that first takedown attempt by Green initially a while back, I'll say. This match is lasting a while.
So Derek St. John and
3-3.
Matt Frisch are 3-3 at the end of the first period.
Wow, that's big then.
You know, St. John maybe a little hungover from what he did at the Big Ten.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, so he's trying to
St.
get an
John
escape
gets-
down
yep.
there.
Gets the
So-
escape.
Now
St.
Green,
John's up
Green
4-3.
and Bradley still on their feet, guys. We've got about 10 seconds to go now in sudden death is what I like to call it. Or the
Yep.
Yeah,
criteria.
sudden death, sudden victory. You guys do the death, I'll do the victory, and we'll be even.
It's sudden, whatever it is.
It is sudden.
Yeah.
If you get taken down, it's sudden.
Yeah. Watch out on mat number 4 now. You've got Steve Monk from North Dakota State University
yes.
versus Tyler Wilps.
Hopefully Welps was told, stay out of cradles.
Yeah, Monk can throw a cradle from anywhere on the
He is.
mat.
He's got some Joe Heskett situations going on there. He's a cradling machine
All right.
from North Dakota State Bison.
I believe Derek St. John just got a takedown, so he takes a 6-3 lead now with a minute left in the second period.
So now, guys, this is where riding time is going to become a factor, okay? So between Green and Bradley.
So
right? So it's 5-5, and we're going to go into the
Right outs now.
criteria, right?
Yeah, the
Okay.
right outs.
All right, so yeah. So with 33 seconds of riding time.
This would be huge.
How
These
do you-
are all big. These are all Big 10, Big 12 showdown matches. These
Yeah,
teams, and
yeah.
neither one of them are in the Big 12 anymore.
Yeah.
Neither one of them. So,
Kind of sad, but
yeah, it is for the Big 12. They
Time
need more
marches
teams.
on.
I mean,
so
Yep.
so Green's trying to get rid of some of that here. Now he's down to 23 seconds to go, still on top.
on top. Oh, nice head control there by Bradley. Smart wrestling.
But
But
Green
he-
still gets.
Oh, now
yeah.
we're going to go back to neutral. They said that he got out of there.
6-5. Yeah,
so
he got the escape. It's a good call because the leg grab by Green was on the edge of the mat after they'd cleared one another.
So
So
Green
what-
needs to take him down right here.
yeah, you know what that means is Bradley's only going to have to hold on for 10 seconds.
Yep.
Yeah,
Correct here. So on the
for criteria.
yeah.
Yep. Yeah, but I mean, Green just needs to score some points.
That makes the difference.
And then you could eliminate all the criteria,
Correct,
just
correct.
Right.
reverse him.
it's not
or
necessary.
Take him, escape and take him back down, or
3,
whatever
2,
you
1,
want to do.
that's it. So
30 seconds left in the match.
wow. So how many periods have we gone? There's not enough dots on the scoreboard, folks.
No, there's not enough dots.
Not enough lights. So Bradley starts on top, Green on the bottom
St. John up 6-3 over there on mat 3.
for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Good ride here, kind of a spy ride. Inside stand up here by Green. Bradley doing a good job just favoring that.
There we go.
There you
Now
go. He's got him
30
broke
seconds.
down.
Yeah.
And he's flat on his tummy, Green is.
Yep.
He's flattened him out.
Bradley's going to win this thing.
10 seconds to
Tough.
go here. Green's
Got
got
to
to get
flatten
up.
him out. Bradley riding tough here for the Mizzou Tigers of bringing it today, guys.
And the number 4 seed goes down.
Wow. Bradley wins it, buddy. Brings down Mr. Green. So the Mizzou Tigers, man, 11. Michael Chandler yesterday in the Fan Fest said, my Mizzou Tigers are going to win this tournament. But
You know, Jason Welch on that side of the bracket's got to be pretty happy.
Yep.
So,
yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Yeah, that's good observation there, Caleb.
that's crazy, though.
Loosen
I mean,
his-
James Green,
Bradley.
you know, what we talked about is consistency here.
Yeah.
You know? These guys got to bring it. So
Yep.
James Green goes down. So second highest seed to go down so
Yeah,
far,
that's
right,
right.
Jeff?
Donnie Vincent was the other
Yeah,
3
yeah.
seed, so yeah.
Matt Lester right here in front of us, the other one of the Lester brothers from Oklahoma, wrestling Krameyer from Air Force.
Okay.
And Lester is up, Krameyer is up 4-3 right now with 1 minute and 36 seconds left in that match.
Derek St. John here up 6-3 in the third period, 50 seconds to go. He's working on 1 minute 38 of riding time.
So he's looking tough there. He's
Not really
finished
sure.
his opponent from Citadel, another Citadel wrestler
Now it's 8-3 with the takedown for
from
St.
out
John.
east. I believe they're suburban DC, is that right? Citadel out. They're out east, southeast.
Yeah, southeast.
Southeast
Exactly.
area.
I think
Monk up
South
2-1.
Carolina, maybe.
Can you imagine? He's trying to get a cradle.
Near that Mason-Dixon line.
Yeah.
There you go.
So,
Right now, and they practice in, I think they call the doghouse.
Oh,
I think
but I tell you
Citadel
what,
calls it the doghouse.
Lester is in the top position, but he's on his back, and nope, he's going to come around and squib out of it. I thought maybe he was going to be in trouble. 58 seconds left in this match. Lester does have riding time, and he's got over 1 minute, and it's continuing to climb. So, so the match is effectively tied 4-4 right now.
So the whelps from is wrestling Monk, and they're spelled just right, same. So I want to know if Tyler Welps is related
Yes,
to Matthew
yes,
Welps. They are, aren't they?
brothers.
we
Brothers.
got another
They're
Tyler
Weathers,
out
and they're
there.
both for Pitt, and they're both wrestling tough because Monk's only up 2-1. So St. John's victorious, is that right?
Yep, 8-3.
And then Tyler Caldwell out there is on mat number 5, and he's
Mat
up
number
3-0.
5.
He's up
Okay.
3-0 over Harger, Northwestern.
Yeah,
So he's the number 4 seed for
Caldwell.
Oklahoma State.
Wearing those black
Yep.
Oklahoma State singlets, keeping it just so used. You just say that name, I see orange usually instantly.
Yeah, you
So-
know, those black singlets kind of look like what Ohio State brought out.
Yeah, they do.
You know,
With the little squiggly lines, huh?
yeah,
Getting artistic.
trying to
Monk starting on top and,
pull the
and Welp
Oregon
on top.
football on them.
Or
Yeah.
Monk starting bottom, Welp on top. Monk only leads 2-1. He has tried those cradles, but Welp says nothing doing. Now he releases Monk.
So Lester, Krameyer from Air Force escapes,
5-3.
and he's ahead 5-3, and he's going to win this one over Lester from Oklahoma 5-3.
Nice win there for Joel Sherrod, huh?
Yep. So Joshua Krameyer from Air Force advances.
Match number 89.
Going to face Derek St. John next round.
On deck now, 107, 174 pounds. Chris
Big
Ferry,
win there for
There.
Cody Weiss off Oregon State. Matt 3, Perry and
So
Weiss
now
off
there.
Rochester, 3.
back again there. It's now 3-1. Caldwell on top.
Monk leads 3-1.
5-0. I'm
5-0,
sorry. there.
yep.
I was looking at that 4 and 5 scoreboard gets all
Yep.
mixed up.
We have Cody Yon out there from Minnesota. Yon versus Josh Holdsworth from Columbia. Yon up 6-1 with a minute left in the third period of his match.
We're going to have Zach Toll against Austin Wilson, Nebraska, Missouri. Another Nebraska-Missouri match right in front of us here. Zach Toll,
On deck now,
Austin Wilson.
174 pounds. Steve
Match
West,
number 100.
Seems
just
like
getting started.
Zach Toll's been around for a long time.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, so, yeah, it's 165. They had one of the real good, fun 65-pounders for so long. Well, they had Matt the Rat Pell, and then they went to the kid nobody could ever take down, Kendrick Maple. Or no,
Steve got a name wrong.
Maple.
Mark the tape. Mark the tape.
Yeah, Maple. Had the right, Marable. Had the right initial. Yeah, Nick Marable. Kendrick Maple's here, folks. Nick Marable has moved on, so he's graduated. But Marable, Mark Perry said that's the toughest kid you ever try to take down in your life. He said, you cannot take Marable down.
So we've got Stephen Monk with a 3-1 win over Tyler Wilps.
So South Dakota, or North Dakota, the Bison.
Dakota State.
The Jackrabbits. Jackrabbits are South Dakota.
So that's going to set the stage for the Iowa State matchup in the first round. Mike Moreno
104.
from Iowa State versus Nick Moore from Iowa.
Right in front of the Hawkeye fans.
Yep, Moore seated number 10, and that's obviously at 165 pounds. Yeah, right in front of the Iowa fans, but right above the Iowa fans is the Iowa State contingent.
Yeah, that's right. Sprinkled out up there.
Yeah,
so.
I can see the guy who's supposed to be sitting in my seat right now.
Is that Denny Fredericks? What are you doing, Dennis?
So it looks like they've got, Morningstar in the corner over there. Ryan Morningstar for Iowa, and then Kevin
Paulson.
Jackson and Travis Paulson.
Oh.
So
they're from Marino. They had a 1-point match last time. They wrestled at Carver Hawkeye Arena.
So that one could be quite interesting.
It's going to be some noise thrown out on that one, guys.
Caldwell working on a 6-1 lead now with 25 seconds to go.
I have a hard time with Tyler Caldwell because I'm always looking for the purple singlet.
Yeah.
You know, he was a Sooner for a couple of years.
Yeah, he sure was.
And so it's hard for me because I'm looking around going, well, I don't see a singlet. Well, no, he's wrestling the black and orange.
Jumped camp. He went from a Sooner to Cowboy.
Pulled a Tyler Clark.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah, moved from Norman to Stillwater.
Yeah. So
might be same area code. I don't know. I'm sure it's a different zip code. But different zip code, maybe same area code.
So map 5, let's see, all finished out here. Trying to see who was. Oh, and
Caldwell,
that's Caldwell, 9-1.
Caldwell's victorious for Oklahoma State.
David Taylor coming up. Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Mat number 5.
So Nick Moore and Michael Marino still 0-0. On mat number 4, the Hawkeye and the Cyclone going at it.
Yeah, Josh Demas from Ohio State over Pena from Oregon State, 6-3 all the way down on mat 2. That match in the second period.
You know, Marino win or lose this match. He's had a lot better sophomore season than freshman season. He's not cutting weight. And more in deep on the takedown and gets it.
Marino tried to throw him over the top, and that was probably not a good move because he just didn't have it. He just didn't have position to do it.
So he draws first blood here, 2-0. Moore leads. 1-point match last time they wrestled. So.
And David Taylor out here on mat number 5, just getting ready to take off.
See how good is David Taylor? Remember, he tech-falled Moore in the first period in the Big Tens.
Yeah.
Is that bizarre?
Wrestling John Staudenmeyer from North Carolina.
Good luck, Mr. Staudenmeyer. Appreciate you making weight and showing up. Welcome to the dance.
Hey, anything can happen. You're just
it just did.
Okay. Taylor got to take it.
Don't turn your head. Things happen fast when Mr. Taylor shows up.
So Bubby Graham from Oklahoma is wrestling Santiago from Ryder down on mat 1. Graham with a 2-0 lead early in the first period.
And then mat number 4 between the Cyclone and the Hawkeye. You've got it. It's 2-1 now for Moore.
And we got Taylor still up just 2-0 over Staudenmeyer from North Carolina. It's good to see the UNC wrestlers here in the tournament.
Yeah, North Carolina had a number of wrestlers.
Yeah, we did. They did good this year.
Another wrestler out here on the mat. Seated wrestler Conrad Pulse from Illinois. He's wrestling Caleb Marsh from Kent State. So Pulse, a number 7 seed, and he leads 2-1 at this point in the match.
North Carolina brought 5, and North Carolina State brought 3 qualifiers for the tournament. The southeastern part of the United States. And Marino and Moore, is it still 2-1?
2-1.
2-1.
About a minute to go here in that first period. So.
I don't think. I think it's winding down. I think the first period's
I can't
just done.
see
That's
that.
okay.
Yeah,
It's just done. It just finished.
Yep.
So 2-1 going into the second period, and Moore chooses down.
Taylor's still just up 2-0. He's got a lot of riding time.
2-1.
Intentionally. 2-1 now. Stoudemire gets the escape. He's in on a leg of Taylor.
Taylor's
Stoudemire is.
looking effortless as he throws a whizzer and
Oh, I
cranks
tell
him
you,
over.
man, that's
Says,
dangerous,
you
isn't
know,
it?
you shoot on me, I'll just pin you out of that hole.
Yeah. 2-2 for Taylor.
So Taylor with a big move. I mean, just sort of effortlessly
He just
spun
makes
around,
those look so easy.
flipped him over, and
His hip
Yeah,
control
it's
is what's amazing, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Matthew Miller, Navy.
It is amazing. He just knows where he's at. He's so mat savvy.
but a guy who has hip control that is just as good, you know, in Dake, that's why those guys are so fun
Yeah,
to watch.
exactly, yep.
I mean, they find themselves always in the right position.
Kel said it last night, if Taylor and Dake do meet, we got to keep it a higher pace match.
Yep.
If we can keep it a high pace match, it's something in our corner. But if we slow it down and allow Dake to keep it low scoring, so they want Taylor in that match if it would come to pass.
Taylor working on a
Attack.
bar there.
you know,
Armbar.
we talked about Missouri early. Zach Toll, we spoke of him. He's up 3-0 with early in the third period, so could be another Missouri wrestler advance.
Marino there trying to.
Riding tough, trying to put more onto his back. He's getting off to the side there, trying to tilt him maybe, but got the leg in. Taylor has Stoudemire in trouble here. Taylor on top, picking up some points there. I'm sure he wants some bonus points for Penn State.
Oh, he throws. Taylor's going to stick him here.
Taylor's so tough right here.
Again, you know, Taylor's got to grab that wrist right there. Keep that neck.
Got to sink it in.
There he goes.
Now
He's got that arm
exactly what he
control.
did. Yep.
He's cinching
That
him
forearm.
up.
Now,
Yeah, that's going to be all she wrote, I think. Yep. So David Taylor with a big fall
Bonus
after leading
points.
6-1 with 9 seconds left in the first period.
By the way, folks, it's going to get noisy because in case you haven't figured that out, Penn State's tough at the upper weights.
they haven't had a lot to cheer about with these lower
No.
guys.
These
Not
upper weights
much
is
at
where
all.
they really make a lot of hay.
Megaludis came out early and then nothing after that. Speaking of someone who's taking control, Mike Moreno doing a great job for Iowa State riding. He's got 1 minute and 6 seconds of riding time. He's 24 seconds left in this second period, and he's ridden him out the whole second period thus far.
You know, once he gets those legs in, he's a really tough
Tough.
rider.
He's got real strong legs. Mike
Yeah.
Moreno's got powerful legs. So
like
a minute and
Brand
or just
Joey
24 seconds.
Morningstar over there in the corner, so he's getting fired up.
Kokesh, Nebraska, on deck on 2.
Him and Jackson used to be Olympic teammates back there. So.
Yeah, they did. They actually traveled together. They said they even roomed together all over the world. So, but yeah, Moreno doing a real good job of riding. But
Yep. He's going to ride more out the entire period, it looks like. So good job out of him. He's going to have 1 minute and 30 seconds of riding time going into the third period. And Marino's going to start off on the bottom. It's a 2-1 score. And Marino 2-1 in favor of Moore. Marino will start the third period on the bottom, and Marino with 1 minute and 29 seconds of riding time.
Chris Perry's got his #1 match going on here. Mat number 3, 107. It is a match number against Welshoff of Oregon State Beavers. So both of them wearing black and orange, by the way. So
Moreno-
we'll have fun with that one.
Moreno out in 8 seconds, so now it's tied 2-2, but Moreno still has 1 minute and 21 seconds of riding time. Both wrestlers on their feet.
So that was really big there, that
Right
second
out.
period.
Yeah, that second.
But Moreno's got to quit backing up, though. So, I mean, he's got to circle.
Got to stay busy.
Yep.
Maybe shoot a takedown. That's always a good defense.
Yeah,
Best offense is a good defense,
Yeah.
right?
Zach
Best
Toll
defense,
with a
best
6-2 win here for Missouri, so the Missouri Tigers continue to roll.
Yeah, Missouri doing good here. So Missouri was
Moreno's
victorious
got
here.
the head and an ankle, and he's going to get 2.
Huge takedown for Marino there on Moore.
Yep.
So
Moreno,
in essence, he's up by 3 maybe.
yeah,
But
4-2 with riding time, too.
What we're kind of hearing is a combo between the Iowa State crowd and the Penn State
everybody,
crowd.
yeah, everybody else wanting to. A lot of years, it's Hawks against everybody.
Yeah,
many
I mean,
times. This year it seems like it's been Penn State against everybody.
Yeah, well,
a lot of people have been cheering when Penn State goes
How many
down,
in a row do you want them to win, you know?
Yeah, they win so many team titles, so yeah, so
Besides,
true.
the Hawk fans are smattered throughout the audience here.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Marino riding more tough, just riding him tough. Minute left in that match. I'll tell you
I have to say, Marino's had a better second half of the season, really, than Moore. He's beat Conrad Pulse. He beat Caldwell from Oklahoma State.
That guy comes by me the next time, and if he doesn't turn sideways, I'm going to give him an elbow. My God.
Gonna tell him, hey, bud.
Got the widest rear end I've ever seen. He's trying to come down the row behind us.
Parallel.
Boom, boom.
He's got to go single file, doesn't he?
That's right.
Doesn't understand. He
doesn't
can't go parallel.
understand.
It almost feels like Don Bradley was walking.
Yeah.
Gerard Trice. That's
yeah, Trice, the doughboy.
The doughboy.
Pillsbury doughboy Trice. So, but yeah. The airplanes have landed.
So Marino with over 2 minutes of riding time now. 30 seconds in the match. Yep.
Kind of in the driver's seat here for Iowa State. But
just needs to ride him tough.
Yeah, he does. Perry's still scoreless down there against Oregon State.
Yeah.
Chris Perry for Oklahoma State, the #1 seed at 174 pounds. They've moved in there.
Yeah, we've got
174.
Peter Yates from Virginia Tech and Mark Lewandowski from Buffalo, a 0-0 tie. And where the heck are those guys? 0-0 tie with 19 seconds left in the first period. I guess it's counting down. 19 seconds left in the first period. And now what are we doing? We're having some kind of a question on the Marino match.
So now we strap it back up, and we've got 32 seconds left to go in that one. So it's 4-2, the Cyclone over the Hawkeye.
Moore gets up, and Marino takes him back to the mat. Moore back up to his feet, trying to get hand control. And Marino is doing a decent job of pushing him around, and Moore gets away. 17 seconds left. And Moore in on an ankle, but Marino immediately gets his hands locked between Moore's legs. Moore trying to lean back into him and turn into him. And no, nothing yet. Marino's still got that ankle, and I don't think as long as he gets that ankle, they'll give him the 2. Yep. And time runs out. Marino holds on to win. And then Moore kicks him as they try to get up. Little frustration from the two boys, but that happens. And Moore slaps him on the back and says, sorry about that. I don't think that was intentional. Yeah. I think that was just trying to get loose.
So Marino with a big win there.
Yeah.
For Iowa State. There's your Iowa State-Iowa showdown. That goes back a couple of years.
Yep.
Yeah, but, I mean, you're right, though. I mean, look, that was a one-point match, you know, back, and Marino's kind of had a little bit better second half of the season.
He's beat some big names, you know, Marino has in the second half of the season. Perry, you ready? Still scoreless.
Still scoreless. Same way Peter Yates, Mark Lewandowski. Tied 0-0 going into the second period. Yates is your #3 ranked wrestler, or seeded wrestler at this weight.
I'll tell you what, Perry wins a lot of matches, guys, but he's not a bonus scorer for Oklahoma State. And the Cowboys need him to not just win matches. They need him to pick up some bonus points if they can. So.
I remember in the last couple of years, Perry won more matches by having a really good split.
Yeah,
getting that one leg back out of bounds and
pulling
him
something
out, so,
that his last name kind of.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Mark would do it. I mean, Mark won an NCAA title because he can do the splits like that.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I tell you, I've seen Johnny Hendricks take Mark Perry and just twist him like a piece of licorice. It was scary. I thought he was going to break his arms off a couple times.
I don't think he could twist that.
But what was amazing, Mark Perry jumped right back up at his feet and take off running to the middle. So
I'm like, do you have any ligaments left in your knee, buddy?
Yeah, he's Mr. Slinky. Yeah. He was Mr. Slinky. Chris Perry starts on bottom, I believe. Is that right?
Yep. And we've got Nathaniel Brown from Lehigh versus Hunter Gamble on mat #1, and that's just getting started, no score. Yates gets a 1-point escape, and he goes up 1-0 over Lewandowski in the halfway through the second period. Of course, we talked about Perry. Got Josh Asper out there right now. Asper versus Sam Wheeler from Kent State. Asper up 2-0 in that match.
Asper for Maryland's good. Boy, he wins a lot of matches. Yep. Very effective for the Maryland Terps and Coach Kerry McCoy.
Got Chad Welch from Purdue. Chad Welch from Purdue up 2-0 over Cody Walters from Ohio. That's in the beginning of the third period. And Nick Heflin and Zanetti. What's Zanetti's first name? Greg Zanetti from Rutgers.
Yeah, one of the Zanetti brothers.
Yep, Heflin and Zanetti 0-0 with a minute left in the first period.
Go Conrad Pulse and Mike Marino wrestle next. They've wrestled each other twice this year, 1-1. So kind of looking into the future. That's going to be interesting.
Yep, I was looking to see who else is here. Strickland. So Strickland from Appalachian State wins. So 6-1 over Vizicaro from Rutgers. So Appalachian State with 2 guys advancing out of the first round.
Had a couple good wins there.
He got another takedown, so we're tied up at 2-2 between Perry, the number 1 seed,
against Wishoff.
Sam, was it?
Wishoff.
Cody, sorry.
Cody Wishoff
from Oregon State. I tell you what, you could get confused over which wrestler is which almost. With
I'm going to say the E silent. I'm going to go with Wishoff.
You're going to go with Wishoff? Okay, yeah, that works for me.
I'll
tell you what, the Oregon State singlet looks more
Oklahoma
State
black
than
and
the
orange.
Oklahoma State singlet looks.
Yeah, I said that a few minutes ago. I saw 2 black and oranges coming out, and it's going to be.
That's always fun.
I just remember Perry's got his armband. He's got something on his elbow there for some protection. So, but you are right, and he is the green, and Oregon State is the red. So
we got John Martin Cannon of Buffalo down here against Matthew Miller from Navy, and that's a 0-0 score early in the first period.
Martin Cannon, the wrestler with 3 names. I love that.
And real shortly here, we're going to see. Maybe not.
Chad Welch and Cody Walters are going
get
at
there.
it, right? Or I'm sorry, yep. Welch and Walters.
And
113.
West and Fossey.
2 Welches and both in the Big Tens.
108.
Got Jason Welch and Chad Welch.
Yeah, and we've got Stephen West and Jonathan Fossey. West from Columbia, Fossey from Virginia. Both those wrestlers right down here in front of us. That match is 1-0 in favor of
I'm going to say
Fossey.
Virginia. Yeah, Fossey. Fossey's in the red. West is in the green from Columbia. Just a minute to go. 59 seconds to go in the third and final period. So this thing's nick and tuck here. Just a 1-point match here between Fossey and West.
With about 40 seconds left in the second period, Zanetti from Rutgers takes a 1-0 lead over Heflin from Ohio State.
And I'm not sure about Walters and Welch. Walters? Yeah, Walters did win that 5-3, I believe.
Yep.
So Walters from Ohio beats Welch from Purdue. So.
Yep. And Josh Asper from Maryland just starting the second period up 4-1 over Sam Wheeler from Kent State.
Perry and Weishoff over here. Still 2-2. Some kind of discussion going on over there. Delay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're deciding what's going on because there's 22 seconds to go on the second period.
They've got Yoda refereeing the match down there.
Yeah,
so okay.
Yeah, that's right, little Yoda. 16 seconds of riding time in favor of, I think, Oregon State, if I believe right. He's red. Weishoff.
Yep, that is correct.
So Weishoff.
And so the Virginia wrestler here in front of us wins 3-0. So
sure does.
Fossey, Jonathan Fossey
moves on. West will have to go to the wrestle back, so Fossey will win his first match.
And Peter Yates now out to a 5-3 lead over Lewandowski from Buffalo, and that match is done. So I guess Yates is going to win that one 5-3 in advance. Yates, your number 3 wrestler.
Cannon leads Miller 2-1. 32 seconds to go in the first period. 48 seconds of riding time for the Buffalo wrestler. Cannon over Navy of Miller.
And Robert Kokish, your number 4 seeded wrestler at 174 pounds, going to wrestle Ian Korb from Penn. Just getting started down on the far end.
So apparently Weishoff got the 2 taken away from him, and it's 2-0
front of for Perry.
But Weishoff just reversed him. Just reversed him though, didn't he?
So yeah, should. I mean,
so it's 2-2 now.
Now it's 2-2.
Oh, but Perry's going to get the reverse right back. Yep. 4-2 in favor of Perry.
Went from no scoring to a lot right there real quick. So
Sloppy a little bit, though.
yeah,
very sloppy.
got Hilbig run his pigtail match for Wyoming. He's going to take on Jordan Blanton, the number 7 seed from Illinois.
Yep, they're out
Match
there.
number 119, mat 5, and Blanton in on a shot.
Still
It's Hilbig from Wyoming.
Yep, and Blanton gets a 2, so 2-0
2
in
to
that
nothing.
match. First period.
Cannon still leading Miller here, 4-2. 1:56 to go in the second period. Buffalo, though, Cannon from Buffalo, he has 1 minute 17 seconds of riding time. So
Yep. And Lee Munster from Northwestern versus Philip Joseph from Eastern Michigan, all the way down on the far end. No, I'll take that back, not on the far end, all the way down in front of us right here.
yeah, right in front of us, Northwestern Wildcat gets taken down, or does it?
No,
Yeah,
nope.
Munster, or no, they waved it off.
They waved it off.
Quick
So
reaction time there by Munster.
it's a 2-1 score early in the first period
Man,
in
must
favor
done-
of Munster.
He got out of there fast.
So now it's 5-4 here, Perry and Weishoff. And there's 45 seconds to go here now in the third period.
Weishoff is ahead, right?
No, Perry's
Yeah,
up.
Perry's up
ahead.
5-4.
All right, Perry's ahead 5-4.
Riding time's not going to really be a factor as of yet.
I was looking at the wrong OSU.
Yeah, it is. OSU, same color. The singlets, seriously. They're both,
yeah.
that's their schools,
It's
OSU.
real tough.
OSU against black and orange and black and orange. So
Yep. 30
Beavers and the
seconds left.
Cowboys.
Yep, 30 seconds left in the match.
Perry's just got to wrestle smart. 1 point match here by Weishoff.
Well, that'd be a huge upset.
That'd be huge for Perry to go down. It'd be like
Yeah.
Jamal Parks did for
Yeah,
Oklahoma State the other year. He's number 2 seed.
but Perry's almost impossible to take down
Yeah, he got hit
when
with
he's
the stall
up with
warning.
a point. He's just impossible.
Yeah, he can.
You
Perry
got-
gets hit by a
you-
stall.
you
He's
got-
just squeaks it out.
Brother Mark down here standing, coach
Yeah.
of Illinois, standing watching his younger brother wrestle and
Yeah.
from afar.
Yep. So
Chris-
Perry moves on
Yeah.
in a squeaker, literally, 5-4. So, like I say, he usually just scores advancement points for you. Jordan Oliver scores the bonus points. And
Yep.
they're going to need him. The Cowboys are.
Yep. And Josh Asper from Maryland, as the time winds down in the third period, he's going to have an 8-3 win, 9-3 with riding time over Wheeler from Kent State.
Minnesota
5-4 is the score, and
Minnesota 174.
Good job there. Survive and advance, right? For Mark
I tell you, Miller
Absolutely.
just got an escape and made it 4-3 now
Chris Perry.
against Cannon. 4-3, 1:37 to go in the final period. 1 minute 25 seconds of riding time for Cannon of Buffalo, so he does lead it by a point.
Greg Kelleher from Central Michigan and the number 3 seed from Iowa, Mike.
Cannon's just going to have to wrestle smart. Of course, Miller from Navy, he needs to be on the attack. Needs to stalk his foe.
Yep, so you've got Evans, Mike Evans from Iowa out there right now. He's wrestling Craig Kelleher from Central Michigan, just getting started in the first period. And 118. And
Evans
you've got,
is the 3 seed.
yep, and you've got Logan Storley from Minnesota, the 6 seed, versus Bryce Hammond from Cal State Bakersfield.
Cannon's hurt. Miller, really, I don't know what happened to Cannon from Buffalo, but boy, he went down with a scream. His headgear's off and the trainer's out, so.
And then
And of course, the coach is trying to say it was off an illegal move. I think it's his left knee for
Yep.
Cannon.
Jordan Blanton and Lee Hilbig going at each other.
Yeah,
here.
Hilbig from Wyoming. So,
and you've got who?
so another 2 for Jordan Blanton. Is that right? Up now
Yeah.
5-0 for Illinois. We got a Minnesota Gopher out there. Match number 118. You got Logan Storley against Bryce Hammond.
Yep. You've also
So
got
scoreless.
Blake Stauffer from Arizona State, the 11 seed, versus Matt Mogan from Northern Illinois. Stauffer's the best friend of the son of a good friend of mine, so we'll have to watch
Stauffer
him.
Foods.
Yep.
So, yep. Good job here. Storley really got in a big roll there. Looked like he was going to be put on his back, but Hammond and him go out of bounds. I believe that is Cal State Bakersfield.
So Robert
Where Hammond's from.
Kokish with must have been a fall.
Boy, Cannon.
Over Penn, over Korb from Penn.
Cannon's going to just try it. He's got 19. Well, no, now that's your actually injury time that they're counting down up on the ticker tape. So I know it's the third period with not a lot of time left, but he went down with a scream.
Iowa State, Tanner Weatherman versus Daniel Yates from Michigan down on mat number 1. Yates with a 2-0 lead early in the first period.
If I remember right, wasn't Yates the one that upset Storley, maybe the number 1 seed at the first match in the Big Tens? I think it was the Michigan kid.
I believe that's correct, Steve.
Yeah, so he's been wrestling good as of late.
I believe it was Storley here before. As a high school kid.
Who's that?
Weatherman.
Oh, yeah, Tanner. Yeah, just down the street. He's won some state titles here. Good observation there, Caleb. He's best when he attacks, too. He needs to be on the offense. And
that match is 2-0.
Okay.
So Storley goes to the second period, tied 0-0.
Wow, against Hammond from Cal State Bakersfield. Still no score. Cannon's going to try to finish it. A few more points for Miller. 42 seconds to go. So actually the riding times are different here between Miller and Cannon of Buffalo. 1 minute, 19 seconds of riding time. So Cannon's just got to keep this thing busy. He can't get hit for stalling with 38 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Miller's going to have to be on the attack.
Evans and Kyler, it looks like some injury time there, some blood time. And still 0-0 in the first period.
Yep, and Matt Brown and Todd Porter from Missouri. You know, we talked about that Brown-Porter match and the role that Missouri's been on.
Yeah.
This could really be a big role.
Tell you what, and it was just that mat where Pearsall went down to Laser. Is that right, or Lazar?
Yeah. That's also the mat where Green got defeated by the Missouri Bradley. So
yeah,
you know that's been a good mat for upsets
for the Missouri
today.
Tigers and for the Tigers. They've really brought it. So
what's kind of funny is that Matt Brown is actually a transfer from Iowa State, and then Tom Porter is wrestling from Missouri. So those guys, if Missouri was still in the Big 12, and if Brown was still at Iowa State, would have met in the Big 12.
Yeah, they would have.
But it happens that they're both in the. So.
Year and a half ago, Porter quit wrestling, told Brian Smith he was done. He went to Montana, went to the mountains, went trout fishing, came back, and he said, I feel like wrestling, so it must be something in that fish in Montana.
Really? Brown almost did on that double, but not quite.
Good splits there by Porter.
Yeah, Porter on the edge of the mat trying to fight him off. Brown tries to lock him up in a cradle. He's got him locked up, but Porter's standing out of bounds. And
Brown's very physically strong.
Yeah. And I don't think Brown's going to make this work. Oh, and the referee calls a stall as
flea in the mat.
Well, he didn't give him a flea in the mat.
Just
he just
called
a stall
as you go out of bounds. Yeah, you can't.
Porter just tried to pull his way out and went off the mat.
Stall warning against Cannon with 7 seconds to go, guys.
You don't see that called very often, that flea in the mat. They'll call that stall before they'll do that.
Yeah.
That's a point. So Evans, still 0-0.
With riding time.
No riding time at all. That's in the first period.
Yeah, down here with Cannon and a Miller.
So what happened down there?
Scorekeepers got it wrong. With riding time, then Cannon comes out 5-4 because he had 1 minute 36 seconds of riding time.
Yep. We got your number 1 seed here, Ed Ruth and Fred Garcia blocking.
And Ruth gets taken down maybe or not. Boy, he got took down out of bounds, but it's got to be in the circle, obviously.
Yep, and down on the other end, Tanner Weatherman with an escape late in the first period to bring that match closer 2-1.
Ed Ruth just got a takedown, and now he's trying to
a suicide cradle.
And he did.
Wow, and he's got his knee and his hip, and he's going to stick him right here.
Suicide cradle.
I'm telling you what, that was something else.
That's huge. You don't see a lot of suicide cradles.
28 seconds right there. Well, his teammate actually got suicide cradled in the finals here.
Yeah, that's right. So. Bubba Jenkins.
Big time. All right, so Penn State with another big 2-point pin.
Brown still trying to get a takedown there on Porter.
Yep.
Brown's he's been on fire since the 10s. Jeff Murphy got to watch him in the 10s. He had took Mike Evans to his back and kind of solidified that win. But
I tell you what, Porter's wrestling him tough, though.
yeah, he has, isn't he? I don't think he wants to turn it into an arm wrestling match. Brown's very physical.
Tanner Weatherman from Iowa State started the second period on top. Yates got the escape. Weatherman just took him back down. Now that score is tied up 3-3 with a minute and 22 seconds left in the second period.
But Yates actually has a minute 35 of riding time over there. So
Weatherman needs to wrestle smart and try to get rid of Yates's riding time if he can. But Yates running back to the center of the map for the Michigan Wolverines.
That's Bosak out here on mat 5. Steve Bosak. Got to get on the right page. Sorry about that. Steve Bosak, number 4 seed versus Ty Vincent of Oregon State.
he's another one of those guys where it feels like he's been around for what?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, Brown does take down Porter, so he gets the 2-0 lead right now for Penn State. And this is when they're so good, guys. When you think David Taylor won, Penn, Ruth, now Brown, and it leads anyway. That thing's not going to be over till it's over, obviously, with the likes of Mr. Porter from Missouri.
Yates gets an escape with 46 seconds left in the second period to take a 4-3 lead over Tanner Weatherman from Iowa State.
Riding time
still a minute and 5 seconds for Yates.
would have been important for Weatherman to get rid of that riding time.
Weatherman just needs to take him down again. That'd eliminate the riding time.
Yeah, that's right.
Put him up by a couple of points.
Evans is going to go into the third period up 1-0.
1-0. And Kelleher starts down in the third period. Evans, you know, he's wrestled well this year, but he's had a lot of close matches.
Yeah.
That's just kind of his style.
Yeah.
He does.
I think Bozak now leads 2-0. We're still scoreless down here on mat number 7. So match number 125 between Christopher Januma from Max Thomasette of Penn. They're still 0-0, 1:05 to go in the first period here. Januma can really score fast. Oh,
and he almost did with an inside
boy,
trip.
I tell you, Januma just about had Thomasette down. Good recovery there by Thomasette of Pitt.
So now Weatherman's going to actually go down to start the third period. So he's got to work on that escape and then start. And he's got to get up quick.
He's been out twice, and both times Yates has released him just long enough that Weatherman could, and then come back. Weatherman did get the escape though. 4-4 now.
More riding time for Yates. So
a minute and 42 seconds left in that third period. And for those, Blake Stauffer goes down to defeat.
Okay.
He loses to Matt Mogan from Northern Illinois, the victor in that match.
Thomasette takes down Januma and now leads 2-0 with 9 seconds to go in the first period. So
Logan Storley's going to win his match.
Close.
Storley wins it 2-1. Going to be 3-1 with riding time. So Logan Storley advances the number 6 seed.
So Storley from Minnesota will move on.
Evans is now still up 1-0 with a minute to go, or 50 seconds to go, and now he has a minute of riding time.
Yeah.
Just got right into that minute. That riding time could come back to haunt Weatherman if he doesn't get a takedown here against Yates of Michigan.
Yates is in on a single. Weatherman's got really heavy hips, and the referee calls a stalemate.
Stalemate, restart. Here we go.
Yeah. Bozak now for Cornell now up 5-0, beginning of the second period.
Oh, Januma looked like he was going to get spladled here by Thomasette, but he got out of it.
And Weatherman with a big takedown in his match. 42 seconds
get rid of
left.
riding time. That would be real important. And
6-4 he's up. Riding time cranking down. A minute 10 seconds left.
You're exactly right here. If he's gonna cut him,
he's got to
get rid of that riding time.
2-1. All right, there's the riding time. So
now he can cut him if he wants to, but
I think you just ride him out.
Yeah. I mean, he's doing a really good job right now.
Yeah.
Holding him down. Weatherman with a nice takedown there.
Yeah, he did.
Edge of the mat.
Smart wrestling, good strategy. It's not over till it's over. So
Matt Brown up 4-1 over there on mat number 2, right next to Weatherman.
Yep.
Chinuma's getting rode tough here by Thomasette from Pittsburgh. Pitt's just riding Chinuma out. A minute and 29 seconds of riding time for.
Weatherman's going to win that match, and So the Iowa State wrestler with the mild upset over the number 10 seed, Daniel Yates from Michigan.
The Cyclones are what, 3-1 now? Is that
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So Weatherman advances here for the Cyclones, and
So Porter gets an escape, and now the score is 4-1 in favor of Brown. Earlier, 5-1 in favor of Brown. Sorry, Brown must have got the escape. And that match has 1 minute and 35 seconds left. Evans must have won his match, 2-1 with riding time.
Evans won there, so he advanced to the 3 seed. Another close match there for Evans.
So we're going to have Jordan Blanton and Tanner Weatherman next, and we got Chinuma gets out, makes it 2-1 against Thomasette.
Yep, and now you've got Boaz Beard down on the far end from Iowa State. Beard's going to wrestle Ethan Lofthouse from Iowa, so another Iowa State matchup.
Wow, right off the bat. Because Beard won that pigtail, so.
Yes, this is his second match of the day already.
Yep. Maybe he's lubed up and warmed up, I suppose.
Lubed up, but
okay, maybe not.
yeah, maybe
2
warmed
to
up.
Yeah, third period, Thomasette starts down. Chinuma on top, guys. 1:42 riding time.
Actually, he
No, they deferred. But they're back up on their feet.
no,
so
he just let him stand up. He gave him the one
gave
point
him the one.
and started both on their feet, so he gave him the escape.
Well, Chinuma knows that he's got to get a takedown here to get into this thing, and
Yeah, Thomasette with 1 minute and 42 seconds of riding time.
a lot of riding time. He was on Chinuma for a long time there on top and really riding him tough, and picked up that 1 minute and 42 seconds riding time. Just 1 minute 43 seconds to go in the match.
Yeah. Kevin Steinhaus from Minnesota with a 2-0 lead over Vetterline from Virginia Tech. That match in just finishing up the first period.
Steinhaus, another one of those golfers that if they want to do something here, he's going to need to
Yeah.
be a high place winner.
Right, and I think he could. He's
Yeah.
got just that, he's tough. I think he could.
And Matt Brown from Penn State with the 10-1 lead or win over Todd Porter from
Picked up a
Missouri.
major.
Major decision there for Penn
Mr.
State.
Brown.
Chianuma tried a little trip, little
Yeah,
foot sweep, didn't work.
Brown's kind of picking up where he left off in the Big Tens, because I know in Champaign he looked good, didn't he, Jeff?
Yep.
Champaign,
0-0
Illinois.
with Lofthouse and Beard over there on mat number 1. So another Iowa and Iowa State, you guys were saying earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the Cyclones and the mighty Hawkeyes.
About a
Showdown.
minute left in the first period. Beard
Beard's
in
got-
on a single leg, but doesn't finish.
The leg up, Lofthouse, real tough. He's a real solid wrestler, hard to get off his feet.
Chianuma in deep trying for a throw. Not going to get it. Can't get those hips in.
Boy, 36 seconds to go. He needs to, Thomasette just happy to tie it up.
That's just
Keep it
it.
tight.
Thomasette just needs to keep those hips back.
Exactly.
Be ready to move his feet because Chianuma's going to try something.
Something crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to throw him right now.
Yeah. He's got 18 seconds left, and he's behind by 2 points with riding time as well. So
Lofthouse with a nice little duck under, and he got a takedown now. It's 2-0.
Chinuma in on some shots here, but it's going to come up too late, I think.
Yeah.
3-1.
Thomasette's going to win that one from
With
Pittsburgh.
A lot of riding time, so your seated wrestler goes down.
Yep. So another
Chinuma.
Cowboy goes down to defeat today.
Goes down early again, round number 1, I mean.
Yep. Steve Bozak from Cornell with a 12-0 victory. So
Last year's national champion.
4 seed, I'm sorry. Number 4 seed.
And have we seen Robert Hamlin, the Vermonster, out? Match number 131 coming up right in front of us, maybe?
He's going to come
got
up
a
on
feeling?
mat number 7, yep.
Right in front of us. So
And
we'll
we've
see the
got
Vermonster.
Ben Bennett is going to wrestle Tony DeLago from Illinois. Bennett on mat 5. That one hasn't started yet. It will in just a minute.
Bennett's had a real good undefeated season for Coach Tom Borelli,
Yep.
who does so much with the kids he gets. I mean, just an amazing coaching job.
Yep. And the Iowa State match down on the far end, Lofthouse started the second period down and immediately escaped some Beard. Now Lofthouse with a 3-0 lead with 1 minute and 44 seconds left in that second period.
See if the Vermonster can pick up. Some people said he's kind of been fighting some injury situations here, Robert Hamlin has. He's a scorer usually, and more times than not. There's a lot of points, but 184, and his opponent is Casey Newberg from Kent. I got to believe Casey has a pretty good workout partner there.
Yeah.
With Dustin Kilgore.
I suppose.
He says either survive or quit the team. Dustin Kilgore.
Yep. And Kevin Steinhaus from Minnesota now up 5-0 over.
He's got two
Nick
more, I think,
Vetterlein.
as you speak. I think Jeff Murphy might have got just two more.
5-0.
And cut his opponent.
7-0, 7-1 now. With a minute and 23 seconds in the third period, Steinhaus trying, oh, not good. What are you touching over there?
Oh, no.
Don't touch
Jeff
me.
Murphy says, what's wet paint? Caleb Nimbers,
Caleb's
everybody,
got-
just found the wet
Caleb's
paint.
got something all over his hands. That's not good. I'm not even going there.
Yeah. Don't do a forehead tap on me, okay?
Trust
Don't
me, I'm
wrestle
not-
me.
Yeah, I'm not lubed up.
Yeah,
So
that's
right
what I
before
was,
it,
I was wondering about that.
I won't even go there, guys.
Oh.
Okay, the Vermonster.
He started it, Jeff did.
Vermonster's in on a, look at this shot here against Newberg. He's fast. Kent State might come out on the wrong end of this. Vermonster in, trying to cut the corner here, turn his opponent. Oh, man, scramble situation. Newberg doing a good job keeping this thing from being a score. There's Hamlin
two.
for two for
Yeah.
Lehigh Mountain Hawks. Lehigh Mountain Hawks. Lofthouse up, what, 5-0? Is that correct, I think? Yep. Over Boas Beard. So the Iowa Hawkeyes leading Iowa State down there, 5-0. And the Vermonster goes out of bounds. And I think Steinhaus.
Steinhaus is up 9-1
Yeah,
right now. He's
major.
He's going to win this one 10-1. So
2:53 riding time. A lot of riding time there for Steinhaus. And Steinhaus impressed me, at least. I won't speak for Jeff Murphy, but I bet he'll agree with me.
Yep.
Against Ed Ruth, he kept that thing within striking distance.
absolutely. Ben Bennett, your number 2 seed, with an early 2-0 lead on Tony Delago from Illinois.
2-0, and so Steinhaus will move on. He might get Lofthouse possibly next round. That'd be good for the Big Ten, huh?
Yep. Josh Ennin from Nebraska. Innen.
Yep. Innen, I think. His freshman year we went with Innen, so this year why not go with Innen?
He won 6-0.
I actually asked him in the tunnel one day, and he said it was Innen. So.
Okay, well then we'll go with what he said.
Heinen sounds stronger, sounds more German, you know, but we'll go with Innen. We'll just see if he's in his match.
Yeah. So as we look down to that Iowa State matchup, we're going into the third period, and Lofthouse leads Beard. Lofthouse from Iowa is up 5-0. Beard starts down to start the third period.
Lehigh is leading the Golden Flashes of Kent State here. With the takedown there by the Vermonster. In on a shot is Newberg. So Newberg's been in on a couple shots.
Oh, and Beard from Iowa State gets the escape and immediately back in on a double leg takedown with Lofthouse, but Lofthouse fights it off. You know, that's been the story on Beard this year.
Just
He's
not
been
quite
in on a
finishing
ton
the
of
shots.
takedowns and he can't finish. And Lofthouse counters and gets the takedown, takes a 7-1 lead.
A lot of riding time there, I believe, for Lofthouse, too. Is that correct?
A minute and 40 seconds.
Yeah.
So, yep. So it looks like there's a minute left. Anything could happen, but Lofthouse certainly in the driver's seat.
Down here, we got Bailey leading Rizagala 2-0. Bailey wrestling for Navy. Rizagala, Michigan State Spartan. Starting second period, 1 minute and 9 seconds of riding time in favor of Bailey.
Making sure I don't have that same
Get the blue on
color
you.
on the hands disease
Turn
Caleb
into-
had. Not sure where he got all that, but
No, I'm not either, but
I
he
don't-
went
I
to
don't
take
want it.
care of it. So if you say, where's Caleb? I don't hear his voice. He's going to clean his hands up. Got blue paint somehow, mysteriously and supernaturally. He got blue paint on his right hand.
all over.
2-2 is our score now. Lead here by, no, the lead's been taken away by the Golden Flashes. Casey Newberg from Kent State University. So out of the state of Ohio, by the way, Kent State's located.
Yep. And in another big match between with one of your top seeds here. The score is now
Bennett.
2 to 2.
Number 2 seed is tied up.
Yep.
Delago. Yeah, from Illinois.
Yeah. And Ethan Lofthouse wins his match 8 to 2 over Boaz Beard from
Didn't
Iowa
quite get a
State.
major, but he moves on. Lofthouse will have Steinhaus, so we'll have the battle of the houses.
Yep. The house and the house are in the house.
Yeah, I'll be wrestling in the house, huh? Lofthouse and Steinhaus. That'll be a good match between the Golden Gophers and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Still 2 to 2 here between these two opponents. Yeah, Hamlin's just not wrestling like he did last year, and everybody's been saying that this season.
Yep.
I know he's had some injury situations. Usually kind of attacks more. Newberg just doing a good job for the Golden Flashes. I mean,
down on mat 3, Steve, we've got Kanan Bethea from Penn and Kevin Radford from Arizona State. Now that match is over, and I believe
4 to 3 is what they have it up there for.
Well,
for what? Arizona State, I believe.
Radford, yeah, but I think the coaches are challenging that that one of the points is, so both wrestlers have their ankle bands off, but they're out in the middle while the refs are looking at the TV screen. So.
And Hamlin's going to start down, Newberg on top. Jeff Murphy?
Well, we're still all tied up in this match between Ben Bennett and Tony Delago. In the second period, 20 seconds left, 2 to 2. Now, Bennett does have a minute and 11 seconds of riding time at this point.
Tough match here for Bennett, the number 2 seed against Delago. Tony Delago doing a real good job with against Bennett. Been working out with Jordan Blanton, I'm sure, maybe Conrad Pulse. I mean, Illinois is tough up high. They got some good kids that wrestle in these upper weights, so I'm sure Delago's used to trying to push some of these big guys around.
And that's the end of the second period.
Can't
the
forget
score
about
tied 2 to 2. And we've got a 3 to 2 lead with Robert Hamlin from Lehigh. Minute 25 seconds left in that match.
And for Illinois, I'd be remiss not to bring up Mario Gonzalez, too. I'm sure Delago runs with. Gonzalez was last year's Big Ten champion, so Illinois is real tough up high, too. And this Delago's given Ben Bennett all he can handle.
Yep.
Minute and 48 seconds going to third period, so
yep.
Bennett gets out.
Yeah, Bennett gets out, but what's notable, Steve, is Delago was able to get the riding time down under a minute,
Yes.
54 seconds. So Bennett's out and leading 3 to 2, but Delago in on a single leg.
In on a shot is Delago. Hamlin and Newberg really tied up here, 3 to 2. So we got a tough match here, too, between Hamlin, the number 3 seed, at 184 against Casey Newberg. So got some good tight matches here.
Another really good match going on, Steve, over on mat number 6.
Match
is
133.
Mike Larson from Missouri and Ofer Bernstein from Brown. Now the Brown wrestler is up 5 to 3 right now with a minute left in the second period. Larson was the seeded wrestler. He's seeded number 11 in this tournament.
Hamlin, the Vermonster, gets 2-point takedown, so now leads 5 to 2, 29. Just while they go out of bounds, 30 seconds go in the third and final period, so that might have sealed the deal here maybe for the Lehigh Mountain Hawks possibly, but he'll start on top.
We got 50 seconds left in this match between number 2 seed Ben Bennett and Tony Delago from Illinois. Both wrestlers on their feet. Bennett up 3 to 2. If Delago's going to make his move, he needs to probably do it soon.
Yeah, he does. Bennett's just going to be content to try to fight him off for that takedown,
and so the Kevin Radford from Arizona State does win 4 to 3, so he will advance. And I believe Ben Bennett just scores the takedown with 24 seconds left over Delago. So Bennett now up 5 to 2. And Robert Hamlin from Lehigh does win his match 7 to 3. So Hamlin advances the number 3 seed, and 24 seconds away from Bennett, the number 2 seed, advancing as well.
The Hamlin won, like you said, there, Jeff. So number 4 and number 2 went out victorious. So The seeds are advancing here at 197, but not without a fight.
Yep. So we got Cody Reed from Binghamton versus 6 seed Ryan Loader from Northern Iowa, going to be out on mat 3. Actually, just getting started on mat 3.
We got an Iowa Hawkeye trying to defeat the number 1 seed, Dustin Kilgore.
That's out on,
Nathan Burak.
Nathan Burak.
Yep.
All right.
About 144, 197 pounds. Jackson.
So I can get out of the 84-pound, or get into the 97-pound class now, huh?
She could.
Turn the page. Jimmy Sheptock from Maryland's wrestling Shane Woods from Wyoming. Sheptock up 7-2 with a minute left in the third period.
This is Nathan Burak, one of the 2 Burak brothers. I believe they could.
Yeah,
They
I
could
saw
actually
that.
meet.
Yep, if Nathan would win and Micah would
I mean,
win,
they could.
yeah.
It's not impossible. Maybe a little less unlikely just because of Nathan's opponent here, Dustin Kilgore, returning national champ from 2 years ago. Caught Clayton Foster in that big match and pinned him for the win and got the title. He just got 2 takedown for Dustin Kilgore. So Kilgore gets Michael Burak or Nathan Burak down, leads 2-0. Jeff Murphy.
Yeah, we've got that. We talked about Mike Larson from Missouri versus Bernstein from Brown. Last time we talked, Bernstein was up, but Larson has had a reversal of fortunes, and he now leads 7-5 with 40 seconds left in that match.
7-5. That's tough. I mean, just 2 points. That's a difference maker.
Absolutely. And Jacob Schwartz versus James Cook. Schwartz from Boise State. Cook from Campbell. And Schwartz up 8-0 with just finishing up the second period. And Sheraton and Utley. Alex Utley from North Carolina, Lucas Sheraton from Indiana, 0-0 at the beginning of the second period. And Mike Larson from Missouri with the big win, 7-5 over Bernstein from Brown.
Kilgore riding tough here. Got just right now about a minute of riding time. You know how the riding time is on ticker tape.
Yep.
Takes a little bit of time for it to jump up, but he got up to 105 now here and leads Nathan Burak, one of the 2 Burak brothers.
Yep, speaking of the other brother, Micah Burak from Penn is going to wrestle Andrew Compolitano from Ohio State University. They're just getting started out on mat 5. And Taylor Meeks from Oregon State versus, whoops, they moved things around on me here. Taylor Meeks from Oregon State versus Mike Huntley. Max Huntley, sorry, from Michigan. They're just getting started. And we go back to that loader match from Northern Iowa versus Reed from Binghamton. Still 0-0 between the 2 wrestlers.
And Panthers so far this tournament, I think, are undefeated for Northern Iowa, I'm pretty sure.
Just getting started in the second period here. And Meeks from Oregon State with the takedown over Huntley goes out to an early 2-0 lead.
Yep, so, yeah, and right now, Burak, you ready? Oh, Kilgore got another takedown. Just what I was going to say, it's just 2-1. Kilgore gets a takedown, so. They like to nickname him Killer.
Yeah.
So I went out to eat with his cousin at the Midlands, and he said he eats, what, like 22 eggs or 26 eggs every day. And so he's
that's a lot of eggs, Steve.
I hope he's going to need a chicken coop. So keep track of all that. I didn't ask if he scrambled him or sunny side up or what, but he's riding tough on Nathan Burak from Iowa. He's up 4-0, 4-1. Pardon me, I apologize. Hawkeye did get an escape. It's 2 minutes of riding time even here for Kilgore, the number 1 seed.
Yep, and right in front of us we've got Jake Meredith from Arizona State. He's a number 9 seed versus Nicholas Brown from Chattanooga. And Meredith, it's a 0-0. Nope, it's a 2-0 match in favor of Meredith now from Arizona State with 1 minute and 34 seconds left in the second period.
Meredith's tall and lean, real tall for a 197-pounder. He's got a lot of length to him, and he knows how to use that length.
Yep. So Max Huntley got an escape, and then Taylor Meeks went right back in on the takedown. Meeks now leads him 4-1.
Meeks from Oregon State, I believe. Is that right?
That is correct.
Oregon State
That is
Beavers.
correct. And as time runs out in the third period, Jacob Schwartz from Boise State defeats Cook from Campbell by a 10-0 score.
Okay.
And I believe, yep, Taylor Meeks with the fall over Max Huntley. So Meeks with the fall, and Meeks will advance.
So some bonus points there for the Beavers.
That Meeks was the number
Oregon
5
State.
seed.
It's tough. Nathan Burak in here on the leg of Kilgore, but boy, Kilgore's got so much strength, just
Yeah.
brute strength. He just buried the head of Burak, and
Yep.
he's just got a lot of man strength.
So
He's
that-
just powerful.
Yep. That's a 6-2 lead in favor of Kilgore now.
Doesn't he get in shape kind of by just chopping wood?
Well,
Yeah.
Burak's a freshman, though.
No,
I do got to
Kilgore.
point that
Kilgore,
out.
yeah, he's told us that before,
What's that?
that he gets in shape by chopping wood.
Chopping wood, living in Alaska. True story. Moved to Alaska, lived up in the wilderness. So, yep, kind of did a Dick Prentice story. The guy that moved from into Alaska for 35 years from Iowa. That's a good one of all-time movies. Survivalist.
Yeah.
Came down big and strong, and boy, he's won a title 2 years ago. He redshirted last year, and he's on a tear. But he's tied up here in a shoelace situation with this Nathan Burak, good-looking freshman for the Iowa Hawkeyes, really.
Yep, so the Northern Iowa fans out there, Ryan Loader now with a 1-0 lead with 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the third period. Both wrestlers on their feet. Loader rode out Reed the entire second period and got an escape really early in the third period. Again, both wrestlers on their feet, about a minute left in that match. Loader with the 1-0 lead and riding time as well.
Meredith up 2-1 here against Brown of Chattanooga. Chattanooga's Brown up on his feet. Goes into a nice Granby roll situation here. Riding tough, though, is Meredith up on top. They're both kind of tall and lean here, really, but Meredith's real tall. 197-pounder for the Arizona State Sun Devils.
Yep, extremely tall.
Number 9 seed, just up by a point. Kilgore now up by 7-2
Yep.
against Nathan Burak. So.
And Andrew Capolitano from Ohio State is up now 5-1 over Micah Burak in the second period of that match. So the Burak brothers not faring too well here in the first round.
Capolitano's 17-11, Burak's 16-2, and the number 8 seed. So Burak from Penn should be favoring this match, but Capolitano doing a good job for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Capolitano start on the bottom, Burak on top. So
just announced the up to the
team scores
with Penn State in first place, and I didn't hear anything else, but at this point in the game, it doesn't matter too much.
They got those bonus points. Brown won, and then Taylor Ruth both winning with falls with the pin. So.
I mean, we always kind of talk about Friday as being moving day.
Yep.
Quentin Wright for them should be coming out here pretty quick. He's going to be match number 154.
Yep, everybody's still alive in the tournament at this point, so a lot of points to be scored yet. And Ryan Loader wins 4-0 at the end of that match, 4-0. So Loader from Northern Iowa advances. Northern Iowa stays undefeated on the day. Got to be happy about the round they're having.
Yeah. Good job by the Panthers out of Cedar Falls, Iowa. Up there. Waterloo suburb, or has Waterloo become Cedar Falls suburb yet? Not quite, huh? I think Waterloo's still a little bigger.
Yeah. So we've got Jackson Hine from Wisconsin versus Brent Haynes from Missouri. Haynes a 12 seed, another Missouri wrestler out here, just getting started in the first period.
By the way, one of my favorite little trivia things about Waterloo, Iowa, you know what makes it so famous? More Division I All-Americans have come out of Waterloo, Iowa than any other city in the United States of America. So.
How about that?
Yep.
Really?
Used to be Tulsa Central High School was second, I think, Tulsa Central back in the day. They had some three-time All-Americans come out of Tulsa Central. You're not going to beat that, I don't think. So Kenny Monday, Dick Hutton, and sorry guys from Tulsa, can't remember the third one. But
and the third guy.
Some of those go back in the 40s and 50s, except for Monday, of course.
So when we were doing trivia, Dustin Kilgore won his match.
Yeah, he sure did.
James Meredith from Arizona State won his match.
Yep, so Meredith moves on for the Arizona State Sun Devils.
Kilgore won, I think, 10-2 was that final score
10-2 with riding time probably, so he did get a major for the Golden Flashes of Kent State.
And right now, Nick Wittenberg from Eastern Michigan University has a 4-2 lead over Alex Polizzi from Northwestern. That match is about 1 minute and 30 seconds into the second period. And we've got Blake Rosholt out here now from Oklahoma State University. Rosholt is wrestling Atwood. Let me find him here.
Rosholt.
There he is. Braden Atwood from Purdue.
Yeah, I got to see him in the Big Tens there, so it'll be a Big 12, a Big Ten showdown.
Yep.
Used to mean more for when the Big 12 had Missouri, Nebraska, and had some more teams in their conference.
Well,
Big 10 adds and Big 12 subtracting, so they're kind of going different directions as far as number of participants.
Well, the Big 12 kept the same amount, but they added West Virginia.
But they lost one the
Missouri
year before,
or
though.
Nebraska.
Yeah, the year before, yep.
So anyway, down here, I think we have Mr. Alfonso Hernandez right down there in the far mat there in Wyoming.
Yeah, it looks like
He's
it.
had a good year, guys. He just barely, his only loss this year by a point to Dustin Kilgore.
Wrestling another Caleb, Caleb Kolb from Nebraska.
Yeah.
3 of them today.
Yeah, how about
Tournament
that?
of Caleb's, huh?
Yeah.
Good, strong name. Takedown there for Rosholt or not?
No takedown yet.
Rosholt in there deep. It looks like he should get it, but boy, good job by Atwood from Purdue fighting it off. Goes out of bounds. No takedown. Stall warning against Atwood.
Yep, and then
for Purdue.
Bryce Barnes from Army down on the far mat versus Richard Perry from Bloomsburg. Right now, Barnes and Perry tied up 0-0.
I think Hernandez leads 2-1 now against Caleb Kolb from Nebraska.
Yep. And you're going to see Christian Boley from Maryland and Scott Schiller from Minnesota get started here in just a second on mat 1.
Christian Boley still wrestling.
Oh, and Burak
takes down Camp Latano.
Yeah.
Is that right? Is that it? That's a win?
8-7 lead and a win.
Wow.
My goodness.
Camp Latano looked like he'd led that thing. He did, clear up until the end, and then Burak come back and won up for pin. So
yeah, big finish.
Big win for Burak. Nathan went down to the #1 seed, and Michael was victorious. Burak won.
Good little comeback here, #8 seed for Ohio for Penn.
Good job. Camp Latano was kind of in the driver's seat in that thing, really, from the get-go. Alfonso Hernandez from Wyoming Cowboys leads 4-0 now. Way down there in the other time zone mat, the mat #2. Way down there. And I think we got Gatson and last year's Big Ten champion wrestling here. Kyvan against Gatson against Mario Gonzalez for the Fighting Illini down on mat #4, match number 150.
Gonzalez, obviously a pigtail winner from earlier today.
He won. He come up, what do you think? He took 3rd this year in the Big Tens. He won it last year as Big Ten champ, so for Fighting Illini.
Yep.
I think Rosholt still, Atwood and Rosholt still scoreless here, 0-0.
Yep, Jackson Hine from Wisconsin with a 3-2 lead over Brent Haynes from Missouri. That match at 1 minute left in the second period. And Kyvan Gadsden out there now for Iowa State.
Do we got heavyweights starting maybe way down in 1? Is that Tony Half Nelson or not?
No,
not quite yet.
That's Schiller. That's
Schiller.
Yep.
I think we got
Scott Schiller from Minnesota.
A little bit of time.
Schiller and Boley. Boley still wrestles. Man, how long has Christopher Boley been in college?
He's been around for about 600 years.
I've called him. We've called him a few years, haven't we, Mr. Caleb Nimmers? Yeah. He's a good wrestler, too. Tough kid. Love to watch him wrestle. But it just seems like he's that name's been in the ranks here for a long time for the Maryland Terps.
Keeps on finding
Coach
another
Kerry
year of
McCoy.
eligibility.
Doing a good job. He wins a lot of matches. He's been very successful in wrestling. Christopher Bowley has.
Finding a way.
Yes. So he's done good for him.
Atwood here. It's still 0-0.
Still 0-0. 153 to go. Gatson in on a shot here against Gonzalez, trying to cut the corner here and to bring Mario Gonzalez down. He's got 2 points and trying to go for the pin, maybe. Boy,
no.
Almost took him down to his back. So 2-0, 1:35 to go in that match.
Yep.
Rollshalt gets out, gets the escape and the lead here.
Talking about Waterloo there, Steve.
Yeah, another Waterloo kid.
Yep.
Yep.
Waterloo, Iowa.
Yeah,
So
produced. Mike Chapman told me that statistic, and Mike is usually about right 99.9% of the time.
You could add to that, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I add to that
absolutely.
number. Yep, of Waterloo, Iowa.
So we talked about.
He's in on a cradle attempt here.
Oh my goodness!
And he's got him on his back. Gadsden trying to go for the fall. He's getting.
Yo, and he gets it. Kyvan Gadsden from Iowa State with a big fall over Mario Gonzalez. Gadsden on a mission. For those who don't know, Gadsden's father, Willie, who's been involved in wrestling for years and years, 2-time All-American at Iowa State, fell ill with cancer about a year ago, and he passed away here 2 weeks ago. Kyvan went down to Stillwater, Oklahoma, and won the Big 12 tournament title. Managed to be able to come all the way back to Ames.
That's
and
almost
went over
movie
to,
material.
Yep, went over to Waterloo and got to see his father one more time. Brought him his medal,
Laid
set
it
down
on his
the bed
chest.
with him, and
Put it on his chest.
yep, and that was, and shortly thereafter, his father Willie passed away. So Kyvan's been wrestling with a mission this year, and
Wrestling
he sure
with his
came
heart.
out that first round.
Pinned last year's Big Ten champ right away.
Absolutely.
Cradled him up, pinned him.
So that has the potential, if Rochholt hangs in here for wins this
How many
3-1,
times now?
that the two of them could face each other again.
These guys are going back and forth.
Yeah, they've Rochholt and Gatson. He's won each one, but Rochalt's tough. He's wrestled Gatson close, and Rochholt is leading now. Atwood from Purdue 3-1. So.
They had a few words at the end of
There's
the
no
match.
love
at the Big
lost.
12 tournament.
Yeah.
So.
Well, Kyvan had a lot on his mind, knowing that his dad had been placed in hospice and about ready to leave the planet Earth. So Kyvan had to get that medal and get it back. Somebody could write a book or movie about that one.
Yep.
But Rocholt, isn't he tall and lean? Look at how tall that Rocholt is.
He's going to want to put one more chapter in it.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, if
absolutely.
he could. Yep, if he could. So.
Rocholt here, he's up 3-1 over Atwood.
Yeah, he's up by 2, so 7 seconds to go here.
Into the second period, though.
Yep. So.
All right, boys, quit slapping each other. All right, what else we got going on? Let's see. Alfonso Hernandez with a 6-4 lead over Kolb from Nebraska. Scott Schiller with a 4-1 lead over Christian Bowley from Maryland.
Starting, what is that? Just going in third period there between Schiller and Bowley.
Nope,
down
going in the second period.
Second period, yep. Second period down there for Schiller. Bowley from Maryland.
Jackson Hine with a is tied up with Brent Haynes 3-3 right now. I'm trying to see where are those guys. They're on mat number 3. Mat number 3. So that's the end of regulation in that match. So it looks like we're going to go to overtime, but we've got a little blood.
Schiller would love to get some more points there for the Golden Gophers of Minnesota. Help them in the team race, obviously, and look good. We got to watch him over in the Big Tens. Murphy and I, Mr. Murphy, and he won a lot of matches for Minnesota. He's real solid, Schiller is.
Hey, Iowa State's in 5th place. How about that?
So Iowa State picking up some bonus points there with Kyvan Gatson getting the big pin. So
right in front of us here in mat number 5, we've got match
18 and
147 between Matthew Wilson and Derek Bowley.
So Penn
Still
State.
1-0.
Oops, sorry, Caleb. Penn State has got the lead right now.
18.5.
In second place was Iowa, Northern Iowa, and Oklahoma State tied for second. And then you drop all the way down to 5th place, which is Iowa State and 2 other schools.
The host team.
Yep.
So keep track of Iowa State. They're hosting it, folks.
Well, Kevin Jackson, I'm sure, would be really happy if he could finish that way at the end of the tournament.
Yeah. the points get harder. You get more of them accumulatively coming up, but they get harder to get too. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right.
So we see what happens. Rosholt and Atwood. It's 3-2 in favor of Rosholt. Both wrestlers on their feet. 1 minute and 24 seconds left. So let's see. Schiller is now up from Minnesota, now up over Boley from Maryland, 7-1 with 40 seconds left in the second period. And Alfonso Hernandez from Wyoming, out to a big lead, 11-5 over Kolb from Nebraska.
And on a shot is Rosholt. Atwood needs to be, he's the guy that needs to be taking some shots is Atwood. So
yeah.
56 seconds to go in the third period here, 54 seconds. Just 10 seconds of riding time in favor of Rosholt from one of the many Rosholt brothers.
Yep. So Hine and Haynes, Hine from Wisconsin, Haynes from Missouri, are in overtime right now. They went to the sudden victory and nobody scored, so now they're in the 30-second rideouts, the first of the two. Hines on the bottom. Haynes is riding him tough. About 16 seconds left. Both wrestlers, looks like Hine can almost reverse him, but Haynes is hanging on tight. I don't think he's going to get that done. There's 8 seconds left in that period. And it looks like Haynes is going to, and he does, he rides him out for the entire 30 seconds. So now it's going to be up to Jackson Hine to see if he can ride him out.
So we got Dom Bradley, the number 1 seed, going to start in front of us right now against Cornell, against Stryker Lane. Sure, Stryker's Lane's going to have to strike fast and furious to keep up with Mr. Bradley.
So
the number 1 seed from Mizzou.
Haynes is up to his feet in that 197-pound match and dragging Hines down on a leg, and Haynes dragging him around the mat.
3-3. That's a good one, Jeff.
Yeah,
wow.
And 8 seconds left, and the referee calls a stalemate, and they go back to the center. And so what happened here?
Rosholt might have went down, maybe.
I'm not sure what happened. And
or not.
And now we got a knee. I don't know what
4-3.
4-3 Atwood.
Yeah, Atwood leads 4-3.
And the refs is saying we got to judge it. And, of course, John Smith out in the middle of the mat like John always wanders out.
He has a tendency to keep track of referees. He does a good job of that.
So Jordan Hine rides out Haynes the whole period. So no riding time advantage for either wrestler. 3-3 going into the second on your feet sudden victory period.
Haynes is the seeded wrestler, 12th, but
you went on or off?
Favor slightly.
Oh, you went on. So you'd like to actually talk or we could hear you.
Yeah.
There's a novel concept.
Where'd Caleb go?
There we go.
Now he's back with clean hands and all. You're just talking to your Heavenly Father, wasn't you, Caleb? It's the only person listening there. So he's keeping track. Dom Bradley, guys, the number 1 seed. He's starting here against Stryker Lane of Cornell.
So the refs are all reviewing this match with Rosholt. So Atwood's got a 4-3 lead at the end of the match, allegedly.
I think it's third period. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's the end of the match, and so they're just looking to see how that score came down right at the end. I didn't see what happened because I was watching the Hine.
I think Atwood had the takedown personally. He was draped over the top of Rosholt. Rosholt was reaching back looking for a whizzer situation. I don't think he had the whizzer, so.
Yeah. So we're going to get through the whole second sudden victory period, it looks like, between Haynes and Hine, and the score is still going to be 3-3. We're going to go to the second set of 30-second rideouts. Now, there's no riding time at all because they both rode each other out that first go-round. So we'll see how that all shakes out here as we go into the 2 sets.
Dom gets takedown, guys. Dom Bradley.
And it looks like the match is going to be, Rosholt. Rosholt wins it. No, I'm not, because they overturned it and
they reviewed it.
And Rosholt.
So we get a Gatson-Rosholt rematch after all. Thought it might be Atwood.
Yeah,
so.
Lives for another day. Now here's a contrast in styles we're going to see out here, gentlemen, out on mat number 8.
Matt Gibson?
Yeah, we're going to see Matt Gibson from Iowa State, who's about 8 foot tall, versus Blake Heron from American, who's about 8 foot wide.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So a little bit of a contrast in size and style.
Power against length. Haynes and Hine still. Look, guys, this thing is. Wow.
It's going back and forth. These guys are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Haynes starts on top, Hine on the bottom from Wisconsin Badgers.
Yeah.
Still 3-3.
It is 3-3. He rode him out the whole period.
Getting a lot of the heavyweights out here now.
Yep. Schiller from Minnesota did beat Boley, beat him by quite a few points. I know it was a bonus point situation.
That helps the Golden Gophers.
Boy, I'll tell you what, just
there.
a riding machine down here. 6-5,
Haynes on top.
4, 3, 2, 1, and that's no score there. So we got both wrestlers up. They rode each other out. No takedown in the first go-round. They rode each other out, so no riding time. No takedown in the second go-round. They rode each other out for no riding time. So we're going to get on our feet and try a third. And now they're, I don't know why they're stopping it.
Now they're going to
And
start.
now they're going to start it again.
Sudden victory takedown.
So going to try
3-3.
round 3 here and see what happens.
Over here, the number 1 seed right in front of us, Don Bradley, goes up 4-0. He just got a reversal.
Reversal, a lot of riding time, guys. 8-140. He's tough on top. Striker Lane's going to, he might feel this tomorrow, maybe.
There it is.
Takedown by Wisconsin, is that
Jackson
correct?
Hine with the takedown to beat.
So Missouri
beat
Tiger
Anderson,
loses.
Missouri, yep. In the third sudden victory overtime period.
So Jackson Hine from Wisconsin moves on. Wow.
Yep.
Tough.
And we're going to see Quentin Wright up on, I think, mat 3 now.
He will be match number 154. So.
Yep.
Yeah, Gibson or
Gibson and Heron, yep.
Heron still 0-0, 150 to go in the first period.
Yep.
Heron in on a shot. Gibson in on his own shot.
Gibson's got to come up.
Yeah, he's got to come up a little bit. He's tall and lean. Boy, it is, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Somebody super tall against somebody super strong and wide.
Yep.
Man, yeah,
Strength against leverage.
Contrast of styles there.
I mean, his body is too short for Gibson to get a leg in. Gibson likes to ride the legs, but his legs are too long.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good observation. You really can't get a crossbody ride.
No.
And Heron, nothing to take away from his body type. He's extremely powerful looking. He looks strong.
He's stout.
You'd if you got struck in the snow in the ditch, he'd be a good guy to have when you there. He'd just push your car right out of the ditch.
It's like wrestling. It's like wrestling a 55-gallon barrel.
Strong. Be like your own personal tow truck.
There you go. So we've got some other matches going on here. We've got Zach Thomaset from Pitt up 1-0 over Levi Cooper from Arizona State. That match is winding down the second period.
And with those strong, powerful legs, Gibson's doing a good job of not letting Heron get up to his feet. Don Bradley now 5-0. 2:51 of riding time. Just really picking away here at Striker Lane.
Yeah, we got Mike McClure from Northwestern. He's up 5-1 over Dan Shear from Stanford.
And just kind of getting underway here on mat number 3.
Quentin Wright.
We've got another Quentin Wright from Penn State, still 0-0.
I'll tell you what, Don Bradley's moving good, guys.
Donald McNeil from Ryder.
Yep.
He's got another takedown now, 7-0.
So Quentin Wright and Donald McNeil are going at it there. So the number 2 seed for Penn State.
Yes, Quentin Wright is tough, and he's a scoring machine. He's been wrestling kind of conservative, but Cale said yesterday that he likes to step up when it's the big stage. And
He's
Roger
undefeated,
Moore checking
so
in here.
I don't know how conservative that. He's undefeated.
Yeah, well, he's had some close
He's
matches,
had a
actually, though.
conservative
He had a
undefeated
one-point win,
season.
and he's just usually pin. So he did unofficially lose a match to Matt Welps, pinned him, actually, in the All-Star meet.
So Matt Gibson from Iowa State up 2-0 at the end of the first period. Gibson took Heron down and then rode him for 1 minute and 31 seconds. Don Bradley trying to put Striker Lane on his back.
Boy, he's tough on top.
Don't think he's going to get it done, but Bradley up 9-1. There's a lot of riding time.
Gibson still leads 2-0 with 1 minute 32 seconds of riding time. Heron trying to keep Gibson down, Gibson up and out. So
yeah,
Matt Gibson gets the escape. Now leads 2-1. 1:49 to go in the second period.
Now, how much could Gibson really weigh?
Well,
You think?
Yeah, he's
can't
about
be.
6'5", I think.
He's really tall and thin.
Yeah, he's getting all that way from his
He
height.
said-
Not
he did tell me he gets teased by basketball people. They said, "Why aren't you on the basketball team?" He likes wrestling. He's out of the state of California. And Hernandez, did you see the final score? He got bonus points maybe for the Cowboys,
I
Wyoming Cowboys?
think he did, yep.
Alfonso Hernandez.
Yep, you've got Adam Chalfant, the number 12 seed out of Indiana, versus Jacob Kettler from George Mason. That's a 0-0 score in the first period.
We've seen Chalfant. He's tough. He's real solid and strong, isn't he, Jeff? He's just hard to move around, really.
Yep.
Tom
Chalfant
Bradley
is.
wins here 10-1.
So the number 1 seed moves on with bonus points. So Bradley deciding to score some points. You know he's almost impossible to take down, but it's nice to see him open up with some offense and help Missouri because, you know, they've had a lot of big wins. So
They've got JT Felix from Boise State. He's going to wrestle Justin Grant from Bloomsburg. That match just getting started. And the Zach Thomas set with a 5-0 lead over Levi Cooper from Arizona State. And that match is in the final few seconds. So it looks like Thomas set will advance.
Levi Cooper, he's a character. We've
Yeah.
interviewed him before. He's a
yeah,
good
we
kid.
have. Sun Devil.
Yep.
He's tough. He's strong, you know. And
Gibson's
Levi-
still up 3-0
but
now.
Cooper went down. Is that correct? Levi Cooper was
Yep.
defeated.
He
Yep,
loses
he
6-0.
lost it, yep. And you've got the other Penn State wrestler on the squad, Jimmy Larson, out here in front of us right now.
One of the best Granby rollers as a
Yeah.
heavyweight. Remember hitting those Granbys in the Big Tens?
Yeah, Lawson's wrestling Jeremy Johnson from Ohio.
Likes the Granbys and the set-out reversals. So Gibson gets out, gets the escape, 3-0 over Huron with 1-2-3 is his riding time, 1 minute, 23 seconds.
And that's the end of the second period in that match. So one more period to go. The winner of the Gibson and Heron match, they get a chance to take on Don Bradley. So
Quentin Wright now up 3-0. His match here at 197 pounds against Donald McNeil of Ryder. So that's going into the second period with 1:30 to go in that period. Now Gibson trying to stay on top. And a nice little scramble situation between him and Heron.
yep.
So this would be a nice little win here for Gibson to start off the tournament with here. He's the kind of guy that needs that confidence builder to get going.
Well, see, he got tuned up earlier too
Yeah.
in the pigtail match. So
Yeah. But it's for stuff that actually
No.
like
I know.
counts, you know.
I know.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, tuned up. I'll
We'll move on.
yeah.
All right.
Comment on that one.
So we're gonna see. We're gonna
I
move
think they
on.
dried
here,
him
but
off
yeah,
though, before. No.
yeah. Okay.
we
We're
got
gonna see Bobby
Matt
Telford out here versus
166 over
Joe
there, right?
Stolfi from Bucknell. So Bobby Telford from Iowa, Stolfi from Bucknell. Matt Gibson riding tough. Got almost 2 minutes of riding time in his match.
This afternoon's competition.
And now reporting immediately to mat 2.
Jeremy Johnson and James Lawson. Lawson of Penn State. Johnson of Ohio. Johnson now up 2-0 over the Nittany Lion.
Bobby Telford from Iowa with the takedown. He leads 2-0 over his opponent, John Stolfi from Bucknell.
All-American Jeremy Johnson with the lead on mat 7 over James Lawson of Penn State. Still first.
It's a good.
Oh, and Heron shucks Gibson out from on top and is just about ready to reverse him, but Gibson leans back and he's so tall he stands straight up and Heron gets a 1-point escape, just kind of bails out on the deal. So Gibson up 3-1 with 52 seconds left in that match.
Now Jeremy Johnson here of Ohio, he's an All-American.
Okay.
So even though he's not seeded, he's been here before.
All right, and Quentin Wright still up 3-1 down there on the far mat. They're in the third period, just getting started. And Heron in on a single, but Matt Gibson throwing the crossface in, spins around behind, and Gibson gets his 2. And so Matt Gibson now up 5-1 with 24 seconds left in that match.
Chalifant there, Adam Chalifant of Indiana over Jacob Kettler. George Mason, 5-1.
Stolfi from Bucknell with the escape, and then Telford takes him down and throws him to his back. And Telford's getting the bonus points right now, or getting the back points right now.
He's trying to get chest to chest here, and he looks like he's getting close to a fall.
He is getting close to a fall. I think he's going to be able to get one.
If he can keep his shoulder blades inside that line, then he's going to be able to. The question is, we can't see where those are back there.
See, I think Stolfi's going to be able to squeeze out of it because
The decision was reversed. Lewisburg did not lose its challenge.
Okay.
So he's going to get out of it. It looks like Telford, now he's trying to circle him back in and get chest to chest.
Yep. Still in that same combination. I think Telford's, well, maybe not.
So Gibson won his match over here.
That's good. So Matt Gibson advances. He gets advanced and wrestles the #1 wrestler tonight. So
Yeah, Telford. Boy, I tell you what, this Stolfi really fighting off this pinning combination by Telford.
Yep. And if we look down at Quentin Wright, he's up 5-3 now. 55 seconds left in his match. Both wrestlers on their feet.
He's got a crossface here by Telford. He's got to get out of this thing and try to re-roll Stolfi maybe from Bucknell.
Got Chad Hankey from Oregon State, the #4 seed, versus
And Galagayev here.
Oh,
Put
he's a
Applin
pinner.
right on his back.
Boy, and you get
this is going to be a fall here.
Galagayev.
there it is.
You get in that situation with Galagayev and you're in trouble.
So Galagayev, the #3 seed, with an immediate takedown and pin of Ben Applin from Michigan.
He's dangerous.
I mean, that was like a 13-second pin.
He's
a
dangerous.
17-second pin.
Galagayev is dangerous. He gets on top of you. We talked about how tough Levi Cooper is. He pinned Cooper, I remember, this year in 23 seconds.
Yeah, he didn't even get time to get loosened up.
He didn't quite get a sweat, did he?
No.
Yeah, wow.
No.
Should ask him. I don't think he even, he probably broke more of his sweat warming up.
I think I see one bead of perspiration coming down his
that's
brow
it.
there, and that's about it. So Quentin Wright, 5 seconds left in his match. He's up 7-3, so Wright's going to win it, but not with the bonus points that a lot of time you see. Telford up 7-1 in the middle of the second period for Iowa.
I think that fall and the Ed Ruth fall might have been the two quickest ones that we had.
Pretty fast. Yeah, that's pretty fast. Quentin Wright comes out victorious 7-3, I believe. Didn't quite have riding time, 52 seconds of riding time, but Wright advances and gets some more points for Penn State and the Nittany Lions.
And
Bobby Telford.
Jeremy Johnson from Ohio up 4-0, just starting the second period, or excuse me, the third period with James Larson.
That's where Larson usually does his Granbier set-out switch. He was doing those in the Big Tens. We'll see if he can pick up where he left off.
Yep. Steve, it's tough to hit a Grammy with your head down like that.
Yeah, you bury your head. You got to get your arm out and through, don't you?
So we got Gerard Trice and Daniel Miller. Trice from Central Michigan, Miller from Navy down on the far mat. Trice, the #10 seed. They're just getting started.
You know, Steve, I'm with you on that. You can't count Trice out. You know, he's been here so many times.
Pillsbury Doughboy. He's tough, too. He can bring it. He's won a lot of matches. I've seen him win a lot of Midlands titles, that's for sure.
Yep.
Telford now up 7-1 here in his match. Here the Iowa Hawkeye, the 6th seed over Joe Stolfi of Bucknell. Working on over 3 minutes and 20 seconds of riding.
We got Hankey getting a pin, is that right?
Yeah, Hankey with the
Chad
pin.
Hankey with a pin for the Oregon State Beavers, so big fall there by Hankey.
Well,
that didn't take long.
No, that didn't take long at all. You've got Odie Delaney out here from the Citadel versus Evan Knutson from North Dakota State, right across from us here. And Tony Nilsson is out on mat 6 waiting for his opponent, and that'll be the end of it. So we got all the wrestlers
for the first round. Yeah.
We got all but one of the wrestlers out on the mat right now. We're waiting for Steve Graziano from Penn to arrive, and we'll get the horn blown there. And he's coming, but he's following he's following the coach. So he can't move real quick.
Yeah, Coach Jay Robinson.
Because Jay Robinson's on crutches ahead of him.
I got roadblocked by Robinson earlier, but
Tony Half Nelson's waiting for him.
No.
Tony says, come down and I'll show you my half Nelson.
That doesn't look good.
The knee or leg
Yeah, yeah, that looks really painful because
it's going to be Felix's opponent, Boise State's Felix.
Justin Grant from Bloomsburg looks like it might be a knee. He looks like he was hurting pretty good when he went down.
Pitch 165.
Yep.
JT Felix from Boise against Justin Grant from Bloomsburg. And JT Felix, by the way, has a brother.
Jimmy Lawson brought this thing all the way back to a 4-3 score, but still went down 4-3, so another Penn State wrestler goes down.
Little side note, TJ Felix has a brother that plays professional football for the New York Jets, by the way. Plays for the Jets out there in the Big Apple. I think he's his older brother. Jimmy Hochstrasser, of course, my Boise State contact informed me of that back in the day. So he kept me up what's going on with the Broncos. I just call Hochstrasser.
So let's see what's going on. So Trice and Miller, no score in the second period, beginning of the second period.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, David Maroney and Connor Midbury. It's not Connor. I know it's not. I'm going to get that one wrong. He's down near the bump. Connor, yeah, I got that one right. How about that? Connor Midbury. Midbury's up. Oh, no, that's all tied up 3-3. Maroney from Virginia Tech, Midbury from Wisconsin. 3-3 with 15 seconds left in the second period. Junior Felix looks like Grant is going to be okay and going to be able to continue. So they're still walking around with some timeout, but that will that'll expire. And Grant is up 3-2 right now over Felix. Felix starts on the bottom after that injury timeout.
Bobby Telford got hurt there when he came back up.
Yeah, he did. So his ankle looks like his right ankle, maybe.
Ankle or knee. I can't tell what they're working on.
Now, fellas, watch mat number 4 here, because with the injury timeout to Grant, Felix gets to start off on the bottom. He's down by a point, and there's 8 seconds. No, there's minute 52.
And he got that choice because of that situation, correct?
Yep. So
that rule that allows him to choose.
There was 8 seconds on the clock, but as it turned out, the 8 seconds were a blood timeout second.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
so, or injury timeout.
So when Felix gets out.
Felix gets out, but I'm not sure what they're all.
There's no point. Or
I'm not sure what the deal is, because there's a minute and 39 seconds left in the match. So I don't know what the coaches are all shook about.
Yeah, Greg Randall down there.
Should be 3-3 in my book.
One of the all-time great Hawks, Randall's down there coaching for Boise State, and
in this rousing match between Knutson and Delaney, Knutson and Delaney 0-0.
0-0, minute and 41 seconds to go in the second period. Telford scored big at the beginning, and now Bucknell's
trying to do something, but Telford's just kind of on his elbows, and the ref calls him for stalling.
Stolfi.
I don't blame him there.
Telford might be hurt here.
It's his ankle or his leg, maybe. He's up 7-1.
Just trying to gut it out in a tucked out position.
I don't know why Felix from Boise State didn't get the point, but
not sure what that's all about.
He got out at the edge of the mat there, Jeff Murphy, and I thought he got the point escape for tie it up 3-3.
Stolfi from Bucknell tried everything to get Telford. Telford looks like he's hurting big time. He's slow to stand up, but he's going to win this one 8-1.
Yeah, it's his right leg. He's having a hard time straightening it out.
So, I mean, he's going to have to do something here in between
sessions. See how he walks here. It's going to be interesting to see how that works. Boy, his leg is in trouble, guys. That doesn't look good for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
All right, so they're helping him off the mat. That's
tough.
A good deal, and we'll see what happens there. And, we had a big burst over here in mat number 8. Delaney from Citadel now up 3-0 over Knutson from North Dakota State.
Roger Kish in the corner there for the Bison.
Absolutely. Tony Nelson, Graziano.
Miller and
Trice still, what, is Trice up 1-0, I believe?
1-0 because they're forced to go down to start the second period.
Yeah, right.
Otherwise, he doesn't like to score points.
Yeah, no, he wins a lot of them by a point.
They did give the escape in that Felix Grant match. That's 3-3 now in the third period with both wrestlers on their feet.
Yeah, right, exactly. So Boise State against Daniel Miller from Navy.
Yep. And
Navy.
Boise State and he gets the takedown. So JT Felix with the with his takedown.
Yeah, over Justin Grant of Bloomsburg. Yep, Grant gets taken down.
I think that took all the wind out of Grant's sails.
It's
And
going to be tough.
Yeah.
56 seconds to go, and Felix tough on top. He's big. He's a tall kid, too, Felix is.
yeah. And Trice and Miller dancing down there on mat 1.
Yeah, just kind of
I heard that after this,
dare you to take a shot.
I heard that once the season's over, Dancing with the Stars really wants Gerard Trice to be in there.
That'd be fun. That'd be good, man. He could
Well, they
wear his
aren't
Pillsbury
asking-
Doughboy singlet.
Well, they're not going to be asking Don Bradley, so.
Yeah. I think I've actually seen those two wrestle.
Oh, about 1,000 times.
Midlands, at the Midlands, and it was who's going to fall down first. It's a lot of power. I don't I'm not belittling those guys.
No, no.
There's a ton of power, man. They could toss me over this auditorium.
So, Connor Medbury from I don't even know where the heck he's from. I've lost it, Steve.
Once I told you, just pictured me flying over Wells Fargo, didn't you? Bradley going, see, that's what you get for talking smack, Foster. I tried to warn you.
Connor Medbury from Wisconsin wins 5-2 in his match over
Tony
David
Half
Maroney.
Nelson's on the bottom, so he's not going to be able to try as Tony Half
No,
Nelson.
not yet, but that
got
his
2 minutes of
day will
riding
come.
time, though.
Yeah, when he gets on top, boy,
And
he's up and out.
JT Felix with the win, 7-4 over
So
Justin Grant.
The Boise State
And
Broncos.
now we're down to 3 matches.
Trice still up 1-0. Is
little
that right?
blood
time
timeout,
out there
yeah.
for Trice.
I tell
Tony
you what,
Nelson.
fellas, I think we're going to have to wrap this roundup in a hurry because I'm hungry.
I'm hungry and
You want to tell these guys that?
yeah, that's all
Come
right.
on, fellas, let's move along.
Get
They're
a
probably
pin.
not too. This is heavyweight.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah.
this weight. These guys usually, I mean, with what we've seen lately, other than like a Don Bradley or Gerard Trice, I mean, who's really pushing the 285
Yeah.
mark?
Yeah,
You know,
right.
Not
Yeah, right.
Not too many of them.
Oh, look at this, guys.
At a fall here.
Oh,
Wow, North
Delaney and
Dakota
Knudsen.
State. Actually, I
Knudsen.
believe that's Knudsen has
That's Knudsen.
Delaney on his,
Got him on
back
his
after
back.
Delaney was up
Oh,
4-0.
squeezing him tough. I think Delaney
Trying to get the Saturday Night Ride in here.
And
Caught
time
him.
runs out, but he's going
Oh.
to get the back points for the
So
victory.
5-4 at the end.
Yeah.
Is that right? Or
Ethan Knudsen. Oh, 5-5 because it's overtime because he had riding time.
5-5. Oh, heel picks him.
Oh,
Delaney heel picks Knudsen and wins
and
it.
Delaney says, I'm not going to go down to defeat
Yeah.
today.
Hope you,
3 seconds into overtime.
hope you enjoyed it.
In
Trice
the meantime, Gerard Dancing with the Stars, Trice,
wins 2-0.
wins 2-0.
So the Pillsbury Doughboy moves on.
All right,
Tony
He'll
so
wave
Nelson.
to the crowd,
we've
too.
got one match.
Tony Half Nelson, the number 2 seed against Steven Crazino from
Graziano. He's like
Graziano. Graziano for pin.
He's like the sausage, man.
Yeah,
Who do you think had a more
Graziano.
powerful half, Tony Nelson or Jake Varner?
I don't know,
I think
Jake
Varner.
Snake.
I think I'd
Varner
put Varner up there.
The Jake Varner crowbar, as we used to call it.
So
4-time finalist, 2-time national champ, Jake the Snake.
Tony Nelson is up
Olympic gold
1-0
medalist
with
Jake
13 seconds left.
Exactly right, Caleb.
For those who are listening,
to the match,
still.
instead of
instead of
giving our props to Jake Varner.
and there's the win, and Nelson gets a takedown right at the end.
3-0.
And it's
Number
4-0
2 seed
with riding time.
With riding time,
and
4-0.
that wraps up all of the action out here on the mats.
Thanks, guys. We
It's
saw
10-3.
some 3 seeds go down, the 4 seed go down, and some pins and some big wins. And it's
Yeah.
been a good round, I think, for Mizzou. They seem to be clicking right on all cylinders.
Missouri
And
looks good.
UNI, they don't have as many participants
But
as Missouri.
You
but
and I had an outstanding round. Missouri had an
Yeah, you and
outstanding
I
round.
did.
Quite honestly, Iowa State had a pretty good round for
they really
what they
did.
brought.
Yeah, they
To
did.
be ranked in the top 5 or 6 or
Sure.
whatever we're going to
Yeah.
finish with here.
Baird
because
went
Gibson
down.
will get him some points too.
Yep. You know,
Um,
teams that needed somebody to the
Step
lower
up.
seeds to step up, like Oklahoma State, they had a couple guys lose this round. Which,
Yeah.
They did.
You know,
Yeah, I with Oklahoma State losing it, you never count them out. But boy, that wasn't a very good start. Penn State didn't probably feel so good about things either.
Yeah, they had
Andrew
some.
Alton losing, and
They had some losses go
Here-
down.
Here,
So
we'll hear the team score.
here we go.
Minnesota in third with 11 points.
Place Oklahoma State
Oklahoma State in second with 13.
with 14.
And Penn State with 14.5 points in first.
14.5. And Galagayoff's pin and win helped Oklahoma State probably.
that was big.
And I
That
thi-
was big at the end for Galagayoff.
I think Missouri and Iowa State and I think Missouri was 4th. I missed that.
Yeah, Panthers could actually be up there.
And UNI and Iowa State were kind of lumped in that
Yeah.
5th place. So, you know, interesting. Oklahoma State, probably not quite what they wanted. Penn State, probably not quite what they wanted. University of Iowa.
Yeah, where are they at? You know, but
Telford, be interesting to see how he comes out, wrapped up or at all.
Yeah.
His right leg looked
And
like it was in jeopardy.
Of course, they were down 1 to everybody else to start with only 9 guys. And
Yeah,
then
right.
Burak goes down as well.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
so I don't know. I guess, you know, we never know much after the first day other than the things that are
Yeah,
disasters.
the points really start getting marched up here pretty quick. You get deeper into these tournaments, you can score a lot more points real quick, or you start fading real quick too. So
and, yeah,
it
the
can
other
go either direction for you.
The other thing, you know, so you got guys like the Alton boys. There's a good example. You know, they're probably not going to win first place in the tournament, but so you got a little longer road to hoe if you lose in that first round, and you got to come all the way back. But you score a lot of bonus points, especially tonight. This first round of consolation. You know, guys who lost a tough match this morning come back with a pin tonight, score 3 points. That's almost better than having a win in the top half of the bracket and then going out tomorrow in the quarters. So.
What I would always tell my guys, you know, when we came to a 2 or 3 day tournament,
How
is
about-
look, guys, you can't win it in the first day, but you can sure lose it the first day.
Yeah, that's
you know?
really
So
good advice.
Come out, you know, you got to be mentally prepared for these long tournaments like this, especially if you're seeded. Then look, you got at least a shot to be an All-American. They projected you to be an All-American. Okay, so I know obviously there's not 12, it's just 1 through 8, but
Right.
I mean, these guys that come in here that lost, that are seeded wrestlers, I mean, a lot of that comes down to mental preparation.
How about Dake winning with a minute to go? Got the escape, got to take down 1-3 to nothing.
Survive in advance, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
absolutely.
that's right. So,
well, I tell you what, fellas.
Yep, we'll wrap it
I'm
up.
going to guess that most people at home that have been listening to us diligently are probably well on their way to the refrigerator right now to grab something to eat.
Should be.
And I'm headed that way myself. So here's what I'm going to suggest. We're going to be able to get back on the air at least 30 minutes before time tonight. So that'll be about 6 p.m. And we'll have plenty of time to rehash everything that happened this morning and talk about what we think is going to happen this evening. So
thanks for listening, everybody.
Yep. So for Steve Foster, I'm Jeff Murphy and Caleb Nemmers. We want to thank you. We'll see you all at 6 p.m. tonight. Are you sure you want to stop streaming? Yes. Is that what it's asking me?